Good morning. It's approximately 10:14, and we will reconvene the Board of Regents meeting. I will ask our Chief of Staff, Nick Lajewski, to please provide a roll call.
Chair Brooks.
Here.
Vice Chair Ariscata.
Here.
Regent Boylan.
Aye.
Regent Breger.
Here.
Regent Brown. Regent Carvalho.
Here.
Regent Cruz Crawford.
Here.
Regent Del Carlo. Here. Regent Downs.
Here.
Regent Goodman.
Here.
Regent McMichael.
Here.
Regent Perkins.
Here.
Regent Tarkanian.
Here.
You have a quorum present.
Thank you. We'll now move into public comment. For those who'd like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID 928-4944-5069 and passcode 555-555. Is there any public comment at GBC?
I'm not seeing any public comment at GBC at this time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
Yes, there is.
Thank you.
Dear Board of Regents and College President, my name is Natasha Anderson, Natasha I am the Classified Council President at Western Nevada College and have come to speak to you regarding the COLAs for faculty and administrative faculty at NSHE colleges. We support academic and administrative faculty to receive the full 11% COLAs. We, as classified staff at WNC, believe academic and administrative faculty should be able to support their families. We believe what is good for one is good for all. We understand that this may be problematic for some colleges, but to keep morale up and great teachers teaching, we need to keep COLAs consistent across the board. If one group gets a great COLA and another does not, it fosters resentment and could create a hostile work environment. And we all agree that this is not what we want. I am sure you will hear from many academic and administrative faculty regarding COLAs, but we as classified workers want to make sure that you hear that we here at Western Nevada College stand with our coworkers, and we fully support that they get the 11%. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Justin McMenemy. That's MC, capital MENOMY. I'm chair of the Administrative Faculty Senate at Western Nevada College. The administrative faculty at Western Nevada College support the granting of the 11% COLA increase beginning in October of 2024 for the academic and administrative faculty and July 2024 for the classified employees with the Nevada system of higher education to ensure equity and fairness for all concerned. The administrative faculty has consistently demonstrated dedication and commitment to our professional roles within NSHE by granting the 11% COLA increase to a portion of employees without doing the same for all. NSHE would create disparity and inequity. Such an approach may foster a diverse work environment and degrade morale among other employee groups who are equally deserving of recognition for their contributions. A lesser amount would result in talented individuals seeking employment opportunities elsewhere, cause a loss of skilled staff within NSHE. As demonstrated by the previous COLA decisions, the implementation of equal COLA increases for all employee groups has numerous positive outcomes, boosting morale and expressing NSHE's appreciation of all employees. It also incentivizes our employees to continue their dedicated service within NSHE. Several institutions have already budgeted for the planned 11% COLA increases. Penalizing those institutions and their faculty for their foresight and financial planning would create further inequities and harm their ability to attract and retain talented staff. We respectfully urge the Nevada Board of Regents to ensure that all NSHE employee groups receive an equal 11% COLA increase. Thank you for your attention to this matter. We trust that you will carefully consider the concerns raised and take necessary steps to promote fairness, unity, and appreciation of all NSHE staff.
Good morning. My name is Todd Rucker, Toddruecker, and I am here today representing faculty as College of Liberal Arts Senator, Senate Executive Board member, and the president of our NFA chapter. I'd like to thank Regents Del Carlo and Downs for coming to our campus and talking with our faculty and student about this and other issues. Faculty at our institution have heard much about the risks of the full COLA, including continued hiring freezes, and they are still overwhelmingly in favor of the full 11%. Option A in front of you involves shared sacrifice, delayed COLAs that will save NSHE millions of dollars and buy additional planning time, and a modest fee increase that will still leave our institutions some of the most affordable in the country. I also have faith that our leaders will put some of their priorities on hold for the sake of our educational missions. Since I am here on behalf of others, I want to share 2 representative comments of the dozens I have received. One faculty member wrote, "I strongly support efforts to receive the full 11% COLA. Given how the state legislature operates, this salary increase will almost certainly not be provided again and will be pointed to as making it right with NSHE employees for years to come." Another faculty member wrote, "As an R1 research university, it is embarrassing that the university would refuse to fund the raises of faculty because of poor management. New buildings and a new unnecessary campus rather than doing the necessary budgeting to pay faculty what they deserve after being years of told to work harder to capture and maintain that R1 status without true merit pay. What message is the university sending to new faculty and future hires? Take some monies away from the new building fund, spend less on the Lake Tahoe experiment and athletics, and raise tuition a bit if need be. Thank you for doing your job today by supporting the 11% COLA and increasing funding for higher education."
Hi, my name is Heather Reardon, Reardon, professor of nursing at Western Nevada College, as well as NFA chapter president. I'm here to support option A, awarding 11% COLA for professional employees for fiscal year 25, with the delayed implementation of October 24. Low non-competitive salaries negatively impact my program and inevitably the student learning experiences. It is difficult to recruit and, most importantly, retain qualified faculty. The rising costs of living significantly impact our ability to meet basic needs, diminish morale, and hinder the capacity to deliver the best to our respective institutions. Faculty members deserve to be treated the same as other state employees whose salaries are being raised 11% automatically. Ensuring COLA for both groups fosters a sense of equity. It acknowledges that all members contribute to its success regardless of their specific roles and demonstrates an understanding of the shared impact of rising costs of living on everyone within the institution. Please support funding the full COLA and reaffirm your dedication to fostering an environment where faculty can thrive and, most importantly, our students can excel. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jenna DeWar, D-E-W-A-R. I'm a faculty member here at the university. I've been teaching here full-time since 2014. I'm speaking on behalf of the Work-Life Family Council. Faculty play a crucial support in shaping the atmosphere at the University of Nevada, contributing significantly to both academic and administrative governance and student experience. It is vital that the faculty be encompassed in the proposed 11% cost of living adjustment increase for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. The absence of crucial COLA increases and merit-driven raises for both administrative and academic faculty has resulted in wage stagnation that fails to keep pace with inflation. A noteworthy concern raised by our committee members revolves around the high cost of childcare. With the 2022 survey by the Children's Cabinet revealing that the average yearly rate for a licensed childcare center in Washoe County is $13,817 for infant and $11,282 for a preschool-aged child. This marks a significant increase of approximately 42% for infants and 43% for preschool-aged children compared to the same survey conducted in 2012. For faculty with young children, childcare expenses represent one of the most substantial financial burdens, particularly for families with multiple children in daycare. For example, this morning, I saw my monthly paycheck, and I immediately saw 59% of that swiped to pay for the childcare for my 2 children. We contend that the proposed 11% COLA increase will not only contribute to the financial stability of our faculty within the university, but will also enhance their overall well-being at home. The adjustment will afford families greater flexibility in their day-to-day lives and provide the additional support necessary to ensure access to quality childcare facilities. Just as it is the mission of our faculty to nurture the minds of our older students, we believe that supporting our youngest students, starting with the families of our own faculty and staff, is essential. If we aim to be a university system recognized for priority students, it is crucial to extend this support to our youngest learners as well. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jim New, NEW, President of the Nevada Faculty Alliance. Yesterday afternoon, I sent on behalf of the NFA to you an email illustrating how student fees and tuition at NSHE institutions compare to other colleges and universities in the Western United States. If you did not look at it last night, I hope you will take a few moments to review it this morning. In every instance, fees in Nevada are in the lowest third when they are compared to other public institutions of comparable size and mission. The data we used came from iPads because we wanted to ensure it was reputable, consistent, and accurate. We truly hope this will be valuable information as you prepare to vote on COLA today. Something else I hope you will consider. By delaying implementation of the 11% COLA for 1 quarter, option A is actually the lower cost option for fiscal year 25, but it has longer term benefits for the NSHE professionals in subsequent years. It gives the institutions a tiny bit of breathing space next year and time to plan accordingly for the next biennium. Like the many public comments from individuals that you will hear this morning and more than 120 written comments, NFA supports option A. We urge you to adopt it for the long-term welfare and prosperity of our incredible group of administrative and academic faculty. Now, in closing, I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you. We understand the hard work and the long hours that this job demands of you. It's often thankless, and you're certainly not in it for the money. We appreciate that. I wish you all happy holidays and a prosperous new year. Thank you.
That's all the public comment in Reno.
Thank you. We will now move to public comment here at UNLV.
Good morning, Dr. Bill Robinson, Chair of the UNLV Faculty Senate. I apologize for being part of the longest public comment you've had in recent memory, but this is so important to our faculty that I feel like I have to be here. I want to remind you of the processes campus has been through on my campus. We had discussions at the Faculty Senate. Both the president of the GPSA and the president of the student body are members of the UNLV Faculty Senate and are able to come participate in those discussions if they choose. It wasn't true when Regent Goodman was chair of the Faculty Senate, or chair of the student body, but it is now. And then we set up the committee, the Regents Committee. We greatly appreciate you all doing that. It was a combination of a regent and presidents and students and faculty. And, you know, gathering all that input, I'm actually the author of A. So if you don't like A, blame me. A is again, and I gave you all a handout, A is again cheaper than B for the fiscal year that this we're talking about, and then we can roll that in. If your concern is with the 5%, there's two ways to think about that. One is you could not do that and just push that October 1st date to a later date in the year, and you could fund the entire FY, 11% for FY without any additional impact, just taking the money the legislature already gave us to cover it, and then roll that into the base budget, and we should be fine. I'm concerned that some people think that what we're doing, we're worried about what the legislature is going to do. We need to expect the legislature to do right by us, and for us to not do something that needs to be done because we're afraid that the legislature might do something we don't like, which they do all the time anyhow. That just bothers me. We need to be us, and the board needs to do what's right, and then we'll deal with the consequences as we have many, many, many times in the past. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sophie D'Agostino. I am a UNLV student and I am president of the school's feminist club. and I'm here to talk about a very different issue today. At yesterday's board meeting, Regent Brooks used his allotted time to speak on the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. Brooks went on to deliver biased, untrue, and fallacy-riddled information to the board. Brooks mistakenly conflated Zionism with Judaism. Zionism is not, in fact, a part of the Jewish religion. Zionism is a political organization that was founded in 1897, currently defined as a movement for the development and protection of a Jewish nation in what is now Israel. I would like to point out the wording of this, the way it refers to a place that is now Israel. At the time of Zionism's inception, the land that Israel now stands on was a part of Palestine. The indigenous people of Palestine have now lost 4 million acres of their land to Zionist colonizers. Today, over 2 million Palestinians are contained inside of Israeli-constructed walls. 2 million people densely compressed into just under 90,000 acres, an inescapable walled city almost the same size as Las Vegas. Zionism is a political organization and not a religion. The organization Jewish Voices for Peace, a fully Jewish organization with thousands of members, states that they picture the concrete of the apartheid wall in pieces on free Palestinian soil. We picture Israeli jails, prisons, and detention centers emptied and dismantled. Regent Brooks did not only refer to student groups of protesters as anti-Semitic mistakenly, he also referred to us, his own students, as equivalent to Nazis. Our peaceful protesters, many of whom are Jewish themselves, mind you, are peaceful protesters who call for an end to colonization and genocide, an end to ethnic cleansing, and an end to war, have been called Nazis by your board.
Thank you for your time. You've extended the 2 minutes that we have allotted for public comment.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Yvette Machado. I'm a student at UNLV, an institution which has granted me the educational wherewithal to think critically enough to immediately notice egregious logical fallacies within the chair's reports last night. To my shock, the chair made some novice but dangerous fallacies about the student club NPL, such as hasty generalization, base rate fallacy, affirming the consequent, existential fallacy, begging the question, appealing to ignorance, to name a few, but for the sake of time and sense of urgency, I digress. My point is that I'm shocked that a member of this body could lack such critical thought and cultural competence to make unfounded and divisive assumptions and accusations. First, it's dangerous to misrepresent that the horrendous events occurring on October 7th were about religion, when in fact, a small defense group retaliated against their oppressor in response to decades of brutalization and captivity, not in response to religion. To erroneously identify such acts of violence as attributed to religion has allowed for the spread of misrepresentation and anti-Semitism across the globe, as well as anti-Islamic sentiment and complete ignorance to the inhumane suffering evoked on innocents by extremist governments. Regents, you should all know better. We trust you to know it's wrong to associate an entire people with their wayward defense or extremist groups. Second, it's wrong to call the student disapproval of an extremist government as anti-Semitic. That's akin to assuming any of you would be anti-Christian for disagreeing or opposing the acts of the KKK or the Proud Boys. Calling a peaceful movement anti-Semitic is egregious misrepresentation of what was meant to represent and support the local Palestinians, part of your UNLV family, with our call to demand a ceasefire to end the genocide of innocent civilians of over 8,000 children and even more of their families. I remember when Regent Brooks joined the body and folks associated his campaign speech made at an event sponsored by Vegas Proud Boys in October 2020 as him being associated with their ideals, but assuming one with the other is not representative of him, I'm sure, at least not without his confirmation or denial. The MPL has never been associated with a hate group ever, and I know that this student group has actively condemned anti-Semitism, walked along our Jewish comrades, and used their voice to stop Palestinian hate, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and all things perpetrated by false accusations lacking evidence such as yours. I'm scared to be up here.
Thank you for your time. The 2 minute allotment has
I
expired.
appreciate that.
My name is Jackie Veloso, and I'm a UNLV student. I am writing to express my deep disappointment regarding the recent Zionist extremism statements made by Brooks yesterday. These statements, when intended to address the recent situation, have presented a one-sided perspective showing solidarity and concern only for Israel, with no acknowledgement of the ongoing historical suffering and death of Palestinians. This is an unbalanced and biased stance that can be harmful to institutions' reputation, and more importantly, to the numerous students, faculty, and staff within your district who identify as Muslim, Palestinian, Arab, or Jewish. When educators and academic institutions make one-sided public statements on the situation in Palestine and Israel that fail to acknowledge the realities, struggles, and humanity of Muslim, Palestinian, and Arab students, this can contribute to a hostile school environment, bullying, harassment, and retaliation. I want to take this opportunity to not only discourage this unfair perspective, but to educate our faculty, administration, and leadership. Over the past 75 years, the Palestinian people have experienced immense suffering, displacement, and a 15-year-long inhumane siege and blockade in Gaza, which has been described as the largest open-air prison by human rights organizations. The United Nations have repeatedly deemed Israel's aggressions in Gaza and occupied West Bank as illegal under international law and a substantial obstacle to peace. The death toll of the conflict in Palestine and Israel is disproportionately borne by Palestinians. It is essential that your school keep in mind that Palestinian people have endured decades of dispossession, dehumanization, and annexation under the illegal Israeli occupation and apartheid system. For decades, those of us in the academic and activist community who have openly criticized Zionism had faced relentless harassment, threats to our safety, nonsensical accusations of anti-Semitism, and had our careers and academic pursuits threatened. Your statements enable those inside and outside our community to continue these attacks. I am calling on all school faculty, administrators, staff, leadership to adopt valued, balanced view to ensure welcoming and safe environment. I ask that in lieu of the recent bias statements and issue a statement affirming the pain and suffering of the Palestinians, especially more than 2 million Palestinians in occupied Gaza, half of whom are children, and who have been who were called human animals by Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. These humans who are being discriminately bombed by Israel at this very moment are also worthy of your outrage.
Hello, Chancellor Charlton, Regents, institution presidents. My name is Brayson Gomez, Gomez for the record, and I want to reiterate my unwavering support from yesterday's public comment for option A, the proposed 11% cost of living adjustments with a delayed implementation and a 5% registration fee increase. As a member of the fiscal year 2025 Salary Increase Committee, I emphasize the need for a balanced approach that considers the financial constraints faced by students while ensuring fair compensation for our dedicated faculty and staff. Option A, with its October 1st, 2024 implementation date, strikes a thoughtful balance, providing adequate time for adjustment. The pragmatic solution of a 5% increase in student fees combined with the suspension of the annual professional performance pay awards for fiscal year 2025 demonstrates our collective commitment to navigating fiscal challenges. Investing in faculty and staff is an investment in the quality of our education. A motivated and fairly compensated academic workforce directly enhances our educational experience. Option A remains the most balanced and powerful solution to secure a sustainable future for the NSHE system. Thank you for your ongoing consideration, and I trust the board will make a decision that upholds the integrity of our institutions and supports the entire NSHE community. Thank you.
Hello, Regents. For the record, my name is Lahana Pierce. I am the Sergeant at Arms for Nevada State University. I want to use this opportunity to bring up the problem that directly affects the beating heart of our NSHE institution, the committed professors who work nonstop to further our education. Our outstanding faculty members are overlooked heroes of our academic growth, and they deserve much more than our appreciation. I ask you, Regents, to take into consideration the long overdue 11% cost of living adjustment for these hardworking instructors, together with the 5% increase in student fees, more specifically the registration fee. Everyone is impacted by inflation. Our excellent faculty have been affected even more by the rising cost of living. These people who are incredibly passionate and dedicated go above and beyond to nurture our minds and frequently make personal sacrifices to improve the quality of our education. Not only is a small increase in salary required, but it also shows appreciation for their strong commitment. Regents, let us advocate for those who open the path for our academic achievement. Let's unite as a group to make sure our faculty members get the support that they so thoroughly deserve. I want the faculty to receive the same amount of support that I have and others have received. And as the saying goes, treat others the way you'd like to be treated. So please, show the NSHE faculty the same respect that we show you all. Thank you.
Good morning, Regents. My name is Alexia Rivera Perez, for the record, and I am the Student Body Executive Vice President over at Nevada State University. I stand before you as a proud student, a first-generation learner, and a member of the immigrant community to voice my unequivocal support for the proposed 11% cost of living adjustment and 5% student fee increase for our esteemed professors. When speaking about Nevada State, our professors are not just educators. They are dedicated individuals who tirelessly strive to provide us with the best education possible. Day in and day out, they go above and beyond, often taking on course overloads while still finding time to engage with students personally. Their commitment creates an unparalleled learning environment that defines Nevada State, making it the institution that we cherish. Our professors could easily choose lucrative opportunities in the private sector, but they actually choose to invest in us, shaping and advising the leaders of tomorrow. As first-generation student from the immigrant undocumented community, the impact that these professors have had on my education has been very profound. Their experiences and knowledge have inspired me to dream beyond societal expectations and pursue high positions and higher education. They deserve more than just a livable wage. They deserve our gratitude and financial acknowledgement for the immense value that they bring to our education. Fee increases are often met with apprehension, but if these additional funds are directed toward compensating our professors, then it is an investment in our future, and it is an investment in the very essence that makes Nevada State the nurturing academic home that it is. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Steve Sanson, president of Veterans in Politics International. I've been involved in Nevada politics since 1998. I'm requesting a change in the requirements to be a university regent. If we want to raise the bar of our students, we must first start with ourselves. The Board of Regents represents higher education. I know that there are at least 2 regents who have their doctorate degrees. I believe that all regents should have at least a bachelor's degree to be qualified to sit on this board. It's only fitting if you represent students to get their degrees. The board needs to possess a degree themselves. If not, isn't it hypocritical? The Las Vegas Justice Court changed their requirements to run for judge from 0 years practicing attorney to 5. The Clark County Sheriff changed their requirements from 0 law enforcement experience to post-certified and prior law enforcement background. Isn't it time for the regent to change their requirements as well? There is one regent that I know that does not have a degree, and his name is Byron Brooks. Thank you so much.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Catalina Wilson. I'm the Secretary of the Associated Students of Western Nevada at Western Nevada College. I'm joined today by ASWN Vice President Alyssa Butler and Senator Logan McAllister. I am here to speak on Agenda Item 18, Fiscal Year 2025, Cost of Living Adjustments for Professional Employees. The Associated Students of Western Nevada are overwhelmingly in support of Option A, an 11% salary adjustment for professional employees for fiscal year 25, with a delayed implementation date of October 1st, 2024. The ASWN Senate and Executive Board endorsed Option A based on feedback from Western Nevada College students gathered during a recent Lunch and Learn event. We and the students back this choice because an 11% salary adjustment would incentivize faculty to remain competitive with other institutions. This delayed increase also allows time to secure funding, contrasting with the immediate 9.5% hike that could strain the college financially. Additionally, the students advocate for the 11% adjustment to retain staff and prevent potential budget cuts, ensuring quality instructors stay at the college. This delay benefits both students and faculty, ensuring fair compensation. Therefore, we support option A for its positive impact on students, faculty, staff, and the college's financial stability. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Seth Amram. I'm a first-year UNLV student majoring in international business and a student officer of Hillel and Students Supporting Israel on campus. I would like to first thank you for giving me this time to speak and extend a great thanks especially to Chairman Byron Brooks for his unwavering support of the Jewish community and determination to end anti-Semitism on college campuses. I am a Jewish student and a student of Israeli descent who is fearful of anti-Semitism on my beloved campus of UNLV. This alarming trend on college campuses has had an impact on many students. I've seen firsthand the dangers and harmful rhetoric spread on our campus. I've had friends targeted by pro-Hamas supporters from the student organization Nevadans for Palestinian Liberation at UNLV, also known as NPL. Mine and other students' classes have been interrupted by this group's unsanctioned rallies. I saw the silencing of Jewish students' voices with my own eyes. I heard the terrifying chants, Intifada Revolution, there is only one solution, no peace on stolen land, Whitfield you can't hide, and more. My grandmother has feared for my safety, often pleading for me not to wear a yarmulke or Star of David on campus. It is disheartening to see highly regarded students and faculty posting misinformation online about Jewish people. I have seen UNLV students share multitudes of posts online comparing us Jews to Nazis and demons. Hate does not belong on UNLV campus. Therefore, I strongly urge the board to take action on this hateful group whose very constitution calls for the eradication of a Jewish state, my cherished homeland. This organization does not share the core values and belief that makes UNLV a diverse and welcoming campus for all. By stating this and through their recent actions, NPL is in direct violation of the IRA definition of anti-Semitism established by this board and UNLV's Student Code of Conduct, Section 2.1c on the discrimination of national origin and Section 2.1e on conduct that disrupts academic or administrative functions of this university. There is a notable difference between our mantra, Am Yisrael Chai, the people Israel live, and NPL's chant, One Solution. We cannot stand silent and will not be silent when this hate is prevalent on our campus. Never again. Thank you.
Hello, for the record, my name is Brooke Wingate. I am a junior majoring in social work. I am also the president of Hillel, our Jewish RSO on campus. Over the past month and a half, it has become scarier and scarier to be a Jewish student on campus. I am constantly checking my surroundings to see if I will be the next victim of an anti-Semitic hate crime on a college campus. I no longer wear my Star of David necklace to school because of this fear. The fear convinces me that hiding my Judaism, even a little bit, might protect me. On Monday, October 30th, I asked my girlfriend to escort me to and from all of my classes because the fear was so immense. This fear was caused by a Nevadans for Palestinian Liberation rally. I was in Spanish class during their rally, and I had to quite literally flee my class because they had come so close to the building I was in. I ran to the WRI and sat with a trusted professor for over an hour in her office until the rally was over. I cannot describe the fear that I felt that day in my Spanish classroom, but I know that I will carry that fear with me now. And I am seeing NSHE do very little, an exception to Regent Brooks, who has shown his overwhelming support for us, to prevent Jewish students from feeling this type of fear. Over the past few weeks, we have learned that NPL is a danger to Jewish students, and so are the rallies that they host. When a large number of their protesters are not students, and they do not remain in the free speech area, we want the RSO NPL questioned for their anti-Semitism and designated areas for their rallies, so that at least if they must be allowed on campus, we know where to avoid. I am a Jewish student at UNLV, and I do not feel safe on campus.
Hi, my name is Gaia Steinberg, and I am a UNLV Honors College student majoring in psychology. I'm the vice president of UNLV Hillel, the president and founder of UNLV Students Supporting Israel, and a Stand With Us Emerson Fellow. I am a proud Jewish Israeli student community leader, and I do not feel safe. I'm afraid to walk on campus with my Star of David necklace because there are people everywhere who view it as a threat. I'm afraid to be open about my heritage and identity among classmates and friends because I have no idea who around me is harboring propagandistic and historically repetitive anti-Semitic beliefs. I'm afraid to be on campus during NPL rallies because I know that my very existence as a 10th generation Israeli is their enemy. I'm afraid to walk around the areas surrounding campus because they are littered with swastikas, despite police reports filed. I'm afraid to leave anything remotely Jewish or Israeli visibly showing in or on my car because 2 Jewish students on this campus have reported anti-Semitic car vandalism in the last month alone. I'm afraid to be a queer Israeli Jewish woman on this campus because the feminist club on campus refuses to stand against the barbaric rape and murder of Israeli women and teenagers. I'm afraid to be standing here in front of you and sharing these very vulnerable thoughts and feelings. Right now, I am afraid to be Jewish. Regardless, my fear will never make me stop standing tall and proud of my heritage, history, and people. I faced anti-Semitism my entire life, but never in this astoundingly overbearing capacity. I do not feel safe. No Jewish student in America feels safe. And NSHE has been largely silent. Jewish and Israeli voices have been silenced. Sam Lieberman was a dear family friend, a former regent on this board, and he would have been horrified at the events that have transpired in the last 8 weeks. Protect your Jewish students because we have no more safe campuses. And when Jews have no safe spaces left, we all know what happens. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the esteemed Board of Regents, and a special thank you to Byron Brooks. My name is Corey. I'm a CSUN senator and a dedicated student at the esteemed institution today. I stand before you to address a matter of grave concern, a concern that not only affects me personally, but has wider implications for the fabric of our university and community. As a proud Jewish student, I am no stranger to the rich tapestry of cultures and beliefs that make our campus vibrant. However, it is with a heavy heart that I report instances of anti-Semitism that I have personally experienced here at UNLV. These incidents are not just attacks on my faith, but are an antithetical to the values of diversity, inclusivity, and respect to our university and what it stands for. Anti-Semitism, like all forms of hate, has no place in an educational environment. It corrodes the very foundations of mutual respect and understanding that a university must foster. It is not just a Jewish problem, it is a societal problem. And when one of us is targeted, we are all targeted. But today I'm not just here to share my grievances, I'm here to call for action, for change. The Board of Regents, as steward of this institution, has the power and responsibility to ensure that UNLV is a safe and welcoming place for every student, irrespective of their faith or background. I urge you, esteemed members, I urge you to take immediate and decisive action against anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on our campus. We need policies that not only disavow these forms of hate, but also create an environment where such ideologies cannot take root. Education, maybe awareness campaigns, and strict enforcement of anti-discrimination policies are crucial steps. As we stand at the crossroads of the future, shaping the minds that will lead our nation, let us remember that the foundation of a great future is a present that is secure, inclusive, and respectful of diversity. Today is not just another day. It is a day we can make a difference. Let us work together to ensure that every student, regardless of their faith, feels safe and valued at UNLV. Board of Regents, the future starts now, and it starts with us. Let us take a stand, not just for the Jewish community, but for every individual who attends UNLV, so we are not marginalized, threatened, or excluded because of our identity. This is the time to lead by example and to show the entire world that UNLV has no home for hate. Thank you.
Hello, Regents. My name is Ben Sagman, and I am a freshman music major here at UNLV Honors College. I'm an upcoming board member for the Jewish RSOs, Hillel and Chabad on campus. I would like to touch on the truth and how it relates to anti-Semitism on our campus. Which side do you believe? Do you believe us, who know that Israel is a diverse country where many Israelis and Arabs coexist peacefully and joyfully, and that Hamas is a terrorist group that aims to kill all Jews and eliminate Israel? Or do you believe others, who say that Hamas are freedom fighters, that they did not murder any people or rape any women on October 7th, other than in self-defense against an apartheid regime, Israel? I ask, since when is rape self-defense? I implore you all to believe me, as half of my family currently lives in Israel, and my family and friends are serving in the Israeli Defense Force right now fighting terrorists. Believe me, whose father grew up in Ra'anana, voting for 2-state solutions and served 3 years in the IDF. Believe me, who just came back from a gap year in Israel, where for 5 weeks I volunteered in the back of an ambulance in Beersheba, a place heavily populated with both Arabs and Israelis, and I volunteered with Arab and Israeli medics to give Arabs and Israelis medical assistance in Soroka Hospital, which is full of Arab and Israeli doctors and nurses. When people on this campus accuse my people, our people, the Jewish people, of genocide and ethnic cleansing, they are mostly people who have never met an affiliated or Israeli Jew in their lives, reading anti-Semitic propaganda in news and social media. But I have been there myself with my own 2 feet on the ground, in the only democracy in the Middle East, and I strongly condemn these anti-Semitic lies. Anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. I proudly believe in a free Palestinian state, free from Hamas, free from terrorism, and it surely deserves to exist just as much as the Israeli one does. That said, the term "from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," referring to the land between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea, calls for the elimination of Israel so that only Palestine may have that land. If people claim that posters on campus that read "Intifada continues" are not anti-Semitic hate speech, that Intifada simply means uprising and is not a call to violence, do a quick Google search of the first and second Intifada and keep scrolling until you find videos of 14-year-old brainwashed Arab suicide bombers attempting to sneak into Israel with bombs hiding under their shirts. I hope that everyone here respects the rights of Israelis, Jews, Muslims, Arabs, and Palestinians as much as I do, and that we see that reflected in policy. I am a Jewish student at UNLV, and I do not feel safe on campus. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Darcy Silver. I am a proud undergraduate student here at UNLV. I am 38 years old, and high school was rough. I am the president of the Comedy and Entertainment Club here on campus. We recently had launched UNLV Comedy Week. It had initially received support from the school, and then the day that the 2-day event started, we were told that there was no support, and there was no explanation for that support. I do not feel safe on campus. For the first time, I saw a metal detector here, and I'm wondering why doesn't that exist all around campus so that there is security measures proactively in place as opposed to reacting to a threat that's happened and dealing with pain and suffering. As part of this Comedy Entertainment Club, we were having a Halloween event, and I was pretending to be a dead zombie on campus, and I was laying down in the free speech area outside the hospitality building. It took about 30 minutes for any police officers to respond. Had I actually been suffering, I could have been dead at that point. I look to you guys to create a better plan, to take proactive steps to be able to ensure our safety. I understand there is a constitutional right of free speech. Right next to that constitutional right is the right to bear arms. They go hand in hand in order to ensure our safety. No one in the Jewish community here is proactively trying to make anybody feel unsafe on campus, but from people speaking here, I can tell that there is animosity against us. Perhaps being alive or being here in our presence is questioned. And so I look for your guidance and support to take proactive steps to make sure that we have a great plan in place, just like Formula One has a plan to ensure safety ahead of time and not waiting till something happens for this to occur. I look for your guidance and support, and I've received a lot of great relationships and look forward to continuing to support the school as a proud rebel, as hopefully we'll graduate in a few years and continue this education for many years to come, and donating hundreds of thousands of dollars to make sure that we work together in support. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Elaine Sanchez. Thank you, Board of Regents, for having me here. I just come as a personal citizen, but also a graduate from the NSHE program and UNLV. I come here because on November 13th, I saw a protest on the UNLV campus that went viral on Instagram because of its hate speech. Comments made to justify acts of violence. I understand there are First Amendment rights, but there is also a definition for hate speech. I believe in the right to protest and to do it peacefully. But this was not that. This protest called for the extermination of Jews. I shared my deep concerns and the video with several regents. I want to personally thank Regents Perkins, Regents Goodman, and Chair Brooks, who I've never talked to but did return my call and listened to my perspective, and more importantly, they investigated the matter. Some were not students, but some were. Since UNLV is an open campus, protests can start by anyone. I thought to myself on November 13th, after watching that video, how do our UNLV students feel when hate speech is happening right in front of them? Can they tell the difference between students and non-students? Does that really make a difference? I don't think so. As a Hispanic woman and graduate, I recall in the past DACA students attending UNLV and Turning Point camera crews asking them, are you legitimate? Are you legal? Should you be here? That is no different than this. I am not Jewish, but I am a minority and I am a woman, and I know that you all understand what it's like to be singled out. Universities all over the country are not complying with the U.S. Department of Education requirements, and it is investigating Columbia University, Harvard, and UPenn, and other institutions. Hate cannot be tolerated, and I am proud not one of our universities or colleges are part of that terrible list. I want to personally thank President Whitfield for his statement. I thought it was strong. I liked that there were links for students to reach out to the police officers and let them know how they could tell people what students need and that there would be a response. And I just want to tell our regents, thank you, but please stay vigilant. It is imperative to use the policies, the written policies that you have, because there is a difference between freedom of speech and hate speech. Thank you for your time.
Hello, good morning. My name is Chantel Marshall. For the record, first, I just want to say how proud I am of hearing the students speak today. I hope there are more. As an associate professor at Nevada State University, that is the reason I have my job, is I love working with students, and I love when they share what they're thinking and what they hope will happen. That is the whole point of my job. And I hope that no one here takes offense to what I'm about to say, presidents, regents, guests. I don't want to be here right now. I would rather be meeting with a student who's going to tell me about the topic of her final project for my social psychology class, because it's when I get to see if my students see the world differently for having taken my class. I would rather be putting the finishing touches on my lecture for psychological disorders, because I know a lot of my students will benefit from knowing more than they did when they walked into my class. I would actually rather be grading statistics homework right now. And what I really, really want to do is go back to my campus where I will meet with a candidate for a faculty position and tell them that the Board of Regents, that NSHE supports us, that they value faculty in Nevada, that Nevada values higher education. Right now, I don't know if I can say that. So I urge you to please vote on option A for the cost of living adjustment for our faculty. I hope you've heard from our students the value we bring not only to the state, to our economy, but to their lives. We change the trajectory of students' lives. I don't want to give up that work, but being underpaid for that work really puts us in a tough position, and I hope that you don't put us in that this time. Thank you so much.
Hello, Ted Chodak, for the record, CSN faculty and president of the CSN NFA chapter. Chancellor Charlton, Chair Brooks, Board of Regents, you have to deal with real numbers, budgets for institutions, costs for students. A looming number is the 35% of the cost of living adjustments that the legislature put on your balance sheet. You all know, because you live here and you have to pay your bills, the other side of the equation, the real day-to-day cost of living. This is why so many faculty are here today. The New York Times has a podcast called The Daily. Yesterday's topic was the bad vibes around a good economy. They looked at the 4-year aggregate inflation rate from 2019 to the present. Here are the numbers they shared. The price for a tank of gas is up 29%. Groceries are up 26%. Home prices are up 47%. In the first 3 years until this July, when it came to faculty salaries, NSHE dug itself into a deep hole, compensation-wise, compared to inflation. And now with this current year's 12% COLA and the yet-to-be-determined COLA for next year, we are trying to dig our way out. And given the generosity of the 12% COLA, why do we feel so strongly that NSHE professional employees deserve to get the full 11% COLA next year? Well, when we say that an 11% COLA just maintains our buying power, lets us tread water instead of feeling like we are drowning, we are talking about real numbers at the gas station, at the supermarket, when trying to buy a house. I urge you to approve the 11% COLA recommended as one of the options under consideration today. Thank you.
Good morning, afternoon, maybe. Glenda White, WHITE, CSN, NFA. Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, Chancellor Charleston. I've been around for a while at CSN. I think my name is going to roll at some point on the screen for 30 years. And so I can speak to the fact of students who have come and gone, who have said to us with appreciation and gratitude, thank you for the talented, well-disciplined, knowledge-based faculty that you have given us and brought to us the knowledge that we need to move forward in the future. We understand sacrifice as a faculty, but we also understand inflation and cost of living. We have made those sacrifices when called upon graciously. We have accommodated. But I am here today, as others, to ask you for your full support for the full 11% COLA that we desperately need and have earnestly earned. We wish not to be treated any differently than classified, and thank you, classified, for your support, but we do ask unequivocally to be treated equally with that full 11% COLA to the base of our salaries. On a closing note, you have a serious issue, and you've heard from students on both sides of the aisle. I, as faculty, ask you to give these issues serious, profound, critical thought and analysis. It's your responsibility. Thank you.
Hello, Board of Regents. My name is Teresa Marie, and I am the UNLV GPSA Student Body Treasurer. I wear many hats, including this giant one that I have had the honor of wearing to football, basketball games for over a decade now. I am an undergrad graduate from UNLV. I left and went on for my master's and my JD from the University of Massachusetts School of Law, and I returned to UNLV in 2022. COLA is important to me. I have, in the time that I left in 2016 and came back in 2021, I still had faculty here who were formative through undergrad. By the time I got to the applying for my PhD and my acceptance into the PhD program, which was about 6 months, we have lost 5 faculty members in my department. They're not here anymore. They're not here to guide me in my PhD, and it's sad. 3 of them have gone on to industry. One of them had their contract bought out by another industry. I don't know if she's returning. She won't be here by the time I finish my PhD, so she won't be here to guide me. And that's something that all PhD graduate and undergraduate students are experiencing. Our faculty is leaving, those people who are supposed to be here to guide us. I have colleagues who have had 3 advisors through their PhD. They don't have a current advisor there because they don't have enough faculty that are tenured to handle it. And that's something that we genuinely need to think about as we continue to have more graduate students. We want to increase our grad student population. We can't do that without faculty. And so I urge you to accept this 11% increase with the 5% fee for students. I understand that's putting it on our backs, but it comes back to us in the end, and we want to be here. And then I also have the shameless plug that, you know, UNLV is in the championship tomorrow, and if you can be there, we hope to see you there. Thank you.
Doug Unger, D-O-U-G, U-N-G-E-R, President, UNLV Chapter, Nevada Faculty Alliance. Thank you to the Regents for your consideration and for listening. Of course, you know that the Nevada Faculty Alliance respectfully asks for your vote for option A, the 11% increase with delay to October 1st with a 5% increase in student tuition and fees. You've heard from the previous speakers all the sound reasons for this, but I would like to just break for a moment and say how grateful we are, faculty are, to our students. President Whitfield last night at the reception shared with me his astonishment that there was so little pushback from students over a suggested 5%. And it's true, very, very little pushback. In fact, quite the opposite. You've heard from some of our student leaders about their strong support. And I'm astonished by that support and that there's very little pushback. I think our students understand that 14 years of neglect of salary increases has caused faculty attrition. Our surveys showed that more than half of faculty before last year's 12% COLA had thought of leaving UNLV, and some of them even of abandoning higher education. Last year's 12% COLA was a good remedy, and the 11% that you will vote on today will really help to restore the trust and faith of our faculty in NSHE and our elected leaders. Students, I think, know that education isn't only what they learn from books and classes. As they develop their aspirations and their talents, they look to their teachers as models, not only for how to fashion their careers, but how to live their lives. It's our responsibility to live up to that sacred relationship. By supporting us, you'll also be helping to support them. Thank you.
Good morning, Regents. I checked, it is still morning. My name is Rochelle Basson, B-A-S-S-E-N for the record, Western Nevada College Faculty Senate Chair. As you heard from President Dalby yesterday, Western Nevada College was awarded as one of the best colleges in the country to work for. And my community college has also sustained robust enrollments through the pandemic and experienced astounding increases this year. I see the two successes as being intertwined. WNC employees strive for collaboration across divisions, committees, and departments. We consistently engage with our peers, recognizing the expertise, creativity, and innovation each of us contributes to our programs. We understand how essential equitable opportunities and benefits are for maintaining a supportive environment. That is why WNC faculty and administrators and students at our institution widely favor option A and agenda item 18, with 11% COLA and 5% student fee increase. As the forthcoming HRAC presentation in item 22 demonstrates, teaching faculty salaries are especially falling behind wage increases for other NSHE employees. Anything less than 11% will exacerbate the widening gap in compensation between employees. Let us ensure that we preserve the principles of equality and guarantee that all members of NSHE enjoy equitable benefits. Thank you and have happy holidays.
Good morning. For the record, Christine Beaudry, B-E-A-U-D-R-Y. Good morning, Chancellor and Regents. I am an Associate Professor of Teacher Education and past Chair of the Faculty Senate at Nevada State University. I speak to you today in strong support of 11% COLA. Insufficient compensation negatively affects our programs and ultimately our students' learning opportunities and experiences. In our School of Education, we have lost several faculty in the past few years. We are currently struggling in our search to recruit faculty in school psychology for our school-based mental health program and clinic. These positions are critical to our program and to meeting the overwhelming need of our local schools for licensed professionals. The Nevada State Board of Education recommends ratios of 1 school psychologist per 500 students. CCSD currently has 1 psychologist per over 1,800 students. Our existing faculty have done exceptional work developing our undergraduate and graduate programs in this area, but capacity to serve students will be limited without sufficient faculty required for program operations and accreditation. Faculty leaving, as well as potential faculty, have cited comparatively low salaries and high costs of living as barriers. Several times now, we have made it to the offer stage only to lose highly qualified potential faculty due directly to low salary, While housing prices here have nearly doubled since 2017, real faculty salaries have fallen significantly below those levels. Of the 8 teacher education faculty that have joined our School of Education since 2017, only one of us are homeowners. I've watched my own rent increase over 75% during this period, while my salary, including increase for rank, promotion, and tenure, has increased only 40%. The proposed 11% COLA is crucial to addressing the high inflation rates and the lack of adjustments over the past decade. It is important to recognize that this adjustment is not a raise. Rather, it aims to maintain or restore the purchasing power of our faculty. Even with the full 11% COLA, faculty inflation adjusted take-home pay will only return to fiscal year 2015 levels. Thank you for your time and consideration. Your decision has a lasting impact on the future of our institutions and the students we serve.
Hello, my name is Kinsey Wright, KINSEYWRIGHT, and I'm an assistant professor of special education at Nevada State University. Like my colleague, Dr. Marshall, I don't want to be here today. I stand before you today, though, just as I did 6 months ago, to advocate for a cost of living adjustment, the 11% option for our NSHE faculty members. To make ends meet, I seek out extra work. Last academic year, I taught 4 extra classes, 1 during the winter break and 3 during the summer. I hope to teach 4 extra classes again this academic year. Now, you might be thinking that this is maybe vacation money or maybe extra money to stash in a 401k or even a savings account. And if you think this, you'd be wrong. This money goes towards bills and other daily living expenses. If you told me 20 years ago that I would be 42 years old, have a doctoral degree, be a college professor, be priced out of buying a house where I live, and need a side gig to pay the bills, I would have laughed at you. And yet, here I am today. The way I see it, the decision that you're faced with today is a heart versus head situation. I believe that in your hearts, or at least I hope in all of your hearts, that you know that NSHE faculty are deserving of a cost of living adjustment. And if your voting was only based on your heart, this would be a no-brainer. But your head also understands the fiscal ramifications of a yes vote for our institutions. I'd like to remind you, though, that while the fiscal reality may be uncomfortable and not ideal, it is possible. In conclusion, I am not greedy, and neither are my colleagues. We simply want to earn a salary that will help us pay our bills with less stress. Thank you and have a great day.
My name is Pete Martini, M-A-R-T-I-N-I. I am an assistant professor of psychology at Nevada State. I want to first start by thanking Regent Goodman and Regent Carvalho for their recent trips to Nevada State to listen to faculty and talk with students about their concerns regarding COLA. I want to thank our classified colleagues for supporting the 11% COLA. And I want to thank our students, particularly some of my students at Nevada State, who spoke eloquently in favor of the 11% COLA today. I too am speaking in favor of the 11% COLA. It is a version of the COLA solution that shares burden with faculty waiting until October, saving NSHE millions of dollars, while at the same time increasing student fees slightly while remaining one of the cheapest education options in the country. You've heard from students, you've heard from my colleagues about how cost of living has affected them. In my 3 years here at Nevada State, my department has lost 4 faculty members. Trying to replace them is getting more difficult. Our search pools are drying up. There are better, more lucrative opportunities almost everywhere. I have faculty at Nevada State who will make more money at CCSD than they would make working with us. We need to remedy this situation. If, however, you feel that faculty are not worthy of the 11%, a question I would have for you is why? Why is faculty livelihood worth less to you than the livelihood of other Nevada workers? Why is their ability to pay rent, to live, to feed their families worth less to you than other Nevada State workers. Please vote for option A, the 11% cost of living adjustment. Thank you.
Good morning and thank you for your time. My name is Erica Abad, Erika Abad, and I am currently an assistant professor at Nevada State. After serving as faculty in residence for the College of Liberal Arts at UNLV for 6 years, I had come to a crossroads. Could I afford to continue teaching the Southern Nevada students I had loved? Luckily, Nevada State had an opening and said yes. The reason I had come to this decision is because I was trying to figure out if I could afford rent, car payments, and the return of student loans. And I'm here today because while I can, I have colleagues, classified staff, faculty who get paid as much, if not less, than what I had made before I left to join Nevada State, before I had left UNLV to join Nevada State in 2022. I speak about my transition to explain that serving out of love and goodwill is not enough. Nevada State position was the only position I applied for because I was that committed to staying in Southern Nevada. And as much as I loved it here, I'm glad I can afford it here, and I want my colleagues, the office managers who keep us in line, the part-time instructors, the lecturers, the student support services to be able to afford to live here stress-free as well. I have colleagues who come in at 7 in the morning, some of them leaving at 8 or 9 at night because they are that committed to serving our students. They are that committed to making sure they're doing well in class, they're getting their needs met, and they are connected to campus resources and community resources to help them get there. Our students, much like us, want to be able to afford to buy homes, build families, and contribute to strengthening the cultural and economic vitality of the region. With the 11% cost of living increase requested, faculty and staff will be able to worry less about their economic housing security in order to better support students in making their dreams a reality. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Lori Navarrete, Lori, last name Navarrete. I am a professor of education at Nevada State University. My colleagues and I prepare educators for a workforce in dire need of teachers, as you know. Faculty in education are among the lowest paid across all disciplines. At NSU, we hire assistant professors with a doctorate degree at $58,000, starting at $58,000. CCSD hires new teachers with a bachelor's degree at $53,000. I'm sorry, at $53,000. The state of Nevada needs to get serious about funding PK-18 education. That's a topic for another time. Education faculty and our peers in other disciplines work extremely hard, as you've heard today, and are committed to our jobs. We love our jobs, and most importantly, our students. We are preparing this great state's current and future workforce. Do the right thing and honor the 11% COLA so we too can live a quality of life we all deserve. Thank you.
Hello, for the record, my name is Vanessa Mari. Last name is Mari. I am an associate professor of TESOL and bilingual education at Nevada State University. I am here today to advocate for 11% COLA. I moved here 6 years ago and have made Nevada my home. My daughter was born here, and I have enjoyed raising my family in this state. However, during those 6 years, I have seen how the cost of living has doubled, making it hard to raise a family. 6 years ago, I rented a 3-bedroom house for $1,200. Now the same house is over $2,000. Daycare used to be $700 a month. Now that is $13,000. During those 6 years, I have also witnessed over 15 faculty members leave Nevada State University, with one of their reasoning being that they could not afford to continue living here. I saw employee morale go down. I saw faculty cry because paying rent was difficult. When we got COLA earlier this year, there was a shift towards feeling appreciated. And I am confident that if 11% pass, we will start feeling that we can continue to work and live in Nevada. During these 6 years, like most Americans, I find myself taking on additional jobs to be able to pay for the increase in cost of living. My job is to teach our students and prepare future teachers to work with multilingual students. My work is to support our students. However, I find that the mission of our university can't be supportive if we're not supporting the people who work to make that a reality. COLA will not only help me, but it will help all of us in supporting our mission. It will show how we're committed to public education and those who serve them and their families. Please vote for 11% COLA to further demonstrate how we are a strong community that values education. The public needs to know that we support state workers as much as we support F1 races, sports stadiums, and casinos. Our population has increased significantly. Let's support the growth of our public education and grow more quality public programs. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Arascata, and members of the board. My name is Katie Dockweiler, and I wear many different hats in our community. I serve as Vice President of the Nevada State Board of Education, the board that develops the vision and policy goals for student achievement in Nevada's PK-12 education system. Vice Chair Arascata currently serves as on our board as a Regents representative, and his perspective is very much respected and valued. Thank you to all the Regents for your service to the state and to our community. As a policymaker, I understand the difficult decisions that this board faces on a regular basis and how pros and cons must be weighed against each other as eventual outcomes have significant impact and consequence. However, it is not as a fellow policymaker that I'm here before you today. Today, I speak to you as an employee of NSHE, specifically as an assistant professor of school psychology at Nevada State University. One item that you will be voting on today is COLA. This is an item with significant impact and consequence for faculty and our families. I urge you to vote for option A, giving the full 11% COLA increase with a delayed implementation date of October 2024. In the short term, we will lose out on a more immediate increase to our salaries. However, the long-term consequence relative to monthly pay and retirement far outweigh the short-term delay. The lives of faculty and our families will be impacted by your chosen path forward, and I urge you to consider that path to be option A. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jim Matovina, Matovina, and I'm a math professor at CSN. Many of the people before me have very eloquently expressed the desire for the 11% COLA, and I could echo that. But I also want to draw your attention to item 22 on the agenda that talks about raising the salary bands by 10%. Since COLAs have not been applied to those salary bands in over a decade, those salary bands are currently 31% deficient. And if you raise our salaries by another 11% with a much needed COLA, now you're going to go 45 to 46% deficient. There is also a provision in the code, specifically in Title 4, Chapter 3, Section 27, that limits initial placement to the median of those salary bands. If you raise those bands by 10%, you raise that median by 10%, you're still much in the hole for new faculty members. If I was to start at CSN right now, my family could not afford to buy the house that I live in right now. That section does allow institution presidents to approach this board for exceptions. But do you really want those presidents to come here to ask for exception to pay a new faculty member a living wage? Wow. Thank you.
Good morning, Regents. It's me, Molly Apple, the Faculty Senate Chair at Nevada State. I'm the problem, it's me. No, but I have enjoyed speaking with many of you, both as a group and individually, on what your investment in option A would mean for us. And I really appreciate your concern, particularly about the potential loss of academic programs and opportunities for our students. But I will reiterate that the single biggest barrier for our programs at welfare right now is the retention and recruitment of administrative and academic faculty, because they're struggling to meet costs for copays, medication, gas, housing, groceries. Now, I don't necessarily say this enough in this space, which is that I am in my dream job. Teaching is and will always be the hardest job that I have ever and will ever love. I'm an English professor, and I always love hearing, for example, my nursing students tell me that my class in human rights and literature is helping them become a more compassionate and effective nurse. I love seeing our composition program, who serves every single student who gets a degree from NSU, and our full-time lecturers, who are the heartbeat of this program, are paid less than our first-year alum who teach in Clark County School District. But they are still spending almost 80 hours a semester giving one-on-one student conferences and mentoring for students, sometimes with their kids in their laps because they can't pay for childcare. When students feel afraid to be on campus or don't know how to navigate being undocumented with balancing all of their responsibilities, my colleagues and I are the first people they come to, because we love what we do. And I think it's a really powerful and important moment to leverage love into action. So let's set the bar high, do what's right, show our legislators what we value, like good writers and teachers do. We model how we want to invest in higher ed. Thank you so much.
Hello, again, Stacy Walters. I'm CSN tenured faculty and NFA CSN's bargaining chair. I'm here to speak in favor of Agenda Item 18, Option A, regarding COLAs. NSHE professional employees must receive an 11% salary increase in fiscal year 25. The Nevada legislature approved a COLA with essentially 2-to-1 match on funds. That's a 200% match on the funds that you're spending on your employees, up to 11%. So I ask, can NSHE really afford to turn down matching funds? Can NSHE afford to lose more talent? For employees, a 9.5% or 7.5% COLA will not be perceived as a victory. NSHE professional employees know the stakes and have resoundingly supported the needed 11%. Anything less than a match of 11% means NSHE values its employees less. Specifically, community college faculty have had no starting salary increases for over 10 years. They've lost 2.5% yearly merit increases and have no path to professional promotions. New faculty can be offered $41,000. NSHE's message, faculty are not worth the cost. Without taking full advantage of the legislature's 2-to-1 match on funds, we lose faculty and are essentially turning away talent. We understand the hesitation on raising fees, but fees and tuition at Nevada's institutions are low among similar institutions. COLA is the cost of living. Vote yes on option A, award an 11% salary increase in parity with classified and state employees. Choose option A and show NSHE employees that, like the Nevada legislature, you also value NSHE. And to retain talent, please agree on Agenda Item 22 and raising the salary bands. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Esther Placazeras, CSN faculty. I would like to start by expressing my gratitude with the board and the systems office and all of you that work behind the scenes to support AB 226. A special thanks to Regent Amy Carvalho for her kind letter and support during the session. I constantly reflect back when I first wrote the BDR along with Assembly Ruben De Silva and VP Michael Flores, As you know, the bill passed and we are incrementally moving the needle on equitable policy for our students regardless of their immigration status. I and the rest of the team are working through the implementation phase, which I've learned through my public policy doctoral program at UNLV is the most crucial and important piece of the bigger puzzle. I cannot wait to see results of the bill's expansion of in-state tuition for our Nevada high school equivalency students, TPS, and hopefully one day our DACA students. I'm also here to show my full support for COLA Option A. We have a window of opportunity here which has not been seen in years, at least in the last 13 years of my tenure with NSHE. These adjustments would bring us back to FY 2015 levels. And lastly, faculty members deserve to be treated at the same as other state employees whose salaries are being raised 11% automatically in FY 2025. Thank you.
Kent Irvin, ERVIN, Nevada Faculty Alliance. Faculty and students and staff have made eloquent arguments in support of option A. I'm not that eloquent, but I'm going to address some budget issues. If 35% of a revenue stream of any enterprise does not keep up with inflation, it's impossible to maintain services at high quality. Pointing fingers at the legislature will not retain faculty or keep course sections open. The NSHE Funding Formula Committee is the place to enact change for the future. Every institution needs the 5% fee increase along with the delayed COLA to avoid larger budget cuts, including position eliminations. 2 institutions will still have significant cuts, but largely because of issues unrelated to the COLAs, including declining enrollments and diversion of operating funds to other priorities. Making the decision today will give them 7 months to make necessary adjustments. The suspension of the 1% performance pay pool is unfortunate. It's not ideal, but merit is internally funded at 0% from the legislature versus 65% for COLA, so the trade-off for this 1 year makes sense. If the full 11% COLA is put in place in FY25, it can be incorporated into future state-based budgets. We've asked and heard nothing to the contrary. A lower COLA definitely cannot be recouped later, though. A future state budget crisis could cause the state, again, to pursue furloughs or pay cuts. That's in the future, but we will be in a better starting place if the full 11% is awarded now. Option A is preferable over option B because it saves more money in fiscal year 25, but keeps the 11% in the base budget. There won't be another chance. Thank you for making the hard but right decision.
Good morning, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Arascata, esteemed members of the Board of Regents, Chancellor Charlton, and presidents. My name is Dawson Deal, and I'm honored to serve as the Director of Government Affairs for the Associated Students of the University of Nevada. Today, I stand before you to stress the need for comprehensive student outreach regarding the FY25 proposals. The importance of the cost of living adjustments for faculty and staff retention is key, and these decisions profoundly impact our financial landscape. Yet the current lack of thorough student involvement places an undue burden on us, especially in light of suggestions for student governments to shoulder more outreach responsibilities on behalf of the board. I urge the board to prioritize robust communication strategies that ensure students are thoroughly informed about the proposed fee increases and COLA adjustments. Genuine engagement from the board empowers students and significantly enhances transparency and accountability within the decision-making process. By fostering open dialogue and providing comprehensive information, we can ensure that the student community actively participates in shaping our institution's future. Additionally, in the pursuit of academic excellence, fiscal decisions must adeptly balance the interests of both faculty and students. The proposed plans in front of you today underscore the intricate interplay between maintaining the quality of education and ensuring its accessibility. I express concern with the narrative that fee increases are merely acceptable because we're deemed affordable. It is crucial that we challenge the status quo and are guided by a shared vision of fostering an environment where education is not just accessible, but thrives without compromising the financial well-being of students and the integrity of academic pursuits. I would like to personally thank Regent Downs, who visited our university to have this discussion with students and President Sandoval and his team who helped us understand this issue while listening to our concerns. I appreciate the board's dedication to these challenging discussions as we collectively commit to a thoughtful examination of affordability that honors both our faculty's unwavering dedication and the student body's aspirations. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello, my name is Robin Rohde, for the record, last name Rohde, and I'm very nervous. I think I have a phobia of microphones, but if it's acceptable, I'm here to comment on two agenda items, agenda item 12 regarding the COLA and agenda item 18 regarding your consideration of interim president for College of Southern Nevada. I am a full-time faculty member at in English at the College of Southern Nevada, and I've worked there for 13 years. Regarding the COLA increases, I strongly support the 11% increase. I actually started at CSN as a part-time writing assistant, and I worked my way up into administration, and I was making a significant amount of money and really enjoying that work. But I noticed that my skill set and my passions lie in the classroom. And so in 2018, I took a significant pay cut to do, sorry administrators, a more important job. And since then, it has been a bit of a struggle to make ends meet. And I have worked a couple of different side jobs to make up, not the total difference, still not making as much money, but to make it so that I can thrive with my daughter and my husband and my family. I know several colleagues who do work part-time jobs. They substitute for Clark County School District, and they do this in order to make ends meet as well. So I hope that you will consider the COLA increase, and thank you. The second comment is on agenda item 12 regarding the recommendation for interim president of College of Southern Nevada, Dr. James McCoy. I just want to show up and give my support of Dr. James McCoy. I actually wanted a full active search for the president of CSN. I think our college deserves a strong and lasting leader in that role. But if we are going to consider an interim, someone who has known the college inside and out and who has been supportive of many, many different academic success programs and student programming, Dr. James McCoy would be a very good fit for that. So I wanted to share my support of that as well. Thank you for all of the work that you do, and that is it. The end.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Thais Solichenko, Taissalytchenko. I've been in front of this board plenty of times in the past to know that no public comment will truly change your minds or your votes today. However, I wanted you to understand the full weight of the items that you will vote on today. First is the tuition increase, which will affect 2/3 of our UNR grads who, like me, are not on a full assistantship. My bill at the start of each semester is roughly $4,000 in tuition and mandatory health insurance I'm required to have because I'm a full-time student. My stipend is $900 a month. I am forced to work 3 jobs outside of UNR to cover my bills, a luxury many of our students, especially internationals, do not have. The choices you have before you today directly pin students versus our deserving faculty. Somehow, these are the only options, the only fair options we could come up with. The second is a fitness fee as part of the registration fees, which are mandatory for all students, and a service which many graduates, regardless of how we advertise the benefit of it, do not use due to the rigor and the time requirement of their research. And finally, the Ponderosa rent increase, yet again, but this time predominantly to fill a capital improvement fund under the guise of apartment refreshes, which will happen at the rate of 1 to 2 units per year, so not likely that 90% of the students that are going to be paying into this will see a direct benefit of it. So as you vote these in, you can consider alternatives of mitigating the fallout from these votes, as you have done many times in the past. Perhaps expanding the services
such as campus food pantry pack provisions, which is now experiencing a high surge of grad international students, so much so that ASUN had to come to our president to shed light that this is becoming an issue for food available for undergraduates. The evident pattern emerges here to cover the hole created by poor projections and budget planning will do this on the backs of students. After all, this is a business and someone has to take the fall for it. Thanks.
Patrick Villa, V-I-L-L-A for the record. I'm the Faculty Senate Chair at CSN. I'm going to talk about the item about our COLA, and I'm going to bring up the thing I brought up a couple meetings before, and I'm going to say it every meeting, and hopefully someone will do something one day. I'm asking you, the board, to speak with our HRs, all of our HRs at all of our campuses, and find out how hirings go. How many offers are extended, how many offers are rejected, and I'll tell you, when a candidate goes through an application process, multiple interviews, they want that job, most likely. And when we offer the position and they turn it down, there's usually one reason, and it's because the salary is very low. We get lowballed a lot for our incoming faculty. This is why we need one thing, 11% out of those two options. We need more than that. We need about 45%, but 11% out of the two choices is where we need to be now. It's a problem that's going to get worse and worse if we keep this low, because we're going to be a day where no one wants to run for Senate chair. No one wants to become a department chair because there aren't any good faculty. We're getting the bottom of the barrel sometimes. We're getting our third and fourth choices. We're getting our third and fourth choice for administrators. That's very clear, at least at CSN, that first, second, third choice for certain VPs, certain provosts, certain whatever. They're not our top choices on the search committee. Unfortunately, we have to settle with somebody, and then the consequences are bad later on. And it's going to happen with faculty. We owe it better to our students. So we need to get our salaries a little bit more competitive so that we can draw some people in there and we can get our departments, our colleges on the right track, back on the right track at least. Thank you. And also, I don't notice any slides about CSN 30-year people on there. I see every other college. Is it up there? I keep missing it, and I just want to make sure it's up there. Thank you. I apologize.
Mr. Vice Chair, that is all the public comment that we have in the room. If you would like to call for phone public comment, please.
Will do. Thank you, Chief of Staff Nick Olszewski. SCS, is there public comment via phone?
Yes, there is. Starting with caller number, with the phone number ending in 9098, please press *6 to unmute. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board. Going to the next caller, caller with the phone number ending in 8531, please press *6 to unmute. And you have, please state and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hello, for the record, I'm Stephanie Funes, and I'm an alumni from UNLV. I'm calling to comment on Regent Brooks' anti-Palestinian statements that were made yesterday, statements which are blatantly false and harmful to the Palestinian and Muslim students in this campus. How can UNLV call itself one of the most diverse institutions in the nation while disregarding the effect that these false statements have on the safety and the well-being of Muslim and Palestinian students? When there has been multiple stories of students being recently harassed on campus solely for being visibly Muslim or Palestinian, when a week ago in Vermont, 3 Palestinian students were shot. The state of Israel has killed over 13,000 civilians, thousands of them children, in the last 2 months. Why should they be above criticism? Why should anyone calling out these war crimes be labeled anti-Semitic? Should Jewish students calling for an end to the bombings and the killings of Palestinians also be labeled anti-Semitic? Absolutely. None of the peaceful rallies on campus have called for any harm, and I am embarrassed for those who choose to live in ignorance. The phrase From the River to the Sea does not call for the extermination of Jewish people. It expresses the wish for Palestinians to be free to exist and prosper all over the region, since at this moment it is impossible for them to do so due to the apartheid regime imposed on them. I am embarrassed of these universities and this Board of Regents' lack of principles, lack of knowledge, and lack of empathy for its Palestinian students. It's absolutely unacceptable.
Okay, and caller with the last four digits of 3256, please press *6 to unmute. And you have, spell and state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hi, I'm a high school student, and I stand with the freedom of speech and the freedom to protest anywhere, including college campuses. Obviously, you guys are uneducated and don't understand the Palestinian struggle. From the river to the sea does not mean a genocidal call to violence to destroy the state of Israel. It means we want all countries and states free between the river to the sea. This isn't just about Jewish students, but also Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim students. Don't bring NPL, which is Nevada for Palestinian human rights, into this, because supporting Palestine does not mean we support Hamas. Everyone has the right to say their opinion. Let's not victimize just Jewish students. Do better and do your research. Thank you.
Okay, we're back to caller with the last four digits ending in 9098. Please press *6 to unmute. You spell and state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hello there, I'm Gerardo Aguilar, Gerardo Aguilar. I'm going to speak in behalf of CSN, student body. I'm one of the senators, West Charleston campus. Good day, everybody. I'm thrilled to share my experience and my attending the first generation college student day at the White House in Washington, D.C. But the truth is that there are more grievous topics that are being spoken of, and I feel a little out of place having to speak about this, because there is an importance of having to condemn violence across the board by the Board of Regents, and to be able to understand that there are a diverse variety of different students in all different institutions that are in need of your guidance instead of your judgments. But that said, I do want to first go back to this thing now. The first generation college student day at the White House made possible for CSN and leadership to guide us through this, like Daniel Alvarado and Dr. Clarissa Cota, who is an exemplary example of a president. The highlight was promoting educational opportunity panel featuring esteemed leaders like Melody Gonzalez, Crystal Akai, and Naeem Jenkins-Nixon. Their insights into the challenges and opportunities facing various communities were truly eye-opening. These leaders were, with their unwavering commitment to inclusivity and educational equity, profoundly impacted me. They reminded us that we, as first-generation college students, are the leaders of tomorrow. They emphasize that regardless of our backgrounds, we have the pathways and opportunities to affect positive change in our country, whatever that may be that has to do with academics that is going to be good for us. Their words instilled in us a sense of purpose and aspiration, reinforcing the belief that we can aspire to be great and have greatness in us. This experience has left an indelible mark on me, and I am excited to carry forward these lessons learned to contribute to a better future. In conclusion, I want to express my heartfelt appreciation for this opportunity for CSN. This experience has reinforced my belief in the power of education and the importance of inclusivity. It has inspired me to strive for excellence and contribute positively to my community and country. Thank you very much. I hope that the Board of Regents can understand that there are far more important things than just having a big comments, as opposed to putting what you believe in. You are the forefront of our leaders. I expect you to represent us and the rest of the institutions with a sense of kindness, love, respect, and diversity, equanimity, and inclusivity. I'm a college student that comes from first generation. I just expect to be kindness all the way around. Thank you very much.
That concludes the online public callers.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Regent Boylan?
Thank you, sir. May I make a public comment? Be part of the
I'm
public?
not so sure that we're, a public comment?
Yeah, as I'm a public.
Sure, you can be a
All right.
public comment.
Yeah. Thank you. No, I don't want to stand up there. It makes me nervous to see all these people looking at me. I want to address something that some students said. I don't remember Chair Byron Brooks speaking against any Palestinian students yesterday when he addressed this topic. I've just come back from DC and I spoke about this in great detail with certain people. And I'm kind of really bothered, and that's why I asked the question yesterday. We should know more about what's happening, if there's been any harm done to any students, whether they're Jewish, Palestinian, Muslim, whatever. So we need to have a thorough discussion about that. And I think this board is not in favor of any one group. We are concerned about all the students. So I was really taken aback by the Jewish students who are afraid to be on campus, while the other group are not afraid. So that tells me something. Why is one group of students afraid and the other isn't? I believe our our police are doing a great job, as they always do, but they cannot be in every situation, in every place. So there's no saying that they're not keeping you safe or keeping us safe. So please keep this in mind, and I'm saying this as a member of the public, not as a regent. I think the regents, all of us, are concerned and very bothered about every student being safe. And I ask Chair Brooks to have a special meeting on this or to bring this up soon so we can discuss it in detail. What has happened, how many events, what's been reported, so we can talk about it with facts, not, oh, this happened out there and this happened and that's so and so. Let's talk about NSHE, UNLV, UNR, all our community colleges. I know my 2 minutes are up, but being a regent, I can take 3, but I won't. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so that concludes certainly our public comment. I'm going to do a couple things real quick. One is I'm going to open up agenda number 9 for a moment. That was the chair report that I provided yesterday, and I will simply just say that I stand by my remarks during that chair report, and that I extend an offer to any student, staff, or faculty member to have further discussion, which clearly I believe needs to take place. Having said that, I will now, now that we've concluded all of our public comments, I think it would be appropriate just to take a quick 5-minute administrative break, and then we will get right back into the agenda. Thank you. Okay, I think we should probably try to resume so that we can move forward. If folks want to take their seats, we'll conclude our administrative break and get back into agenda items. So for the interest of some time, what I'm going to do is we're going to move item 25 forward right now. And I'll turn this over to President Whitfield to provide some opening remarks for this agenda item.
Thank you so much, Chair. And for the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. One of the things that we know is at the heart of what the board cares about, what all the presidents care about, what our faculty care about, is about student success. And I think that it is a very welcomed opportunity to be able to highlight and show student success that happens on our campuses. Want to take today to focus on some well-learned lessons from well, they're not a teenager anymore. Boyd Law is going to be 25 years old, so celebrating 25 years. And some of the lessons about how to be able to cultivate, to cull, to incentivize, to encourage student success, I think are in the DNA of Boyd. And so with that, I'd like to welcome to the podium Dean Leah Grinfald, the Dean of the Boyd School of Law, and allow her to share some of her thoughts about the student success that they've experienced.
Thank you so much. Leah Chan Greenwald for the record. Chairman Brooks, Chancellor Charlton, Regents, and Presidents. Thank you for the opportunity to briefly provide an overview of how Boyd Law provides our law students with pathways to professional success. We are proud to be celebrating our 25th anniversary this academic year, as President Whitfield said. We all look forward, actually, to seeing some of the Regents at our big gala tomorrow night and appreciate your time in attending. At the law school, we offer 2 professional degrees, the Juris Doctorate, JD, and the Masters of Law, the LLM degree. We also offer dual degree programs with the Business School, the Social Work School, and the College of Education. I've put up a quick snapshot of us. We have a total of 459 students, and 88% of those are Nevada residents. There are various measures of student success, and some of that we use at the law school include graduation, bar passage, and full-time employment. Our retention and graduation rates are extremely high. We lose approximately 1% of students each year to transfers out, but we typically gain as transfers in around 3%. In order to practice as an attorney, a student needs to pass a state-specific bar exam, and that is measured by our accrediting body, the American Bar Association, on a 2-year rate, which for Boyd Law is currently almost 90%. In Nevada, our first-time bar pass rate for the class of 2023 was 79% compared to the state's average of 63%. Our full-time employment rate is also very high. The class of 2022, for which we have full statistics, we're still gathering statistics for the class of 2023, is 96% for 136 graduates. And of the 4%, I will say, those are 5 students. Of the 4%, those 5 students who do not have a job, 2 of whom are not actually looking for a job for a variety of reasons. And some people graduate and they have home care taking responsibilities or other types of responsibilities that prevent them from seeking a job. So what is our blueprint for our student success? One caveat is that we are the only law school in the state. Although a JD degree is but a pathway to professional success, beyond practicing law, as a professional school, students do come to Boyd mainly to learn about the law and become lawyers. And so every student who wants to find a job in Nevada will find one. But being the only law school does not by itself give us an edge. There are many professionals who are moving to one of the fastest growing cities and states in the country who compete with our students for jobs. The 2 pillars of our blueprint, as I see it, is our student-centric approach and the support of the greater Boyd Law community. Under our student-centric approach, we have a low faculty to student ratio and amazing scholar teachers as academic faculty to provide our students in a strong academic grounding. We're also able to draw on talented attorneys who teach as adjuncts in our program. But we also have dedicated administrative faculty and classified staff who assist with co-curricular experiential learning, such as our community service program, as well, one of its kind in the country, as well as our career development education from the first day of law school. Students come to Boyd Law knowing that they will be set up for success in their education, skill building, bar passage, and job search. There's a long list of how we work with students on a personalized basis to prepare them for professional success. So just for a few examples, all first-year students have a mandatory one-on-one counseling appointment with our career development office. We have a mock interview program where we make sure our students feel comfortable in interviewing with other professionals. Our career development office also offers a number of workshops throughout the academic year, which they record for offline viewing that focus on professionalism, career paths, and job search strategies. As to the second pillar, the support of our greater Boyd Law community. Again, we have a competitive advantage in that, on average, approximately 90% of our graduates stay in Nevada and are loyal to Boyd Law. But it's not just loyalty and the rebel spirit that puts Boyd grads first in line for job opportunities within the Nevada community. Dick Morgan, the founding dean of the law school, had a vision for Boyd Law, which was based on service. Woven throughout our curriculum and our co-curricular activities and our faculty work is an ethos of serving the greater Nevada community. This shows up in concrete programs like our one-of-a-kind community service program, which is a requirement for all students to participate in and is conducted with a long-standing partnership with the Legal Aid Center of Southern Nevada. As part of our service-based mission, we also continuously work to keep our ties strong with the greater Boyd Law community that includes our base of 3,000 alumni, but also important organizations like Legal Aid or the Clark County District Attorney's Office. This is done through continual alumni engagement. Our chapter of the Alumni Association is extremely active and supportive. They fundraise for law student support, like providing a free lunch during the bar exam. And we run annual programs that allow for alumni and other organizations to stay engaged, such as the Sports Law Career Panel or How to Start Your Own Legal Practice. Honestly, during the semester, not a day goes by without some member of the greater Boyd Law community walking through the halls of Boyd Law. But we also make it a point to meet our community where they are. We have a lunch with a law firm program where the Career Development Office takes groups of students to different law firms and other entities around the city, like federal courts, to expose them to different career paths. This is just touching the surface of what we think at Boyd Law the secret sauce is, but I'd also be happy to share more with anyone. Please just be in touch. And so thank you so much for the time to share what we think our blueprint for success is at Boyd Law.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I know that we appreciate it. Are there any regents with questions? I don't see any questions, but I do want to offer a comment. And because you and I have had some conversation over the course of probably the last 6 months, I've been anxiously awaiting you to come in and present to us, because you absolutely have demonstrated a blueprint that I hope can be mirrored throughout our state, in that as folks graduate from Boyd, employment offering is abundant for those students. And when we talk about value proposition of higher education, I think there is nothing more definitive that would explain why somebody would want to take a look at Boyd School of Law to get their JD. And it's the manner in which the law school supports and helps those graduates on a career path immediately. So I just think it's fantastic. And again, thank you very much for coming in and providing us the presentation.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. President Dalpy.
Hi, good afternoon, good morning, whatever it is. Thank you for having us do this presentation today. Kyle Dalpy with Western Nevada College. One of the things we're finding with a 17% enrollment increase, 11% FTE increase, and 13% weighted student credit hour increase is that we have more students on campus. And so our access goal is way above what we had expected or what we were hoping for. So now we have shifted in our enrollment management strategies to look at the success angle on how to help students ensure that they get through the pipeline to complete their classes, degrees, and certificates. And so part of this success agenda item, what I wanted to do is have our 4 students, who I hope are behind me, otherwise I'm here by myself. Okay, okay. We're going to have them talk to you about some 4 of our initiatives that we've put in place to help support students as they progress through their educational pipeline.
Hi, for the record, I'm Catalina Wilson, Secretary of the Associated Students of Western Nevada. I'm here to talk about the first year experience and what it brought to me and what it also provides to other students. The first year experience was a welcoming event for students to meet with other students with similar interests, and there was also a bunch of events that were hosted throughout the year so that they can participate and they can meet other students on the campus. It also introduced the campus to be a safe place to study, to learn, and to hang out. And it also encourages students to meet with the faculty and the staff prior to the start of classes, where they can build connections with each other and feel comfortable in reaching out for help. The advisors also work one-on-one with the first year students regularly to make sure that they're doing well at the campus, that they feel good in their mental health state, and that they're also doing well in their classes.
For the record, my name is Alyssa Butler. At WNC, we have WNC Experience, and it is a fully online platform through Canvas for online students, in-person, and hybrid, so that they all have access and can connect with each other, since some people don't even go to campus, they just do it fully online. It gives students a place where they can talk about whatever for the fun prompts that are posted for each week of the semester, and it allows them to talk freely without judgment of their teachers, and it gives them a way to kind of de-stress from their other Canvas shells if they have stressful classes.
For the record, my name is Susanna Stinkute. Our faculty are dedicated to providing a welcoming environment on campus. Oh, did I turn it off? Okay. They are available during office hours and after class. They provide helpful and supportive feedback on our assignments. Many of our faculty members are club advisors and are passionate about the subject matter and guiding students. As a member of ASWN, I love seeing faculty bringing their classes down to events and encouraging their students to get involved at WNC. I know my life has been impacted by many faculty members, and all of my success at WNC has come from our faculty, so thank you.
For the record, my name is Logan McAllister. ASWN organizes and puts on events that are designed to engage and provide to students. These also allow students to socialize with each other along with any faculty who choose to participate in the event. And this helps build a sense of community at WNC's campus. Our goal is to make students feel like they belong at WNC. And this year specifically, student participation with our events has been higher than ASWN has seen in years. ASWN also provides the Wildcat Reserve, a food pantry on campus, which is a free resource for our students, along with the Wildcat Studio, a podcast room that students can utilize to express themselves. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, again, thank you. From all of us at Western Nevada College, our goal is to help all 4,377 students get to their educational goal, and the four behind me speak on behalf of all students as the ASWN leaders. I'm very proud of them for coming up today. They are the rock stars, and they will be future leaders in our state. So with that, we will close out, answer any questions if you have it. You have four students in front of you who are eager to come to the mic again, I guess.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation, President Dalpe. Go ahead, Regent.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. I failed to say this in my remarks yesterday, but I just want to thank Susanna Stankute. Did I say it right? She's a phenomenal leader. I don't think many people know how young this woman is. Are you 18 yet? 17. She's 17 years old. She's not only the president of the students at Western Nevada, but she represents all 7 teaching institutions. So that's remarkable. And under her leadership, she invited the Regents to have a mixer, and we had it in the library Thursday night, and it was fantastic. A handful of Regents were able to make it, some of the presidents, and she did an icebreaker so we could learn about each other a little bit better. It was just a lot of fun, and we are going to see you in the future. You're going to be the governor someday or a U.S. senator. So thank you for your passion.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. I appreciate it.
Are there any other, Are there any other questions by Regents? Regent Borland.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Dalpe, yeah, I keep doing that for me too. Just a quick question. How are we or whatever, supplying that free pantry, and how many days is it open, or how are you managing that? It's awesome. I love that.
Yeah, so I've got 4 of our student government people behind us, and they're helping with that. I also have Heather Riccolo in the audience. Heather, if you could wave your hand. She's our student life director, and she works with the food pantry. It's open now because we're in a full semester. Most days we tend to be a Monday to Friday campus. They also are implementing an online program that would allow people to place orders ahead of time. We received, I noted yesterday in the updates, another $1,500 from Greater Nevada Credit Union. So we continue to fill the shelves. This tends to be a time when there's a lot of outpouring of donations in other sectors, and that comes in as well. So we're keeping that going and scaling it up.
Great job. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am, back there, and all of you, of course. Thank you so much.
I don't see any other questions. Again, thank you very much for the presentation. I also want to thank the other presidents for the graciousness considering our time allotments to allow us to hear from them at another time. And with that, we will take a 15-minute break for lunch. This will be a working lunch for Regents, so I would please ask that you allow Regents to grab their plates so that we can come back and sit down and immediately get back to work. Thank you. We're going to move on to agenda item 18. And I recognize there hasn't been much interest for this agenda item, but we've got to get through it. The way that we'll do it is just for some points of administrative, process. Interim Chancellor Patty Charlton will kick us off. There is a disclosure that Regent Downs will read. We will then move to comments from the NSA. Then we will move to comments from Faculty Senate. And then it will be a broad-based discussion with the board. Okay? So Interim Chancellor Patty Charlton, if you'd like, please kick us off with agenda number item 18.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Arascata, and members of the board. So we know that we've heard a lot about this over the last several months, specifically around the FY 2024 COLA as well as the FY 2025. So just by a little bit of way of context, in the late summer months following the FY 2024 approval of COLA by this body, a committee was established under the auspice of the Chancellor's Authority to establish a committee to seek input and to have a collaborative and engaged process. That committee include presidents of our systems. Thank you, President Sandoval and President Zaragoza, for participating. Members of the Faculty Senate, identified by their peers, which included Mr. Bill Robinson and Mr. Patrick Villa. Students, Brayson Gomez, who you've heard from, and Nicole Thomas as well. So, and then also business officers and also the Vice Chancellor for Business and Finance, both Lindsay Sessions from DRI to ensure our DRI institution was represented, as well as our new Vice Chancellor, Chris Fatone. The business officers, according to that charge, provided various scenarios and did a heavy lift on looking at what the impacts would be, what different scenarios and approaches might be to address the cost of living increase. And so through that process, we came forward, and of course, I would be remiss if I didn't say also the chair of our Business and Finance Committee, your Regent, Amy Carvalho, participated in that conversation. This has been a difficult process for us, recognizing that basically we have a three-legged stool. We have the cost of living, which is the legislature provided authority up to 11%. So we have the cost of living award. And then we also recognize that that drives with it an expenditure that is not fully funded. So then we looked at what could be addressed with the institution's leadership by making other budgetary reductions and or bringing forward what is probably the most difficult for all of us, to ask students to step forward as well. But we either have to generate revenue, cut expenditures in order to meet the fiscal reality that we have with funding a cost of living across the institutions. We also recognize that institutions are sitting in very different places, and so we appreciate hearing from the students, from the Faculty Senate, and I would also implore you to also hear from the presidents regarding the impact for their specific institution. As you've heard before, the cost of living is funded at an average of about 64% across the system, but each institution sits in a little different place. And so what we'd like to do is I'd like to turn it over to Vice Chancellor for Business, Finance, and Chief Financial Officer Chris Fatone, who's going to walk through those scenarios. And again, those two are: first, it's an 11% cost of living with a delay of implementation to October the 1st, with a 5% increase of our registration fee, our non-resident tuition, our part-time non-resident, and our distance education fee, or a 9.5% cost of living
eligible on July the 1st of 2024 with a 5% increase of those same student fees. And then the other thing that's very important to include in this board action as we have this conversation is also the request of the committee and also from my office as well is to suspend the performance pay allocation in the board provision within the handbook for the FY25 year only of the 1% for professional employees. And so with that, I will turn it to Mr. Vitone, and then I'll be available for questions at the end.
Thank you. Chris Vitone, Vice Chancellor for Finance and Business, Budget. And
Excuse me,
Financial Officer.
would you please just double check to make sure that the mic is on?
I'm going to do my best to stand as close to the microphone as I can because I know I am a quiet speaker, so thank you. I guess I'd like to go over just the highlights of the two proposals. As Chancellor Charlton mentioned, these proposals are the two that the committee recommended bringing forward to you, though there was much discussion around many variations of COLA rates and fee increases that led to these recommendations. Both recommendations include the common feature of the fee increase, with the only difference being the rate of the COLA and the date of the implementation. The fee increase is a 5% increase on the registration fee, non-resident tuition, part-time non-resident tuition, and distance ed tuition. And those are the fees that are included in Chapter 7, Section 1 of the PGM, which those materials are included in your materials on page 5 so that we could see exactly how that fee increase translates to the registration fees and the other fees I mentioned. In terms of full-time student impact on that, it's different based on the enrollment between the universities and the community colleges and NSU, but you can see those rates for the undergraduate university students at full-time 15 credit hours a semester. That works out to an annual impact of $405. For the community college lower division students, that same level of credit hours is $180 annual increase for a full-time student. Within the board's policies, this proposal would follow the board's policy requiring 15% of the registration fee for the universities and Nevada State and the upper division of the community colleges to be allocated to access that is used as a form of financial aid for students, in addition to 10% for the lower division community colleges. So the proposal includes the fee increase of 5% with 15% of that, or 10% based on the registration type, being allocated to student access. On page, let's see, it's page 4 of your materials is the table that demonstrates the two proposals and the impacts across the different areas. So you see the amount of revenue that this generates for the state-supported operating budgets from the student fee increase in the middle of the page there. I guess I should start on the left-hand side. You see the shortfall that's generated through the funding process for COLA on the state-supported operating budgets on the left-hand column, approximately $63 million system-wide. The rest of the columns are addressing how that shortfall would be covered under the two proposals. So the next column being the savings resulting from delaying the COLA with the full 11%, or starting with July 1 at the lower rate of 9.5%. And you can see that the top proposal generates savings in fiscal year 25 of $19.3 million, compared to $10.5 million for the 9.5% proposal. The next column is the revenue that would be anticipated to be generated from the fee increase. And that is consistent between the two models. It's the same fee increase proposal at $16.2 million system-wide. And then the remaining columns are the campuses' estimates of how they would allocate the savings across different approaches from holding positions or reducing operating expenses or otherwise transferring those expenses when possible and funding from other sources that may be available, which are approaches that are campus-specific. And I know you may have hear from the campuses exactly on how those may work. So with that, I think I will pause there and see if you have any questions for me at this point, or if you want to move on to the other input.
I think if and I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the purposes of how to achieve this. I think it's better if you finish and continue on, and then we'll have those other groups offer their comments, and then obviously we'll come back. Thank you.
Okay, maybe I should offer at that point, those are my comments, and unless there's questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
So, Chair Brooks, this is Chancellor Charlton for the record. Included also in the materials are the revisions to the P&G manual that actually illustrate the difference in the fee increases that would be applicable to the different categories as well. And so again, we did not take this recommendation lightly with the institutions. And so with that, we'd like to open up for any comments and questions that might come forward, or if you'd like to hear from the different groups such as the student government leaders, faculty senate, and presidents. Thank you.
Thank you, Interim Chancellor. I think it'd be most appropriate to hear from those other groups, and then we'll move on. So we'll start with the NSA. And we'll hear from Susanna Stantuke.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Susanna Stinkute, for the record, Chair of the Nevada Student Alliance and ASWN President. This morning, the Nevada Student Alliance met with the board chair and vice chair, and they expressed their interest in hearing the students' voices regarding the COLA. Today, each member will take a moment to give you a brief overview of our Student Government Association's stance on the COLA. As you heard from my team during public comment, the Associated Students of Western Nevada is in full support of the 11% salary adjustment for professional employees, delayed by 3 months. Student fee increases are a serious concern for our students, so ASWN took the time to learn about exactly how this fee would affect us, and most importantly, how we can help our students navigate this new fee. We appreciate the structuring of the fee increase. Because this fee is included in the registration fee, financial aid could be used to cover the increase, and 10% of the fee will be allocated to the student access portion of the budget to further support our students. A majority of the students we spoke to were in full support of option A, the 11% adjustment, but some students did express that they agree with the adjustment only for teaching faculty and staff who work directly with the students, not executive faculty. However, we do recognize that this is not an option, but it is still a concern for our students. We realize that any new fee increase may have a negative financial impact on our students, so ASWN continues to be dedicated to supporting our students, specifically at-risk populations, through the Wildcat Reserve, the scholarship application, and other resources on our campus. We are fortunate to have dedicated, hardworking faculty at Western Nevada College, and we want to support them as much as possible. Professional employees share their passion and guidance and inspire us, shaping our education and our future. We are here for a quality education, and to receive that, we need well-compensated faculty. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Thomas?
Nicole Thomas, GPSA President, for the record. I want to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to speak today. I was one of the student members, along with President Gomez, on the COLA Increase Committee. We assessed several different options, and frankly, this was a very difficult decision. I think we have argued for increased graduate assistant stipends. We have increased for lowered tuition costs across the board. I would like to say that this should be an exception. Our faculty genuinely are the reason why we are here. Without them, we would not exist. Same thing with the students. So it's unfortunate that it has come down to something that almost feels like our faculty and students are being pitted against one another. That is something that I feel very strongly about advocating for at the legislature. That is something that I would like to work with the board in advocating for increased funds from the state legislature in order to support public education. In terms of student support at the graduate level at UNLV, I've spent about the last 3 months or so sending out emails, trying to talk with students, and I have faced very little, if any, pushback on this, which frankly surprised me. I'm one of the individuals that does not like seeing fees increased. However, everyone that I spoke to really understood what was going on in terms of our faculty not being paid enough. So we, as an executive board of GPSA, are in support of this. We are in support of a registration fee increase, not a surcharge. So that is, neither of the options have that currently, which is good, but we are in support of option A for our faculty and staff. I do quickly want to add that I will eventually have a PhD in 1 year, and the entry-level jobs that I'm qualified for, they pay about $50,000 a year. I want to stay in academia, but if that's something that is not feasible with our current salary structure, I will have to go somewhere else. All of this is to say that we are fully in support of funding our faculty and staff at the 11% that they deserve. With that being said, there are also other differential fees that are coming up later in the meeting. I encourage you all to critically look at those and understand the amount that students will be paying should those pass. I'm not speaking one way or another on them, but I think a lot of our students are paying into things that frankly might not be covered by financial aid or waivers or anything like that. So we encourage you to obviously still work for the students, but to support our faculty and staff as well. Thank you for giving me the time to speak today.
Thank you. Michaela Franklin?
Hello. My name is Michaela Franklin. I am the student body president for UNLV. The decision that will be made today impacts the livelihood and well-being of our dedicated professional employees, specifically our esteemed faculty members. It is imperative that we address the issue of fair compensation and equitable treatment for all within our esteemed institutions. I stand before you today to advocate for the much-deserved acknowledgement and support of a 11% cost of living adjustment for all professional employees in the upcoming fiscal year of 2025. However, I propose that this adjustment be implemented with a delayed start of October 1st. This delay will allow for strategic planning and ensures that our faculty members receive the deserved recognition and financial support on par with other classified employees. It is essential to emphasize the faculty members that are the backbone of our institutions. They contribute significantly to the academic excellence and overall success of our students and the institution as a whole. Yet, they have been consistently overlooked when it comes to fair compensation. While other classified employees are slated to receive an 11% raise automatically in 2025, it is crucial to extend the same level of recognition to our faculty members. They deserve to be treated equitably and should not be left behind in salary adjustments. Additionally, it is pertinent to highlight the disparity that exists within our institution's compensation structure. Executive level hires at the NSHE level have often been brought in at a notably high compensation levels, while the salaries of our rank and file faculty have lagged. This discrepancy is not justifiable and further underscores the pressing need to address the issue of fair compensation across all levels. As I do support the implementation of an 11% COLA increase for all professional employees, I do support it with the understanding that it requires a student fee increase. As a student body president of UNLV, I do urge the Board of Regents to still keep in mind how fee increases affect our students, and after making this decision, continue to look for ways to create affordable and equitable pathways to support these students financially. It is my job to advocate for the students and the fees that will need to be paid going forward. Our faculty members devote their expertise, time, and energy into shaping the minds of our future leaders. Their dedication and commitment should be reciprocated with fair and competitive compensation that reflects their invaluable contributions to our institution's success. In conclusion, I urge everyone to support the implementation of an 11% COLA for all professional employees, including our deserving faculty members for the 2025 financial year. Let us stand together and ensure that fairness, equity, and recognition prevail within our institution. It's time to bridge the gap and treat our faculty members with the respect and appreciation they rightfully deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Hahn?
Matthew Hahn, for the record, president of the Graduate Student Association. I brought both of these options before the GSA Council this last Tuesday, along with encouraging each of the council members to attend the presentations that were brought for when there were 5 options on the table. From the discussion, we also had the Vice President of Finance, Andrew Klinger, present to us on these options and the impacts that they would have. During our Tuesday night's meeting, the GSA unanimously decided to not support option A or option B associated with the cost of living adjustment increases. The reason being is a discussion mainly centered around who will this actually impact. When you look at the graduate student population, we have about 3,000 students. 1/3 of those students are on a full-time assistantship, which means that their tuition is covered and this fee would not impact them, would impact the professors and the departments that they work with. However, about 200 students from that are on a part-time assistantship, which means that they will be paying half of this increase, with other fee increases that are suggested on the agenda today. Furthermore, that means that about 2/3 of our population would be paying this full amount in total, and we asked the question, who would this directly hurt or impact the most? And we believe that the majority of students that this would impact is master's students, but not just master's students, but international master's students. The university has entered into an agreement with Shorelight, which is a recruiting firm to try to bring in more international master's students. From this and my personal experience in interacting with PAC provisions, a lot of the students who are there today are the ones who are impacted with differential fees. This includes a large amount of the engineering colleges, and we decided that these individuals are already using PAC provisions. We're asking more master's students to come in who may fall under that master's engineering area, where their tuition isn't covered. With an increase in tuition and the differential fees they already have to pay, it would only exacerbate this problem.
Thank you. Boris Guerrera?
Hello, everyone. What a topic. What a topic. So for the record, my name is Boris Carpiu-Guerra, and I have the honor of serving as the president of the Associated Students of the University of Nevada. As you deliberate on the plans before you regarding the cost of living adjustment, I wish to acknowledge the complexity of the decisions at hand. The proposed options, each with its nuances, highlight the financial challenges facing our institution and each institution across the state. Recognizing the importance of the COLA for faculty and staff retention is paramount. Their dedication significantly contributes to our university's success, and fair compensation is crucial. On the other hand, the proposed 5% student fee increase underscores the financial realities students are grappling with. While students understand the need for fiscal responsibility, there's an undeniable concern about the impact of increased fees. It's a delicate balance, and we appreciate the board's awareness of this challenge. With that, I would also like to recognize the shared struggle among the board, university administration, faculty, and students. As these deliberations unfold, we want to ensure the effects on students and their concerns remain at the forefront of the conversation. Our commitment is to work collaboratively towards solutions that safeguard the university's financial stability and the accessibility and well-being of our student body. In these deliberations, I urge careful consideration of the implications for both faculty and students. The weight of these decisions is felt by the entire university community, and finding a balanced approach is essential. Thank you for your attention to this matter. We rely on your commitment to navigating these challenges in the best interests of our student body.
Thank you. Brayson Gomez?
Hello, thank you, everyone. So I'm going to take a moment to echo everything that President Thomas stated. We both worked tirelessly on the fiscal year 2025 salary increases committee, assessing all options and navigating the complex factors involved in the COLA adjustments. I'm going to take this time to provide the perspective of TMCC students on the COLA discussion. So in considering COLA, I've engaged in conversations with my fellow officers and constituents at TMCC, revealing diverse opinions on the matter. Some students expressed concerns about the potential impact of a 5% increase on personal finances. However, a prevailing sentiment is that given the challenging circumstances, this increase is necessary. Students recognize that maintaining our esteemed faculty and staff requires shared sacrifices, and many believe it is a worthwhile investment. I'm pleased to inform the board that the TMCC Student Government Association voted in support of option A last Wednesday. Our decision reflects the concerns articulated above, acknowledging the shared burden that is necessary in these trying times. As representatives of the student body, my officers and I strongly encourage the board to consider all student perspectives. It is important to recognize that while students may be hesitant about a fee increase, there is a collective understanding that supporting our faculty and staff with the proposed 11% COLA is imperative. We believe that option A strikes the right balance and ensures the continued excellence of our educational institutions. As the student government leader at TMCC, I will continue to assess the changes in tuition and fees at TMCC. While the majority of TMCC students understand this 5% increase is necessary to provide our valuable faculty and staff an 11% COLA, it's important to echo that these increases cannot become routine. Thank you for your consideration of the varied perspectives of students in the decision-making process. We trust that the board will prioritize the well-being of both students and faculty, understanding the importance of sustaining your competitive and motivated academic workforce. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Hernandez?
Well, thank you, Chair Brooks, for the opportunity to address the board. I want to first start by thanking Regent Carvalho, Dr. Pete Martini, Dr. Molly Apple, and Sonia Siebert for meeting with me and NSSA to discuss the COLA. NSSA voted in support of the proposed 11% with the 5% increase in student fees. This decision stems from the commitment to fostering an academic environment that prioritizes student interests while recognizing the vital contributions of our dedicated professors. We believe this increase is a strategic investment in faculty retention, ensuring our institution, which is our students, continue to benefit from the expertise and commitment of our esteemed educators. Importantly, this adjustment, even with the 5% increase, maintains our state standing as the third most affordable for education. However, we also acknowledge concerns and hesitancy, especially among underrepresented groups, such as our undocumented students and those in high-cost programs, such as the School of Nursing. While supporting the overall goal, we emphasize the need for an inclusive decision-making process, considering a range of fee options. NSSA urges the Board of Regents to carefully consider the potential challenges this adjustment may pose to certain students. Additionally, NSSA recognizes the financial challenges students face and endorses this move with the understanding that it will be accompanied by the return of investment of retaining quality faculty and staff. That being said, I also want to share a personal story that vividly illustrates the profound impact our dedicated professors have on our students. And my story is not just mine, it's also similar to other students as well. During my sophomore year, I enrolled in a Latin American history class taught by one of my favorite professors. And after one particular class, I stayed behind to discuss an assignment, just a simple question. But leading to that question, it was a remarkable 2-hour conversation on our shared passion for history, our goals, our struggles, and that was a genuine human moment. That was a genuine connection. This personal connection made me realize that professors at Nevada State go beyond their role as educators. They become mentors, confidants, and dare I even say, they are our besties. It's their dedication that shapes the unique and nurturing academic environment at our institution. Again, NSSA supports the 11% COLA with the 5% increase in student fees as a measure not only to retain the exceptional educators, but also ensuring a positive, enriching, and accessible learning experience for all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Pio Rejas?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Pierre Rejas, Student Body President for the Associates of Students of the College of Southern Nevada. And I want to express that when COLA was first presented to me, it was such an impactful statement that either way the choice is, it will represent difficulties to the students at CSN. I don't think people see or quite understand that it will affect quite differently a university to a community college, where our purpose is to be accessible for traditional and non-traditional students. We know this change is definitely going to happen, and it will definitely impact the community, but we also understand and we appreciate our faculty that choose to stay in the institution. And we understand the retention of faculty is essential to generate a connection between the student and the faculty itself and generate a sense of belonging. Whether we are losing faculty over other institutions at the national level, they deserve to be paid. With that being said, I support option A, 11% COLA and 5% in fees. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move over to our faculty senate members and hear from UNLV.
Bill Robinson, you've heard way too much from me on this already. Glad I'm sitting at the kids' table today and not at the grown-ups table. You guys have the tough work to do. But our faculty overwhelmingly support the option A. We need faculty retention, and faculty hiring is just.
Thank you. And from WNC?
WNC Faculty Senate unanimously backed option A with 11% increase and 5% student fee increase.
Thank you. And from CSN?
Patrick Villa, CSN, Faculty Senate Chair. We support option A, 11%.
Thank you. From DRI?
JD Lancaster, DRI Faculty Chair. We support option B, 9.5%.
Thank you. Nevada State University?
Molly Apple, Nevada State. Our academic and administrative faculty overwhelmingly request your support of option A at 11%. Thank you.
Thank you. GBC?
Dave Sexton, Faculty Senate Chair for GBC. Our faculty is the same as everybody else's faculty. Let me take just a half a second. I won't take any longer than that, just to give you a real number. I know you've heard nothing but support today. Today happens to be payday. So if you all look in your boxes, your NSHE paycheck is in there. I just want to mention, I want to give you some real numbers to a real face. Unfortunately, it's my face, but the numbers are real anyway. My paycheck today, my take home for this month is about 5, a little over 5, maybe pushing 5.5. About 20% of my paycheck is overload. So without that overload, without working extra, it would be closer to 4. So get out the back of your napkins and your pens and take 4 and subtract your house payment from it, your gas payment from it, and see just what we're talking today. Okay, I'm a tenured professor at GBC with 8 years experience. I'm not at the bottom of the pile. I'm not at the top of the pile. I'm pretty average. So those are the numbers you're thinking about. And that's after the 11% we just got last month. So thank you.
Thank you. And from TMCC? I don't know that we have TMCC on the line. We'll go right to UNR.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Peter Reed, Faculty Senate Chair at the University of Nevada, Reno, and I will try to be brief. Based on faculty input and campus-wide conversations, I can confidently state that while there are diverse opinions among the more than 2,000 academic and administrative faculty at the University of Nevada, Reno, a decisive majority of faculty support the 11% COLA alongside an increase in student fees as reflected in option A. And I want to thank each of the regents for your deep consideration of this complex issue and for honoring the faculty's input into your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to ask our CFO if he would please come back up to the podium to field some questions. And right before you provide us with some answers to questions, I'm going to turn this over to Regent Downs for a disclosure.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. Regent Downs for the record. Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose that I am an employee of NSHE at Western Nevada College. Because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, I will vote on this matter. While it may be preferable, that's the statute. I do want to make the statement, it might be an easier vote to not vote at this time for me, but I think it's important to honor my constituents and the faculty and the employees of NSHE and participate in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know we have a question from Regent Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. Okay. I was looking at the 5% increase in the NSHE student registration fees, non-resident tuition, part-time non-resident tuition, and distance education. Is that 5% on top of what we already raised the tuition by automatically every year, or is that 5% total? Just for clarification.
Thank you, Regent Perkins, Chris Fatone, for NSHE. The HEPI increases that are already part of your board policy on the predictable pricing model are already reflected in the credit hour rates that you're seeing that are being adjusted by the 5%. So the answer to your question is the 5% is on top of those HEPI adjustments. And what you're seeing, the reason you're seeing all three the subsequent years being adjusted is because we're adding that 5% for fiscal year 25, fall 24, and then rolling that forward on the additional, applying the HEPI increases that otherwise apply under your policy to the new adjusted credit hour rate that you'd be approving today.
Okay, so I guess with that information, it seems prudent for us to reexamine our predictive pricing model if we're going to increase it by 5% on top of what we're already increasing and would provide a little bit more of transparency. And thank you for that answer. Thank you. It makes it very clear. I had great pause about balancing the budget on the backs of students. However, with the overwhelming support that I've heard over the last 2 days, I am pleasantly surprised. I mean, most times students are lining up to say, don't raise our fees. But this has been absolutely amazing, and the understanding that it's been shown, and it's positive and it's very encouraging to understand what the ramifications are of raising the 11%. And let's see. And so I'm fully in favor. Somebody mentioned heart and head. Well, I think I'm going to vote with my heart on this one because I do believe that our faculty and administrative staff are very important to the student experience as a whole.
Thank you. And we've heard from a lot of folks regarding this, and I think it's important also that we hear from our institutional leaders. And if there is any comments that they would like to provide, then I would offer that now would be a great time. I'll start with President Dalpy.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. Kyle Dalpy, Western Nevada College. I'll just take a couple minutes. I want to say a thank you to the students behind me, the faculty and staff that spoke at the mic, and the classified that supported it for the other employees. I think it was a really well thought out presentation of each of these groups. And I will in particular call out the work that was done with the students at all the institutions and the NSA as a whole. I do agree we're in a tough spot again. I wish we weren't talking about this. I do wish the state was reimbursing us like other state agencies. That's a larger discussion that'll have to happen hopefully in the 25 session, so that our reimbursement rate is the same, because when we don't get the 80% average or the 80% like the rest of the state agencies, then it puts us into a little bit of a tailspin because all of the institutions are reimbursed at a different rate, which puts us in a very different situation. But having said that, which you already know, Western Nevada College on all levels has continued to support the 11%, which is your option one, with the delayed start for the purposes of equity of employee groups, retention of employees across the campus, and we will make it work, and we appreciate your support on that. That's where we are as an institution. Thank you.
Thank you, President Dalpy. President Pollard.
Is it going? Okay, thank you. I didn't see the light. That might be figurative too. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple observations I'll make. First is that I think one of the challenges in this moment is that we're divorcing the COLA conversation from a broader macroeconomic issue facing higher education right now. So for me, as I thought about any recommendations and received feedback from the campus community, 3 other things figure prominently for me as it relates to COLA. One is the unpredictable enrollment patterns we're seeing in higher education right now. Secondly, awaiting the outcome of the funding formula study that's taking place right now. Third, your action you're taking today as it relates to salary schedules. And if I could talk about a macroeconomic factor, that being the economic forecast in the legislative session. So I think it's important to put all of those things in context. And sometimes we've been putting, I think, a significant burden on the conversation solely of COLA. So for me, very similar to what our colleagues have said thus far, particularly Kyle or President Dolphy next to me, I had two overriding principles. One, value in employees, and secondly, building a strong teaching university for the region and state. As a result of that, I will support and have supported the option A for the COLA. To be quite frank, there's very little difference for us between option A and option B. But what I will say, and this is the important part of this, my sister is an executive at JP Morgan, and I called her one day to help me make a budget decision. And she told me, Darian, she said, there's only two ways you can solve that problem. One is to reduce expenditures and one to increase revenue. So consequentially, as a result of this, there will be long-term impacts on the growth of Nevada State University. We will hold open vacant positions, about 2 to 4 of those annually. We will consider additional operational reductions as is necessary. And third, we will limit or defer any new initiatives that require resource-driven growth for the institution. That being said, and I think it's important, this is about balance. I support the option A and will adjust the institution's budget accordingly and will be prepared to ask all stakeholders to help be a part of that solution finding. Thank you.
Thank you, President Pollard. President Sandoval?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno. I think I'll start with this because like all of you, I carefully listened to this testimony. We've met with our faculty and our campus community, met with the students and really taken a lot of input. And having been in public service for a very long time, do have the benefit of, a lot of experience with all of this. And in my little over 3 years as president of this university, I have really marveled at our faculty and appreciate them, respect them, and thank them for what they do for our students. And I've said this publicly before, they deserve this. They deserve this 11%. They have been behind for a very long time. And so I'm supportive of option A. If you hear frustration in my voice, it is because, it really pains me to have all these different constituencies at contrary points. And I always talk about a water balloon or a balloon, and you push it in one place and it pushes out in another. And so I want to do this, but there's, as President Pollard said, there are going to be consequences, and we will do our best. Our campus, not all campuses are created equal in this. Our campus receives the least amount of state support, which means we will have to find the greatest amount of money. We have already started looking at our budget. There were some enhancements that were done for us, the restorations by the Nevada State Legislature, but as we look at the legislative notes, we don't have, at least according to those notes, the benefit of being able to shift, for example, the restoration money for our faculty members. As you will hear later on today, we have a lot of self-funded budgets that get zero state support, which means we have to come up with 100%, or those budgets have to come up with 100% of any of the consequences of the increase. So again, my frustration isn't as much with the situation as it is with what has caused this. And I really, again, there's simply, in my mind, no justification to treat NSHE employees any different than any other state employee, and that there should be a recognition going into the next session of the legislature, the 25 legislature, in terms of the governor's recommended budget and whatever the legislature decides to do to fix this. Because at the end of the day, the money's got to come from somewhere. And now, at least on our campus, there's going to be consequences to the student experience because
our budget's 90% people. And so we have to find that money somewhere. So I do believe that today there is a call to action, and there is an issue that we can all unite around in terms of going back and starting the work now, in terms of informing legislative candidates and those that in the governor's office in terms of how that budget is built and getting this put into the base budget so that we're not having this conversation over and over again, getting the restoration back from 60 to 80, back to 80%, what it always was until about 4 years ago or whatever time it was. And I will be more than willing to stand with everybody in terms of doing this. It's really interesting for me, and I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm going on and on, but now I have the benefit of being on the other side. And I really don't believe that there is a comprehensive understanding of the consequences of these decisions on higher ed. And now I see it firsthand. And as I said, it was very compelling to listen to the public comment, and just as compelling to listen to the voices on our campus. And I can't sit here and explain why we would treat our people any differently than any other state employee. And the proper response is just raise tuition, because now you've heard from our students and they're struggling and they're not making any more money. So this is just going to cut into what they're doing. So, at first I thought this was a hard decision, but it really isn't. And, again, we're going to have to make some tough decisions, and we will be having continued conversations with you all. But there is an opportunity here. It's not over. It's not over. We can go back and start having these conversations again with the governor, with the legislators, with legislative leadership, and to really create some champions for higher education in Carson City. So, Mr. Chair, I don't know if I've been completely responsive. I think if you look in your columns in your packet, you'll see that most of the way that we're going to balance our budget, as President Pollard so eloquently said, is you have to reduce costs and you have to increase enrollment, and that's the two things that we will do. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, President Sandoval. President Whitfield.
Well, I used to, Chair, thank you. For the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. It's usually fun sitting next to President Sandoval, but after that soliloquy, I don't know if I can follow him. Let me just make a couple of points, because I think my colleagues, President Pollard, President Dolphy, have said very important things that we have to think about. But first off, we are in support of the 11%. It's as we did last year or previously for the 12%. We know our faculty deserve it. We know our staff deserve it. I don't know what else I can add to that. I just want to add the one observation that I had, which is that, as we have all noted, it is very interesting to see that our students have actually, for the most part, been in support of increasing their costs by 5%. And I actually, this is for you. I just want to give you a round of applause. Because the idea of taking on additional costs, nobody likes it. That's what we're sitting here saying, is that we don't like it. But I think that they actually get it. They get that having great faculty improves their lives, improves their bottom line in terms of what they get in terms of their investment in education. And I am still just absolutely overwhelmed at the uniformity of the support. I think that it doesn't necessarily make it any harder, because I think we're all being very responsive and trying to be responsible, and know that as we do this, there are still going to be other decisions that we have to make. I hope that our faculty actually appreciate us going to the canvas for them, but as well know that they have to work with us as we try to make the kinds of other cuts and changes to our operating budgets that we're going to have to make to be able to do this. I do second President Sandoval's point about we we can't just sit still. We don't need to, we should not be the same system or institutions that we are at this moment in time. We have to grow. We have to do other sorts of things that are going to allow us, and in addition to speaking to our legislative colleagues, to be able to try to right the ship on some of this. But I think we can do it together, and I think that that's what has been shown by the interest and the support of this. And I'll stop there. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, President Whitfield. President Acharya.
Thank you, Chair. Kumud Acharya, President of DRI. I'm going to have to agree with our Faculty Senate Chair, J.D. Lancaster. DRI is a little bit different. Our faculty are funded by self-supporting funds. They're not getting any funding from the state. Therefore, presently funded projects will be impacted. Short-term impact will be pretty profound for DRI. However, the increased COLA can be used to write new proposals and budgets, so the long-term impact won't be that big. And everybody, all of us seem to think that that increased COLA will be rolled into a new base. I'm not so sure. I hope that is the case. I hope I'm wrong. I don't know if that is guaranteed. Therefore, I support 9.5%. Thank you.
Thank you, President. President Zaragoza.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for this opportunity to comment on this very important item. And I need to remind the Regents that I was on the committee too, that along with President Sandoval, that addressed this issue. And so I had an opportunity to hear from the students and from the whole community. And I too was very surprised that this was a point where there seems to be some consensus that this is the right thing to do, that it's the moral thing to do, in addition to all of the business considerations that are ahead of us. I want to also emphasize that for the College of Southern Nevada and for me as president, this issue was in front of me when I first started as president at CSN. And now that I'm on my way out, it's important for me to affirm that for the College of Southern Nevada, this is a very important element for the business model side of the house. We need to stay competitive. We need to retain our faculty. We need to attract faculty. And we need to support our students. So we're supportive of option A. We definitely support the 11%. Also with the recognition that there's work that lies ahead. And I believe that it's going to be very important that we as a community, the same kind of energy that we had at the committee level, where all of the stakeholders came together, that's the kind of energy that we're going to need when we go to the legislature. They're going to have to see kind of the community come forward in terms of making sure that some of these business items are addressed. They're still holding. I think the three items that were mentioned are exactly the items that I'm very concerned about. There's the issue of enrollment and what that means for community colleges. We still have the funding formula issues that are very important, especially to our students. And obviously, none of us can predict exactly what the legislative dynamics are going to be. But I'll end my remarks by saying that this is exactly the reason I think that you hire presidents and kind of that we have to make some of these hard decisions. And I agree with President Naval. This did not, at the end of the day, turn out to be that hard of a decision because I think of the consensus amongst all of the stakeholders within the NSHE community.
Thank you, President. And Dr. Alexander, do you feel comfortable speaking on behalf of TMC? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Brooks. On behalf of President Hilgersom and TMCC, I will share that our college is very much in support of option A. I would also like to add that I reached out to Dr. Bullis. Eric Bullis is the Faculty Senate Chair at TMCC. He did lose his internet connection, did not hear your question, but the response from the TMCC Faculty Senate is that they are supportive of option A as well, very strongly. If it's all right, I'd like to call our CFO, Mike Pearl, Vice President Pearl of our Finance and Government Relations Office to speak a little bit to the support that the college has in its plan in preparedness for implementing this COLA.
Sure.
Chairman Brooks, Regents, Mike Pearl for the record, P-E-Y-E-R-L, the VP for Finance at TMCC. I am new to this organization by about 5 months. What I've noticed in the last 5 months since we made the 12% decision that this board made is that we truly have had shared governance across the board. I want to thank the Chancellor too. All the business officers spent the last 4 months working on this project. And I truly believe that with our faculty senate support, the NFA, our student government, we have come up with a proper solution. At TMCC, we understand that all of the campuses, the universities, we have unique challenges, and we're going to work together. TMCC supports option A completely. We will have no issues in the next biennium. Thank you.
Thank you. And President Helens?
Yes, thank you, Chair Brooks. You know, I think this is what is referred to as the perfect storm, where we've had years of funding reductions, which for GBC resulted in cuts in operations, and that in itself limits the capacity to grow. We've also had unfunded mandates, whether it's free tuition or reduced tuition to various groups, including business. We've had no tuition increases, really, and salaries have obviously not kept up with inflation. They haven't been able to keep up with inflation a little bit. It's a lot. And something does have to be done. For GBC as a small rural institution to begin with, I mean, we've lost a third of our workforce, even back in the Great Recession. That's a long time ago already. We fill gaps now because operations have already been cut with salary savings. And that's another catch-22 because we are allocated a certain amount of COLA. And if we keep positions open too long, we actually get hit on both ends. Regardless of all of these things and the perfect storm, it would be criminal not to give the 11% to faculty who are underpaid, I believe. I also think, however, we need a really broader governance discussion on some of the things that maybe we can control, and so things just don't happen to us. So in summary, yes, we support A. Thank you.
Thank you, President Helens. I'm not sure if anyone has noticed, but behind me there have been folks walking back and forth, and these are our legal representatives who have been having conversations. And what I can tell you is that we are now going to take a 5-minute administrative break for some legal considerations. Thank you. Okay, I want to thank everyone for their patience. The attorneys have resolved the issue that was at hand. What I'd like to do is bring our CFO back up. Thank you. And I'm positive that we have appreciate your patience on everything. Thank you. I know that we have a question from Amy Carvalho. Regent Carvalho?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, I'd like to say that I truly agree with the sentiment that was presented earlier, that this was an exercise in shared governance, and everybody who was involved in this was very thoughtful in considering what was before us. So I really do appreciate the faculty and the students, our campus leaders who were involved in this discussion, and Chancellor Charlton and CFO Vitone. So today, as I was looking at this during the presentation, I was looking at the schedule of our per credit pricing, and because I'm very much aware of HEPI and predictable pricing, I was looking at it with regard to how much it's going up every year and what that 5% increase is going to mean to that. So for the first year, it's the 24-25 academic year where this 5% increase will be. And the HEPI for that year is 1.9%. So I realized that the 1.9 plus the 5% is a 6.9% increase. I'm brilliant at math. Just kidding. But then I started thinking about our policy, which states that in a given year, there can't be any more than a 6% increase. So I tried to be subtle and spoke with Mr. Wixom about that. And so I presented the question to him if this is something that we need to consider in our deliberation and also in our motion moving forward. So I would like to ask the chair if we can hear from our CFO and perhaps our legal department on how we should frame a motion going forward, given that our policy says an increase of 6% in a given year, but based on the HEPI plus this 5% increase, how we'll manage that. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Carvalho. Your question is extremely important. It makes a lot of sense in terms of the things that we're trying to get done today to make sure that we're following our policies, particularly with OML. I will ask our CFO if this is something that you would feel comfortable addressing, or if perhaps we should have our attorney, Counsel Wixom, address this for us.
Thank you, Chair, and Regent Carvalho for the question. And I always appreciate when Special Counsel Wixom can offer his advice on the question. Thanks.
This is going to be anticlimactic, but this is the solution under the open meeting law that I would suggest. Under the open meeting law, my opinion is that the agenda item is broad enough that it encompasses the waivers that would need to take place, because the public's been on notice of the tuition fee increases, and they've been on notice of the substance of our discussions. It's included in the board materials. However, to make sure that you're in compliance with present board policy, any motion to approve either option should include the following language. Now, I need to specifically, and Council Linda King and I spoke about this issue. A waiver is different than a suspension. The agenda includes some suspension language that will remain the same, and we're not adjusting the suspension language in the agenda item. But any motion to approve either option A or option B should include the following language. The motion should include 1, a waiver of the 6% limitation on increases in fees and tuition set forth in Title IV, Chapter 17, Section 1, Subsection 2, paragraphs A and B, and 2, a waiver of the notice requirements for increases in fees and tuition set forth in Title IV, Chapter 17, Section 1, Subsection 2, paragraphs C and D. And I'll provide this language specifically so that it can be included in the motion. But that would be my recommendation under board policy and under the open meeting law.
Thank you. Councilman Wixom, as you were letting us know how the motion needed to read, I was trying to write it down and realized I couldn't keep up. So I appreciate if you'll help us out with that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's already there.
So, okay, perfect. We got that resolved. Are there Regent O'Carroll? Sure.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. CFO Vitan, I know the COLA is different than merit, and COLA usually is like one time, it doesn't roll in. So it's up to the legislature, correct, to take that money in the 25 session and roll it in, right? If we would go in, when we build our budget, we would go in with that, am I correct?
Thank you for the question. Chris Vitone, Regent Del Carlo. The normal process that's followed for building the base budget includes the inflation factors from the previous legislative session. So those COLAs are part of those inflation adjustments that'll be built into the base on the expenditure side.
Okay. And has there ever been a time that you're aware of where the COLA was not honored when we rolled it in? I mean, have we ever had that happen?
Not that I'm aware of. Again, I think just to include the concerns that President Sandoval raised, the base budget would normally be built with those inflation factors, subject to the revenue forecasts that have to fund those expenses once the base is built.
Okay,
So
because
in terms of thinking about how the process works, the base budget being built would, under the normal, following the normal approach to each cycle, they'll incorporate the inflation factors from the prior authorizations into the base expenditure budgets, but then also factor in the revenue forecast to determine whether those expenditures are within the available revenues.
Okay, I appreciate the explanation, because a lot of our public comment were supportive of option A with the, I guess, assumption, and we know that word, that it's going to be rolled in and be part of the base. So thank you very much.
Are there any other questions from Regents to our CFO? Regent Downs.
I had some points I wanted to make regarding the COLAs in our deliberations. I don't really have any questions to the CFO. So do you want me to wait, or should I go ahead?
I'm sorry, there were some comments, though, that you had
I had some
regarding the
comments
agenda
about the
item?
COLA discussion, yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So I, in meeting with students, and it was really beneficial to meet with students. And we talked about the impact of the 5%. I did a little bit of math. And when I say these numbers, I don't say them lightly, like I'm dismissive of the concerns or the impacts on students. I was just trying to put this in to some real world context. So these numbers are rough because of the 1.9% difference. For universities, undergraduates could expect to spend around $197 per semester. And when you divide that by a semester of 15 weeks plus 1 week for finals, it's about $12.28 a week impact. So I say that not to say it's only this. I know it's something, and I know that it's a change in your lifestyle. But some people would equate that, I don't drink Starbucks, but to 1 or 2 Starbucks a week. When I look at community colleges, on the lower end of this, community colleges have an impact of around $87 a semester, or around $542 per week. So, and I appreciate how that could change how students are going to school, but we are in an inflationary cycle, and we have to do something about that. I will say my bigger concern is what students expressed to me was regarding how they're going to, what's going to happen with the budget cuts at their institution to make it work. And it sounds like the presidents have a way to make it work, and so I respect that. I'm also weighing that against the needs of maintaining a faculty that we need and administrators, and the responsibility we as regents have to the employees. It's not just, you work as long as you say. We want to keep a healthy and happy workforce here. So, and I will again reiterate my appreciation of all employees of NSHE and all you do for us and for the students. Thank you.
Regent Brown.
Regent Brown for the record. And it's just a generic comment, so it's not directly for our CFO. But I am really glad that we brought up the predictive pricing. I know I had spoken to some regents about it. This is an approximately 2% increase, 1.9%. The next one will be 2.7%. The next one will be 5%. And so when you're thinking about the next 3 years, and then we're talking about an additional 5%, this is not insignificant tuition increases that we're pushing on to our students. However, I think this increase in tuition will have an immediate return on investment, and we're not asking students to pay higher tuitions to build a building that future students will be able to utilize. This difference is actually asking students to further invest in their own future. I think it's critical to recognize that investing in our faculty is investing in the quality of education we provide. This is a strategic step towards retaining and attracting top faculty. I think we have to acknowledge that retaining top talent is essential to our institution's success and for preparing our students for adequately being ready for jobs of the future. So I am supporting option A. And please know that aside from just wanting to support our faculty and wanting to ensure our students get the best education, I also acknowledge, and I hear when the presidents say that there will be cuts and there will be things that we will have to overcome in the future. I know there's a domino effect here. But I wanted to raise, and I wanted to please understand that I also know this COLA is not a raise. I understand that. But I want to raise the fact that, this ripple effect needs to translate into increased performance on campus, whether that's increased enrollment, better performance, better graduation rates, more research being done. I think an investment in our faculty is part of an overall strategic plan that should lead to better education environment for students. So again, I am supporting option A. I'm hoping that faculty take that as a vote of confidence from this board, and our institutions can also take that as it's not a raise, but as if it was a raise, and we can also that can have a ripple effect and actually have better performance across the board.
Regent McMichael.
Well, I've been looking at this situation for weeks, and I just have to throw up my hands. This is the hand that we're dealt. Am I correct? This is it. Option A or option B. We will have to deal with whatever option we pick. I'm more or less inclined to go with option A. So wringing our hands and going through all of these conniption fits about things that we have to deal with later on down in the future, and the finances and trying to retain faculty, we still have to do it. I mean, there's nothing else to say at this point but to deal with the situation that's at hand. It's not going to change. We just have to go ahead and bite this bullet. That's it.
Thank you, Regent McMichael. Not that I'm prompting, but perhaps was there any type of motion in your comments?
Yes. Motion to approve agenda item 18, option A, and stipulated with the language that our attorneys have said need to go with this motion.
This is Regent Del Carlo. I'd like to second that.
Great. So on the floor then is a motion to approve the COLA, well, to approve the adjustments with option A and understanding the clause that Council Wixom had suggested be in the motion. This is seconded by Regent Del Carlo. Is there any further discussion on this? Regent Boylan?
Thank you, sir. My
What's that?
Look at this was, the moment I saw it, my knee-jerk reaction was no, because it was a 5% increase for students, of course. And I thought, wait a minute, what are you doing? The father thing came out in me. Come on, guys. There'll be another 1.9%, 2% increase in your fees. You'll have 7%. So no, I'm against both of them. But now I'm so proud to see these students, because lately I've been getting quite, I'm being nice, disgusted with students. They didn't stand for anything. They didn't fight. They didn't do anything. But you guys have stood up, all of you leaders and the students represent all the students. So I'm quite surprised. I really am very, very pleased that you guys realized it's going to be 7% by the time we finish. And you still agree to it. So my hat's off to you guys. Awesome. You can see that beautiful bald head. So I support option A, of course. It's the better of the two evils to me. Thank you for everything you all have done. And thank you Regent Carvalho for catching that. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
What I'd like to do prior to any more discussion is phrase the motion in a manner in which we have to have this phrased. And so the way that the motion has to read is that it's the approval of option A with a recommendation to suspend board policy Title IV, Chapter 3, Section 50 concerning annual professional performance pay awards of 1% for FY 2025. It also includes a waiver of the 6% limitation on increase in fees and tuition set forth in Title IV, Chapter 17, Section 1, subsection 2, paragraph A and B, and is this A and B and I? I2?
Little two.
And a waiver of the notice, of requirements to increase fees and tuition set forth in Title IV, Chapter 17, Section 1, subsection 2, paragraphs C and D. The reciting of that will still stand with Regent McMichael's motion. It was seconded by Regent Del Carlo. I will now ask, is there any final conversations regarding the motion? Regent Goodman?
Thank you very much, Chair. Stephanie Goodman for the record. So I've had many conversations with faculty senate chairs. I've had conversations with constituents, and I am a fiscal conservative, and I'm looking at this and wondering what's happening in 3 years, what's happening in 5 years. The sustainability of this seems daunting at the least. But I sit here and I've often said, I'm not an attorney, so I'm going to listen to our general counsel. I'm not an HR person. I'm going to listen to what they have to say. Well, I'm also not the president of a university, and so I'm going to listen to what all of you say, and all of you are supporting this. And I just think it's very important for us to get together and I'm going to just take a few words from President Pollard. We need to put together a plan that is going to really talk about how we keep this, how we sustain this, because it's a lot of money, and it's a lot of money that is every year more and more. And so we really need to make a point of asking our presidents to come back with a plan. Thank you, President Pollard. I think that that's one of the best things we can do is come back with a plan. How are we going to address this? Because this is going to affect how our institutions grow and prosper. And that really concerns me, because we want this state to get better. So I want to just make a couple extra comments. I love that every single one of you were here to express your opinion. A lot of them aren't here anymore. But I really need to see you at the legislature, okay? Because I was up there and I was lobbying this, and we got a hard no. And I run a center to help people with a gambling addiction, right? And we got our budget cut 75%. We had the whole community on the phone. We had them up there present in chambers, or they wrote a letter. And we really need to have this kind of excitement and energy when the legislature hits. And so that's what I'm asking all of you. I am going to support this because the presidents say we can support it. But I need all of you to when in 2025, when we're up there and we're talking about this, we need this kind of energy up there for sure. And then my final comment is I was on a call this morning. I'm going to brag for a minute with Nikki Haley, who I love. And so I'm on a call this morning with her. And she said that Generation Z is going to save us. And I have to say, what those students did today, and your selflessness and your ability to say, listen, I was in college and $200 was a lot of money, okay? So I'm just, we can break it down into Starbucks, but when I'm paying it in one fair swoop, it's a lot of money. And so I just want to say that I saw something in all of you that is it's very refreshing and lovely, and it's very, very encouraging as a person that's I think I'm a Gen Xer, so it's very encouraging that as we look down, it's that you guys are really I'm impressed. So thank you, and those are my comments.
Regent Cruz Crawford.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. Regent Cruz Crawford for the record. I don't want to waste anyone's time, so I'll be brief. Regent Goodman said pretty much what I was going to say, but instead of being a fiscal conservative, I'm take care of all the babies and make it rain progressive. And so I did want to say two things that go along exactly with what you were saying, and it just shows that we need to work together to get these things done. Number one, in the interim, we're really going to need to make sure as university systems that we really take care of those wraparound services to make sure that our students understand grant opportunities and a tuition assistance that is available. There's a lot of untapped resources, and specifically looking at our protected classes that don't always advocate and do more reach into our communities. So I will be happy to work with the presidents on those discussions and our community discussions. And state, I was going to say the state is not going to provide funding if we are in a good place. So this might be a call to action, a wake-up call that our state needs for public education, universities, and our community colleges. And I will definitely be advocating at the state. And there's nothing more powerful in legislation than our students that come and speak. So let's get a busload. I'll drive. We might not make it there in one piece, but I'll see if CCSD will loan us one of their school buses. But yes, definitely let's advocate for more funding, and in the interim and continuing on making sure that we're utilizing all of our resources so that our students can access alternative means for payment. Thank you.
Regent Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a difficult question. I don't know whether I should aim this at Regent Downs because of his mathematical prowess. But we always tout that we're one of the most affordable institutions across the country. I would like to, if it can't be done today, I would like to know what's the delta? What's the delta change versus our median income? Because it's different if you live in, I'm just going to pick a state, and please don't, send me letters about how I talked about another state. But for instance, if you live in Manhattan, your income is a heck of a lot higher. Or if you're going to Georgetown and live in Washington, D.C., your income is a heck of a lot higher than it is for our median income here in Nevada. The percentage of what it costs to go to school for full time versus how much the median income is. Like in Louisiana, it's a little bit, they say they're affordable also, but their median income is lower. And does that am I making sense? Because okay, thank you. So do you have the answer to that question, or is that, I know.
Are you asking me if I don't know the median income of the states? But we can work it out.
Okay, well, thank you. I'd appreciate that. I don't want to put it in, and could you make sure that all of us get a copy of that? I know it's something that you can't do on the fly. It's a little bit more difficult than that, so I appreciate it.
Regent Carvalho.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to reiterate what Regent Goodman said, echoing what President Pollard also said, that it's important for us to look at our pricing structure generally, and I believe that the Chancellor has been working on that, and it will be coming forward to this board at some point in the future. So I agree with you, and I echo what Regent Brown said. I'm concerned about this 5.2% HEPI increase in 26-27. So we need to start having these conversations. So thank you for reminding me about that.
Just a question, just so that we can have it on the record. Can you please address any type of carve-out considerations that we have to have for the medical school?
Chair Brooks, Chris Fatone, thank you very much for the question. Actually, I want to apologize because when I first spoke on the item, I neglected to mention one important comment that you may recall when you approved the FY24 COLA increase back at your June meeting for effective July 1, 23. One exception to the COLA you're approving was necessary for the clinical faculty in the two medical schools. And so we understood that going into this discussion. We did not have an agenda item today to specifically address the two medical schools because there was concern about getting ahead of your action today with that item, but we did want to make sure you knew that subject to your approval of a COLA today, the med schools would plan to come back with their proposal for the clinical faculty at your next meeting.
Thank you for that clarification. Vice Chair Arascata?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. And CFO Baton just answered one of my questions. However, I need to give credit where credit is due. And I'm sure all of us received an email from the Nevada Faculty Alliance. And I hope everyone jumped on their website, nevadafacultyalliance.org, where they have a breakdown of the student fees. And to follow up with a question by Regent Perkins, is where we rank in regards to the among states with student fees, with higher education net tuition revenue. And it gives a breakdown economically of where we are in the country and where we are in regards to an economically sound education at a bargain basement price. It is what we have. It seems that the Nevada system of higher education, what I'm seeing is almost going over the philosophy of a lesser charge for every aspect of fees and tuition in hopes of bringing in more students. There's a major big box store that has the same mindset where you lower the price of all the items and bring in more customers. We need to provide both. We need to provide a higher level of education in order to provide a great opportunity for the students, not only to increase their educational value, but to graduate on time. And we need to do this with the highest esteem of faculty and staff, and to make sure that the education that's being provided to the students from faculty are deserving of a raise, receive in 1 year, essentially what it's going to be is a 23% raise, which in the private industry, people I'm sure their heads are turning, but in the education in regards to this setting, it's much needed. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this, Regent Brooks. Thank you much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Arascata. Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. We spent a heck of a lot of time on all of this, and it is a beautiful example of shared governance, and started with the committee and having student representation on it. But I really think we need to realize why we're here. It's because the governor did try to get us equal funding for the 80%, and he didn't get anywhere. The legislature said no to him. And what I found to be so disheartening is that we ended the legislative session with a $1.3 billion surplus. So the $63 million shortfall is to me, not very much money compared to $1.23 billion in a surplus. So I felt like this last legislative session was really a session for K through 12. They came up back and gave them $200 million more. We did get a lot of things funded. I'm not saying we didn't, but I just don't think overall, this is probably a broad statement, but the value is there. People perceive the value of higher education in Nevada, and we've got to do a better job, and this is a call for action. I totally agree with you, Dr. Pollard, from this day forward that we've got to start right away getting ready for the next legislative session, because our students are going to hopefully be a huge part of that, because they really do listen to you when you guys get in the bus and come up to the legislature. And I think if we could start the meetings, we have a wonderful governmental affairs person in Alejandro Rodriguez. We've got to tell our story. It's a storytelling. We have to have They have to understand the impact of this. Our faculty was so deserving of this. I think it's embarrassing that somebody that's gone to school with a PhD, that's a lot of years of school. It's not only going to school, it's paying the tuition, and it's a loss of wages because you're not earning money, those like a full-time job when you're going to school. I know that because it took me like extra time to go to school for other reasons, but we've just got to do a better job. You can't treat employees differently. They need to be funded at 80%. It just isn't right. And I was really appreciative. In a lot of the public comment, the word shared sacrifice came up. I was really, really proud of our students that they were not complaining. I agree with you, Faculty Senate Chair Robinson, that I was shocked that the students, I thought all that line was going to be, don't raise our tuition, don't raise our tuition. And the message out of that is how much our students love their professors. And that's got to be gratifying. And this is a business, but it's so detrimental to us to have to spend so much money attracting and retaining faculty when if we just paid them what they're supposed to be paid, we wouldn't have to do that. So I'm totally in support of option A. I want to be part of that call to action, and I'm glad I'm on the funding formula committee with my Regent Goodman and Chair Brooks. And there's 3 regents out of 12 members on that committee, and I hope that we can have future meetings. We will have future meetings, but really get the input from all of you, because that funding formula is going to end up being what we're going to live with probably for the last one was 10 years ago. I'm hoping we can maybe do it sooner, but I'm proud of this whole process. And shared government takes time, but this is time well spent. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Breger.
Thank you very much. I'm going to piggyback Regent Goodman in regards to, and President Pollard. You know, the call for action sounds good today. And I've been doing government for about 40 years. So what I would like to remind everyone is that you need to stay strong to that and not just think, okay, because you're not getting what you need. We're getting what we are squeezing out of what we don't have, because it's well-deserved. And I do applaud the students for knowing that this 5 or 6% is going to affect them. The number that keeps us fiscally responsible is really 7.5%. So we're not doing that because we understand the dynamics and the need. And for me, I'm kind of tired. I grew up here, went to school here. My kids, my grands, I'll date myself, and my great-grandchildren are in school now. And all we hear from our legislators when they're running, and President Sandoval said it, is that everybody cares about education. It's an easy statement. We can't let it be an easy statement anymore. If we do not come together in 25, then all of us and new people will be on the board in the next 10 years, and you'll still be asking for the same things. So we need to stand strong. And it's not that you have to always go up there, but you can go to the Sawyer building too and make an impact. So we need to stand together and not just say it, but we need to do it. And, you know, I've spent from 12 years on the school board to the commission that gets saddled with a lot of things because the legislature doesn't want to do it. And you have to quit letting them get away with they care about education. Easy statement. They have to prove it. So let's make them prove it in 25. And I think we need to go about it politely, sincerely, and have the backing of our students and all of our facilities. We have to go in droves to either buildings, write letters, get citizens to do it. And please don't give up. This has been going on for way too many years, and it needs to stop. So thank you.
Thank you. There is another addition that has to be entered into record regarding the motion. And so what I'm going to do is simply read this out one more time rather than just adding things and say it's already been stated in the record. And after I read this, I will ask for Regent McMichael and Regent Del Carlo, who were the first and second of the motion to approve, to agree that this is the way it'll be read and entered into record. So the motion by Regent McMichael, seconded by Regent Del Carlo, is to approve Option A for agenda number item 18, the cost of living adjustments for professional employees. This is an award of an 11% salary increase for all professional employees for FY 2025 with a delayed implementation date of October 1, 2024. It's approving a 5% increase in NSHE student registration fees, non-resident tuition, part-time non-resident tuition, and distance education tuition. 15% of the increased fee for the universities and Upper Division Community College, and 10% of the increased fee for the community colleges will be dedicated to student access consistent with board policy, and the remainder used exclusively in support of the salary increase to the state-supported operating budget. This includes a recommendation to suspend board policy Title IV, Chapter 3, Section 50 concerning annual professional performance pay award of 1% for FY 2025. In addition, it's the approving of a waiver of the 6% limitation on increase in fees and tuition set forth in Title IV, Chapter 17, Section 1, Subsection 2, Paragraph A, B, and II, a waiver of the notice requirements for increase in fees and tuition. Can you pop that back up? Thank you. Thank you. So an increase in fees and tuition set forth in Title IV, Chapter 17, Section 1, Subsection 2, Paragraph C and D, and the motion includes a carve-out for UNR and UNOV Medical School clinical facility, which will be brought back to the board at a future meeting. That is the entirety of the motion, and I'm asking for approval of that motion to be solidified by the first and the second regents who made the motion. Regent McMichael?
I agree.
Thank you.
I too agree.
Thank you.
Regent Del Carlo.
May I make a comment?
Regent McMichael.
Someone needs to contact Guinness and see if we just set a record for the longest motion ever. I mean, really.
Yeah. Now, Regent Downs, you have an additional comment?
Well, just to answer Regent Perkins' request, I have some rough data that I haven't fact-checked yet, but from what I could find. And if we look at the median income per state compared to the average cost of attendance for higher education, Nevada ranks 9th in that comparison.
Thank you.
Sure.
I knew you had it.
But it's not, I can't guarantee these numbers are 100% correct, so anyway.
I'll take 77% correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer.
Is there any additional conversation regarding this agenda item? At this time, seeing no additional discussion, I will ask Chief of Staff Nick Wojcicki to please help us out with a roll call vote.
Regent Del Carlo.
I'd ask to have the motion repeated, but I wouldn't dare. And I vote yes.
Regent Downs.
Yes.
Regent Goodman.
Yes.
Regent McMichael.
Yes.
Regent Perkins.
Yes.
Regent Tarkanian. Regent Tarkanian.
I said yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, you couldn't hear me. Yes.
Thank you so much. Vice Chair Ariscata.
Yes.
Regent Boylan.
Aye.
Regent Breaker.
Yes.
Chair Brooks.
Yes.
Regent Brown.
Yes.
Regent Carvalho.
Aye.
Regent Cruz Crawford.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we will now move on to, since our CFO is there at the podium, we'll move on to agenda item number 19 for the student fee account balance report.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. Chris Fatone, NSHE CFO. The report that your item 19 report is a report required under your board policy that was established in 2017 to report on student account fee balances. And this report, these balances, the student account fee balances we're talking about are things that are outside the state-supported operating budget. So when we were, in terms of the discussion around the fees on the last item with the COLA, that was state-supported operating budget. This is in the non-state side. So some of these fees are fees that will be directly supporting some of those non-state positions that the non-state, that receive the COLA also. So when you heard the discussion and the concerns about non-state positions and the cost of the COLA, student fees are part of that non-state population that we're talking about. So this report is prepared, and I think those of you that that were with us in the Business and Finance and Facilities meeting yesterday morning heard that some of our year-end reports that you're receiving in this December cycle are the subject of some of the observations made under the LCB audit, for which we adopted some new policies. You adopted some new policies at your September special meeting. Those policies have yet to be rolled into our process for preparing these reports. So some of these reports, and this fee balance report is one of them, campuses have been starting to adopt, make adjustments to reflect those policy changes, some sooner than others, some in anticipation of those policy adjustments. So this fee balance report is one report that today reflects some of that activity in some cases, but not in others. And so there's a little bit of an apples and oranges when you're comparing campus to campus, because we have not had a chance to go through and make sure all are reflecting the changes that need to be made based on those LCB observations and your policy changes. So I mentioned that just to take into consideration, because you will see changes when you get this report next year that'll reflect those policy changes. Otherwise, the report is prepared so that you can see the fees held by campuses under the different fee categories. And the report was modified last year to allow for the campuses to provide an indication where there are plans, commitments that require a carryover of balances that may exceed the policy of the 100% annual revenue limit on balance forwards in the student fee accounts. And with that, I'll end my comments there and ask if you have any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for our CFO regarding that report? I don't see any question. We do have a question. Regent Carvalho?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question regarding UNLV's student fee balance report, and I don't know if you can answer this or if UNLV, but student fees other available ending balance is 39 million, and I'd just like to get a clarification on what that might be. Thank you.
So let me attempt to answer, unless, if that's okay. I don't want to speak for the campus, but I will if you'd like. Okay. Just taking a look at the comments on the report for them, the other category, this is one area where it's adjusted for some of the feedback from the LCB audit. So prior to the LCB audit, interpreting student fee balance account was included some legacy interpretation of self-supporting activity, auxiliary activity. After working with the auditors, reviewing and rereading the policy, realizing that the policy applies to all fees under Chapter 7 in the Procedure and Guidelines Manual. So all the fees that you approve are included in that policy for monitoring the fee balances. Because of that, I know UNLV took the action of looking at where fees were being distributed and what was being included in the report. And so there's some auxiliary activity now that's captured here that had not been previously in that category, including student health and student union, which have a capital component to them. So some of what you're seeing in that balance is capital reserve for the facilities that are covered under the facility programs for the auxiliaries at UNLV. There are other fees in these reports similar to all the self-supporting conversation around the account balances. There are hundreds of accounts at times that roll into some of these numbers that make them a little larger. But that's some of the bigger difference from last year's report to this year's in that category.
Thank you for that clarification. It just, that number is much larger than at any of the other institutions, so I thought it was important to call it out. And so is there, well, I guess you've addressed that. Thank you.
Sure. Are there any other questions for our CFO? Thank you very much. I know that we have a couple of other items to attend to that you will be presenting on, but what I'd like to do is offer you a chance to just sit down for a couple of minutes. There's some other items that I've got to bring back from yesterday, and so we'll give you a break. Thanks a lot. President Whitfield, what I'd like to do is as we had discussed, move over to agenda item number 14, which is the multi-year employment contract item.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. For the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. So funny, in my notes it says good morning. That's way past. So good afternoon, Regents. Today I'm requesting the approval of a multi-year contract for Dr. Leora Frimmer, a geriatrician. Geriatrics is an essential component of our internal medicine program, but over the past 2 years, the school has only been able to staff one board-certified geriatrician. A second is needed to continue the program. Dr. Frimmer is currently a geriatric fellow at the School of Medicine and has a desire to stay in Las Vegas and practice geriatric medicine in an academic setting. Additionally, Dr. Frimmer is under a J-1 waiver visa that requires at least a 3-year employment contract, which requires your approval. With this in mind, I offer this for your consideration.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, President Whitfield. We quickly have a motion to approve this by Regent McMichael. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Regent Brown. Is there any discussion?
I have a question.
Sure. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. This is the second time I think UNR had somebody too at their School of Medicine. I guess this is a policy thing. I just wonder why I guess it's policy. That's why we're approving that. I look at this as when I first came on the board, we were approving coaches, we were approving athletic directors, and I personally don't think it should be, we shouldn't have to do this. I think our schools of medicine are fully capable of doing this. So was that something I would bring up under new business to look at that policy? Okay, I will do that then. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? All those in favor of accepting this employment contract for Dr. Frimmer, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose signify by saying no or nay. The employment contract has been approved. President Whitfield, we'll just go right into the next agenda item, number 15.
Number 15. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Regents. For the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. We're requesting the approval of a multi-year contract for Dr. Jacqueline Choa, an interventional pulmonologist. Similar to geriatrics, pulmonology is essential to the School of Medicine, but is currently understaffed with only one physician in interventional pulmonology. The school needs 3 physicians in this specialty to ensure backup care for patients, and this hire will help to strengthen both the school and our quality of care. Currently, Dr. Choa is completing an additional subspecialty fellowship in interventional pulmonology at the University of Utah and expressed a desire to serve the Southern Nevada community. Like Dr. Frimmer, Dr. Choa is under a J-1 waiver visa that requires at least a 3-year employment contract, which requires your approval. Thank you for taking time to listen, and I offer this for your consideration.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, President Whitfield. We have a motion to approve by Regent McMichael.
Second, Regent Del Carlo.
The motion is seconded by Regent Del Carlo. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of the employment contract, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
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 Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay. The employment contract has passed. Thank you, President Whitfield, for that. Is our CFO back? Okay. Got it. So, listen, I think what we'll do is just take a quick 5 minutes then while we wait for our CFO, stretch your legs, and then we'll get back to the agenda. Okay, for the interest of time, if folks want to start getting to their seats, we'll resume the meeting and start moving forward with other agenda items. Okay. So we'll just start moving into agenda item number 20. And I will ask our CFO to come back up. And this agenda item specifically has to do with revision of student fees.
Thank you, Chair. Chris Fatone, NSHE CFO. So item 20 is your annual item to review and for your consideration and the new fees or fee adjustments that are proposed by the campuses. And I know there's a lot of material in here. And so what we did, we broke it down. It's one item, but there's three supporting materials for you that correspond to the three different types and sections of fees that you're receiving today for your consideration. The first group is reference material 20B. And I'll go through this one, but point out that each of the three supporting materials is constructed the same way. So each one starts with an executive summary of the fees that are here for your consideration today, followed by the specific pages of the procedure and guidelines manual that include all the fees that are within that section. And then after those pages in your materials is a summary with some more detail and narrative provided by the campuses for the specific fees that are listed back on that executive summary. So starting with the supplemental material 20B, this section is student fees, and these are fees that apply either to all students in a particular group or population. So these are fees that generally apply to large groups of students on any of the campuses. And again, on page 1 of that supplemental material 20B is all of the fees that you're being asked to consider today. So the top section, UNLV, and then followed by UNR, Nevada State, and Great Basin. That is the extent of the fees that are in the student fee group.
Motion to approve.
There was a motion to approve the revisions for student fees by Regent McMichael. Is there a second?
Second by Susan Brager.
And there's a second by Regent Brager. I'm going to open up the floor for discussion, and I'm going to call on Matthew Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. So I'm kind of jumping the gun a little bit here, but in terms of the reference material for this agenda item, in the section for 20B on page 13, and then also on page number 2 for the reference material 20D, we had asked the GSA to kind of consider these fees and say, what would graduate students like to see? Would they like to see both of these fees increased, or what their opinion was? And the GSA voted against supporting both of these fee increases, the first one being the increase for the fitness facility, and then the second one being for the increase at Ponderosa Village, which I've spoken to this board about probably at least 3 times at this point. And I can understand from the administrative point of view, there's always going to be costs that increase, and those costs typically get passed down to students because, you know, they're using some of those facilities, if not all of them, and it helps build what the university has in its repertoire to recruit students. However, I wanted to echo what I said earlier regarding the tuition increase, where this is going to impact also our most vulnerable students, where they're the international master's students, and even some of the individuals who have full GA-ships with their PhD. As Regent Del Carlo said, you're here for 6 years. This is an investment not just of money, but it's an investment of time. And when you look at that time and it gets harder and harder because you see these fee increases, it makes things really difficult to stay with that program. Regent Goodwin had mentioned where, when you're in college, you're trying to really make sure that you're right at the border there with what you're spending. And Regent Downs even said, well, maybe with some of these increases, you have to decrease, if you're getting a cup of coffee here and there from Starbucks. But when you have students who are relying on trying to just make ends meet, they're also worried about, okay, I need to get to pack provisions on Friday. How difficult is that going to be for me? Can I take the time off of work to go do that? I'm also worried about school and my studies. And all of these graduate students have a thesis and they have a dissertation, which means that they kind of have competing items within how they're surviving for these 2 to 6 years. So I would like the board to consider not approving those 2 items that I had mentioned, or at least considering having a conversation on how to better support those students who are in those master's and PhD programs who are some of the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. And for clarification regarding the motion, Regent McMichael, is that motion to approve fees specifically for what was presented to us in 20B?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The phone was literally underneath.
Regent Borland?
I'll call you back.
Thank you, Chair. I see this, when I saw this first, I saw this as an opportunity to reduce some fees that, okay, the students have agreed to that 5%, they're awesome. But I see fees here like advanced deposit, nursing, certified registered nurse, blah, 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 $1,000. What is this advanced deposit for? And actually, young man who just spoke, my first thing was the athletics fee, and I'm like, why increase that? But can someone help me with this? Why do we have these kind of fees, advanced deposit? Where does this, for what? And we've got nursing, that's one of the schools that we need the most people, and we're charging them ridiculous prices. Are they going to be getting, I don't know, something for it? Or I know they'll get education, but in advanced fees, just academic fees, then there's fees for back. I saw this one thing, again, nursing, but what was the thing on page 1? 640. Okay, I'll stick to that for now. So what is that, the $1,000? Can't we reduce some of these? Then there's 500 for advanced deposit, occupational therapy, doctoral student. Why? Just because they want to be a student, they get charged these fees? Help me, someone. I mean, who made up these fees? Yeah, you're the man. All right. You. Don't look around. No one's.
Chris Fatone,
Mr.
NSHE CFO.
Vitale, yeah.
So just to clarify, the fee you're referring to is not one of the fees that's being proposed to be approved or changed today. However, I understand your question on page 2 of the materials. It may be on page 2, it may be on a different page. The advanced deposit for nursing and some of the other programs, some of the programs that have high demand have had previous December meetings had a deposit approved. That deposit is not on top of their course fees once they are accepted and enrolled. The deposit is to hold the seat for them in a high demand program, so that the school is not then without a student for a high demand program available.
I see.
That deposit
Okay,
gets credited against their fees when they do enroll and register.
Thank you so much. I get it. I must have been sleeping in the last meeting, but yes, you're right. Thank you.
I don't know when that one particularly was approved, but yeah.
Is there any other discussion or comments regarding, and I would say specifically, the fees that have to do with the presentation of 20B? Regent Carvalho?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would it be appropriate to request President Sandoval to further clarify the reasoning for these increases in response to President Hahn?
I think it's always appropriate to hear from leadership of our institutions. President Sandoval?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno, for the record, to you and through you to Regent Carvalho. With regard to the fitness center fees, I've had the opportunity to speak with President Hahn. We also have Dr. Shannon Ellis. My understanding for the justification for this increase is, oh, she's right there, but is for equipment replacement and other issues for.
Thank you. The fitness center fee, if you look at it, is an increase of $10 in fall of '25 and an increase of $10 on top of that in fall of '26. We were very conscious of the issues that have been raised by our undergraduate and graduate students, so we're doing it in increments, and we're not doing it right away even next fall. We need this for COLA, the cost of living increases that you debated and thought about. That's not picked up by auxiliary services. So housing, dining, fitness fees, new student orientation, anything that's an auxiliary, we have to come up with that money. That is a portion of the reason for the increase. Equipment, you want us to continue to not only repair it, but replace it. These are expensive pieces of equipment. Fitness is very important to mental health and well-being. Our students love that fitness center. They passed approval of that mandatory fee as undergraduates. The graduate students did not for a few years, but once they saw the beautiful facility, they could use it. They just had to pay a higher user fee because they weren't paying the mandatory fee. After they saw the facility, the graduate students did vote to assess themselves the mandatory fee. And I have said to President Hahn, when he told me yesterday in an email that they had not approved this, that we would be okay if the graduate students voted that they no longer wanted to be assessed this mandatory fee, that we would remove that from the graduate students and just assess the mandatory fee of undergraduates. So I'm trying to find ways to address the issues that are valid and their concerns to let them out of that, if that was the will of the graduate students. But it's a small increase, but it will do so much good for keeping the facility and the equipment. We will create more student jobs, as we always do with a fee increase, and our students will even get raises.
Thank you for that. I do have a follow-up. If the fees then would not be required for those graduate students, and that seems like a pretty gracious thing to do, that doesn't prohibit them from using facilities, right?
Correct. They would just pay a higher user fee for when they came in to use the facility. Or they could, we had this in place for the first few years when they didn't pay the mandatory fee. But it wouldn't be as low as the current or the increases fees that we have here. It would be higher than that mandatory fee.
So just so that I'm clear, and I appreciate this, there is going to be a fee for graduate students. It's just a matter of where that fee is going to be assessed at in terms of usage of the facility.
It would not be mandatory if they made that choice. Right now, it's mandatory at $45 for all students.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you. And I have a question. Didn't the legislature just raise the graduate student stipend? And if so, from what to what? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Regent Del Carlo, for the question. So yes, the legislature did raise the student stipends for a certain amount of individuals. If you're a teaching assistant, you received as a master's student a $100 per month increase for your 10-month assistantship. If you are a PhD student, you would receive a $200 per month increase from that. So, but when you combine these two fees, if you're a master's student associated with that, you're paying about $65 per month. So really it kind of falls back down to about $35 once these fees start taking place.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. And what are those, how many students are we talking here, Matthew? I mean, are we talking hundreds of students? Are we talking less than 100? Can you give me an idea, please?
So it's a little bit of a complex question in terms of how many exact teaching assistants. It applied to all state-funded teaching assistants. I do not know that number off the top of my head right now. However, working with the graduate school for the research assistants, they did receive that increase, but it's a slower process. So the research assistants would receive that increase, just not right away because their funding primarily comes from federal grants. So it's a prolonged process for those individuals. So certain research assistants have not yet received that increase.
Are there any other questions from Regents?
Chair Brooks?
Yes. Vice Chair Ariscata?
Oh, thank you very much. Although Dr. Ellis may have just inadvertently answered my question, we just hotly debated item number 18, agenda item 18, in which the students are going to be having a 5% increase in fees. Now, will it be 5% on top of this proposed change? CFO Baton?
Chris Fatone, the 5% on the COLA discussion applies only to the course registration fees, the non-resident tuition, distance ed, and part-time non-resident tuition. So those fees are a different section of the fee section of the program and guidelines, procedure and guidelines manual. So those fees are a significant portion of those fees is what funds the state-supported operating portion of student fees. These fees in the rest of this material are all non-state fees. So these fees are very separate from the fees you discussed in the COLA materials.
Perfect, and that's a clarity that needed to be stated. So once again, as Dr. Ellis just mentioned, that although I'm going to be putting words, adding some words to it, this is part of the collateral damage to that 5% that the students are going to have to accrue. It's going to be a certain load in which there's going to be lost revenue or revenue that's going to be needed in order to maintain the cost of living adjustment that was just made for faculty. Am I looking at that correctly, or can I say that correctly?
Chris Fatone again. I understand your question. I think I would note that that is possible. I think that it's probably a better question for the individual programs or campuses as to whether each of the requests is specifically intended to address the COLA consequence. It is obviously the case as you look at the materials and you look at the pages of the manual that are being adjusted. The proposals today do not include every fee in that section of the manual. It's the specific fees on the summary page of each section of the materials you have. So not all fees are being incremented directly to address COLA, although I do understand it's the case that some of the fee requests you're getting today may be a result of the July 1, 23 COLA that was approved after last December's fee proposals. And what you have today, what you get next December may include additional proposals resulting from today's COLA authorization. But again, it's the fees that are being requested for approval today are not all fees in each of those sections, but they're only the ones specifically listed on the first pages of each of the supplemental materials.
Wonderful. Thank you for the explanation.
Matthew Hahn.
Thank you, Regent Brooks. Also to address Regent Del Carlo's question about how many state-funded GAs there are, there's 593.
Thank you, Matthew.
And I have a follow-up question, Matthew, just so I understand from the student perspective, when we talk about the fees specifically for the fitness center, what does that look like in terms of if there is some grace in not immediately charging graduate students an automatic fee, if you will, but if they are going to use the center, then they would pay some type of fee, and I'm imagining that's either going to be a daily or weekly, like a typical gym would run. What does that look like from a student perspective?
So in terms of a student perspective, I would say well, not a large, but we have graduate students that do use the fitness facility. Those individuals, you can imagine, are typically 9 to 5 working. If they're not, then from there, they're also doing their classes as well. So it's a very limited amount of time that they have available for the fitness facility if they're able to use it from that. It will help maybe some students that are on campus because it's right there, it's immediate, you don't require any transportation to get there. But in terms of students, to answer your question, I should say, when it comes to student usage, if they were to have a optional fee for that portion, I think some students would make use of it. From the data that's been presented to the GSA previously, it doesn't seem like a large amount of graduate students use it because of the factor of time. So I hope that answers your question, or I can follow up.
No, it does, and I appreciate that. And so it seems like I'm not so sure that what has been presented in terms of that offering of removing mandatory fees specifically for the fitness center from graduate students would be part of the briefing and documents that we have. And so so perhaps if there is a motion to approve, then maybe we would want to take a look at including that phrase, or something to the effect of where, these fees will not be mandatory for graduate students.
Mr. Chair.
Regent Borland.
Thank you. So quick question, and I guess Matthew knows it. So when a graduate student does go to use it every day, how much does he pay for one use? Is it 2 cents, $20? What is it? If they don't get the increase in fee, then they'll pay every time they go. What will that fee be, the entrance?
So there's no entrance fee. It's based off of a per semester fee right now. The per semester fee for the graduate students would be $45, but this also does not include the summer months.
No, I get that. Sorry to button there, but like the lady said, then they would be charged a fee if we didn't have this $45. Then what is the fee they would have to pay once they go in every time?
I do not know the answer to that.
Who knows that? The young lady who, yeah, there she is. So what would that be?
Could you say young again?
Of course. Very young lady.
Thank you.
Yes,
Very
ma'am.
We don't know what that number is, and to be honest, I think it would be in President Han's best interest if we have a year for some breathing space, if you would see your way to pass this, and that gives him time to go back to his constituents and talk about would they want to be released from this mandatory fee, and if they don't, then he's no worse off because they're getting a great deal at $45 for another year and a half. And if they do, then we have time to take that off the books for graduate students starting when the fee increase would go into effect fall 25. So I'm trying to keep it as clean as possible, but he doesn't know what his constituents think of this because we just talked about it. I was trying to give him something that he could go back to his folks with.
One more question. So you haven't thought about what that fee would be if they don't want to pay the 45?
No.
We haven't got that far.
No, we haven't
That's
gotten
all I
that
wanted
far.
to- yes.
But it would be something more than the $45, but certainly not what faculty and staff pay if they choose to
Well,
sign
faculty
up.
and staff just go to, sorry, Cola.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. So they could pay it, but I'm talking about students. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I
ma'am.
just don't remember what it used to be.
Yes,
but
ma'am. Thank you so much.
We know our numbers for graduate students. We had over 6,000 visits by graduate students. That's not 6,000 graduate students, but the visitation has been very high the last 3 years, and it's grown as our graduate student population has grown. So we know they use it.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Chair.
Yep. And thank you. I appreciate the conversation. And listen, I know it seems like we're belaboring over a dollar amount for a fitness use of $45, but what I'm going to offer is that everything does per semester and everything adds up. And in our next item, we're talking about differential fees. And so there's just like this continuing cost. And so taking a look at and dissecting how things can be achieved in a positive manner that is least financially burdensome to students, I think is exactly the way to go. Is there any more discussion on this item specifically for 20B, for agenda number 20? What I'm gonna ask is, I think it was Regent McMichael, did you make the motion to approve? I'm gonna ask if there could be a friendly amendment for this motion that you would allow this to come back in 1 year, so that if the graduate students are gonna take a look at it, let's bring it back to the board after an assessment, or for board assessment in conjunction with the graduate students, if you'd be amenable to something like that.
Actually, no. I prefer
Okay. All right.
that President Hahn
Chair Brooks.
discuss it with them, and if they want to opt out of it, then that would be their prerogative. We shouldn't have to bring it back to the board once we've already approved it.
Fair enough. Regent Del Carlo?
I just have a question. I think, December, isn't it every year we look at fees? Yeah, so if we don't do what Matthew's asking for the graduate students, this will come back next year. And in the meantime, in that year, you certainly can do all your campaigning. I think you are a fabulous advocate for the graduate school. And you led the charge at the legislature. But when I think it was Regent Boylan asked the question and the answer was it's per semester, I'm personally not in favor of making a carve out right now. I think I'm in favor of it passing as the motion was made by Regent McMichael. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? So then we have a motion to approve student fees, specifically 20B, made by Regent McMichael, seconded by Regent Del Carlo. I'm sorry, Regent Breger. Thank you for the correction. Seconded by Regent Breger. All those in favor of the fee increase, please signify by saying aye or yay.
Aye.
Those who oppose say no or nay.
Nay.
It sounded like there were 2 nays, so I'll ask again. Okay.
Nay, Regent Aristata, nay.
Thank you, Regent Aristata. 20B does pass. Now I'll ask our CFO to go to the next item.
Thank you, Chris Fatone again. 20C, your next section, is the special course fees. So these are the fees that apply only to the students that are taking a particular course, and those courses are listed with the particular fee amount when the campuses publish their catalog and students are registering. These fees are itemized there as part of the registration for those courses. Same structure of the materials. The first page, and it's page 1 and 2 this time, include the specific courses being adjusted or new fees being proposed for each campus. And then followed by, this section's a little bigger because it is the course-specific fees. So the next, from page 3 to 17 is the pages of the procedure and guidelines manual that include all course fees that have come before the board for approval in the past, and reflecting the changes that you're being asked to approve today. And then starting on page 18 of the materials is where you'll find the narratives from the campus on each specific fee that includes information for you as to the number of students that are affected generally based on the enrollments in those courses, and some details regarding the use of the fees for the particular courses, the reasons within the policy as to why the special fee is being requested. So I'll stop there if there's any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding the course fee increase? Regent McMichael?
Yes. When was the last time these fees were increased?
That is a great question, and I actually have that information over there on my computer.
Feel free to grab whatever you need. Thank you.
So I should also mention the answer to that question is specific to each fee. because each fee is proposed not, as you can tell from the number of pages in the manual, there's many course fees. They don't all come before you at the same time. So I don't know if you would actually prefer, if there's a specific one you have interest in that I could look at, or if it's more of a general question, if that's information that I could find a way to provide the detail for without trying to do it at the podium, reading through for each one.
Well, then I wanted to ask, when was the last time the nursing care of individuals fee was increased?
And I'm going to apologize because it's going to take me a minute to get to my file.
All right.
And hoping I actually find it in the pressure of being at the podium. Yeah. If somebody could do that Jeopardy music louder, that was helpful. No, it helped. It helped.
Fees on ours.
Do you have the date?
Well, they're new. So, yeah. It's these two nursing ones.
So my apologies, Regent McMichael. The fee that you're asking about, is it the nursing immersion course fee?
It's the next agenda item. It's the
Differential fee? Is that on the materials on 20C, or is that?
No, it's 21. It's the next agenda item.
Okay.
21 on this.
So I think that is a differential fee proposal on item 21. Okay. So it's on,
I didn't want to interrupt him.
so just so I'm on the right page, is it on page 6 of the materials? Okay. So I'm sorry, this is a course at UNR, and for that particular fee, I wouldn't be able to answer the question when it was approved. I do have dates for the fees that are being asked to be modified or approved today. That fee is not a fee that's on the list for your consideration today, so I apologize, I don't have that information with me.
All right, thank you.
Regent Carvalho?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did not coordinate this with Regent McMichael, but I did ask for some of the same information previously, so I think it would be helpful moving forward, and perhaps I would say that it would be good to bring the dates when they were changed previously to us when we are considering fee changes. I might also ask that we consider putting that in within the procedures and guidelines manual as well. If I don't know if that can just be done by staff or if we need actually new business on that, but I think it would be helpful for the board to see kind of at least a little bit of history on course fees. Thank you.
Yes, and again, Chris Fatone, my apologies for for not having that information handy at for questions today. We have adjusted our template for next year's process, anticipating collecting that information and making it part of the materials going forward. And I'm close to finding the file if there are specific questions for today, but.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments regarding the course fees that were presented? Is there a motion to approve the course fees?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Downs.
Thank you, Regent Downs. So there's a motion to approve the course fees by Regent McMichael, seconded by Regent Downs. I don't believe we have any further discussion on this matter. All those in favor of increasing the course fees, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay.
Nay.
The course fees pass. I'll ask our CFO to go to the next schedule of fees.
Thank you, Chris Fatone, for the record. 20D, your next section is the residence hall and food service rates, that section of the procedure and guidelines manual. These are fee increases proposed by both UNLV and UNR for the residence halls and food service programs. The rates are here for you, and then the same structure of the materials. You have the pages from the manual followed by their narrative. I will pause there and I entertain any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding the
Yes.
resident hall fees? Regent McMichael.
Yes. Is this going to be the same situation? We don't know when these fees were increased?
I think that representatives from both UNR and UNLV that would be able to answer that are here.
Shannon Ellis, Vice President for Student Services at UNR. We have come to the board almost every year, and last year we came to the board for approval of increases in all of our residence halls and in our dining hall, our meal programs. In fact, in the food services contract that we brought to the board when it was approved in 2019, it has a built-in clause regarding consumer price index increases up to a certain amount. So it's all coordinated and very much a part of a long-term plan to keep our halls in good shape and still charging a low enough increase every year that it allows us to keep them in good shape and to pay our staff. And we have COLA increases that, again, this is a self-supporting unit. Regent Arascata called it collateral damage. We have to pay for this. It's not coming from someplace else. So all of that is in these fee increase requests, but we came to you last year and you approved it. In my 25 years, I can remember 5 times we didn't come to you with an increase. And it was when we were really tripling up rooms in Argenta and we were at our highest peak of freshman enrollment.
Well, because of the increase in food costs, I'm quite sure that waiting a year is probably detrimental to trying to maintain the services. Wouldn't it be better to come to us on a quarterly basis for an increase if items in the academy changes so that we don't have to wait an entire year and looking at a much higher increase?
Yes, Shannon Ellis from UNR. We have always fit into the December board meeting being the time we bring you fee increases. From time to time, over the years, we have come to you, as have other campuses, with special requests, especially when energy costs were surging. In the 2000s, we had to come and make a request out of the December cycle for a surcharge in our residence halls to cover. So there is a little bit of precedent for that, and perhaps we could come out with something that we wouldn't have to wait a year. We just follow what the board protocol is. So thank you for making that suggestion. It's very volatile right now, as you well know.
I understand. That's why I made the suggestion, because it just seems ridiculous to wait an entire year when food prices aren't waiting a year. You know, we have to keep on top of this because the students really need this. And for them to be hit once a year with these increases, you know, I mean, they can understand, you know, every quarter and look at the economy and say, you know, it's hard for me to get a Starbucks because it's costing so much now. They then understand the increases that are needed. Thank you.
Are there any other questions by Regents regarding the increase for residential or food service fees? I'm sorry, Regent Goodman?
But this is a mandatory fee for the food, right? It's mandatory. If you're going to live there, you have to pay. I remember getting a memo.
Yes, it's Shannon Ellis from UNR. It is mandatory for freshmen living in the hall. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Amanda, she's nodding her head, and so I'm talking to her. It is mandatory for freshmen living in the halls, not returning students, although a high number of them do opt for meal plans because it's great food, it's a great service, it's right downstairs. It's a great value.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve the residency hall and food service rate increase by Regent McMichael, seconded by Regent Boylan.
Yes, sir.
Is there any further discussion on this matter? Regent Goodman?
I just want to clarify my vote for everyone, but I'm always kind of against, I don't know, it's a lot of money, and we had to figure it out when we were in college. So I don't know, ramen and peanut butter sandwiches worked. Fundamentally, I'm against this kind of mandatory fee, so that's why I'll be voting against it.
Regent Cruz Crawford?
Regent Cruz Crawford for the record. I do have to say I am paying for my daughter's housing and food at UNR right now. But one option that wasn't on here is I think the first 2 or 3 weeks into a semester, they have the option to change their food plan depending on how often they eat. So my daughter opted to track how much she ate the first few weeks and was able to adjust. She found out she couldn't make it to breakfast in time, so she does granola bars in the morning. But anyways, that's a way to really look at being fiscally responsive, or ramen for dinner. But yes, it is a hardship, especially this spring semester, because it's the holidays and you're paying, the bills and tuition bills and everything. I am going to support, but it hurts our pocketbook. Thanks.
Is there any other discussion? So we have a motion on the floor that was made by Regent McMichael, seconded by Regent Boylan for a residency hall and food service rates increase. All those in favor of the increase, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those who oppose signify by saying nay or no.
Nay.
That motion passes. Since you're already up there, we might as well go right into agenda item number 21, which is the differential program fees.
Thank you, Chair. Chris Fatone, CFO. Item 21 is the annual differential program fee item that brings to you any proposed change in the use of existing approved differential fees or requests for new differential fee programs. This year, we've grouped them for you. There's some two new proposals and 3 that include a revision. The materials here are structured fairly similarly in that the next section of the materials includes the section of the Procedure and Guidelines Manual that's being revised. So it's Chapter 7, Section 10, and you can see the list of programs that are already approved and those that are being added and changed, how they're represented there. I'll pause if you have any questions. I know that the campus is would probably be best to answer the questions you may have about the specific proposals to the extent you may have any.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding the differential program fees? Regent Carvalho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would request that UNLV give us a little bit more information on the CRNA track. I know that it's an important program. I'd like to hear more. Thank you.
Hi, Chris Heavey, Executive Vice President and Provost for the record, and I'm here with Nursing Interim Dean Dr. Imelda Reyes. We're before you today asking for this large differential fee for the CRNA program. This is a program that's really vital to the state of Nevada to produce more nurse anesthetists. It's a program that doesn't exist in the state. It's an extremely high cost program. And what we'll say to you is that this is a program that we will not be able to offer without this fee. At the base graduate registration fee, the salaries of the faculty who would be needed to staff this program will not be possible for us. And so it's a new fee that will essentially support the development of this specialization. It's actually not a new program because it exists within the advanced nursing practice degree, so it's a concentration, but it will lead to licensure as a CRNA, a certified registered nurse anesthetist. And there's a tremendous shortage of anesthesiologists in the state of Nevada. And so we've actually been approached by the State Anesthesiology Medical Board, urging us to create this program and supporting the fee. As you see from the materials that we submitted, the cost of the program will still be below the cost of most other comparable programs, and it's a very high earning degree. So when people get this credential, they will immediately be employed at a very high salary with the experience and training that they have. And I'll let the Dean of Nursing, who is leading this effort, add any comments that she has.
Excellent, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I think the CRNA program, in terms of a return on investment for students, is really good. As the provost mentioned, compared to other programs, we're still on the lower tier in terms of the tuition cost for the entire program. We have taken into consideration only adding the fee to the specific CRNA courses. So in the proposal, you will notice that like any courses that we could combine with the current Doctor of Nursing practice degree is not at that higher level, so we tried to dwindle it down as much as possible so that it's only affecting those specific courses. But I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Are there any additional questions? Regent Perkins.
Thank you. Just to comment, when I first was elected, that was one of the things that the anesthesiology board came to me with, is that across the country, there's so many anesthesiologists retiring, and because it's an extended medical program, they were asking for this very specialization to sort of offset the retiring of anesthesiologists because we are desperately short in this state. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you.
And if I just add one more comment, when we penciled out the full cost of this program, we think it's about $1,200 a credit. So we'll be using the fees that we get from students for the base registration fee and also subsidizing the program to some extent to even be able to offer it at the cost of $800 for credit for those specialized courses.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Regent Carvalho.
Thank you. Because there is such a shortage in this area, will there be an issue finding providers to lead students in clinicals, or I don't know if clinical is the right word for
Preceptors?
For preceptors.
Yes.
So how does that look, especially when it shows that you expect 45 students in years 3 and in year 5?
Yeah, so we are definitely considering that, and that's where I think it's important that the state anesthesiologists are supportive as well, because we'll be using them along with CRNAs to precept the students. So we did also look at that. So before even bringing the proposal, we wanted to ensure that we actually had clinical capacity for this, and so so we have taken that into consideration. And 45 is kind of the cap, so that's why we're there.
thank you. I would love to see that many students in the program since we need them so badly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Regent Breger?
Do you reach out to any of the hospitals?
For their support?
Uh-huh.
Yes, so they're the ones, like, we have to work with preceptors and then also with the clinical
Right.
facilities. And so, yes, we've communicated with everyone and everyone's very supportive.
So, and then the anesthesiologist firms that are out there, because they work usually in an organization, are they being supportive as to what they would do or working with your students?
Yes, so so they're very supportive because they are very much looking forward to hiring them. So they so the anesthesiologists along with the CRNAs would be the ones precepting, and they're very supportive. And so we've gotten commitments already for the 45 students that we would eventually get to, and that's kind of why we're capping it at that number for now. So to ensure that we do not ever run short of clinical sites.
No, that's fantastic, because some surgical procedures are not taking place right now because of that situation. So,
Exactly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Regent Borland?
Thank you, Chair. I'm really interested in this because I've been thinking about this. So how do you practice? Do you catch the failing students and put them to sleep, or how do you do this? I mean, really, it's a very interesting thing to me. How do the students learn how much I'm going to put in this human and
Yeah,
what,
that's a
do you
very
have volunteers?
It's a very complicated process. So
I'm
the
not
students
gonna-
actually, before they even apply to a CRNA program, have to have years as a ICU nurse. And so they learn how to manage like patients on ventilators, for instance, and then that, along with the chemistry and physics and all that, those types of classes will like help them in the development of exactly how to measure out gases and stuff like that.
All right, thank you. That makes sense. I was
Yes.
scared. Thank you.
Regent Downs?
I just have a quick question. I'm curious more for, just to know, based on the current funding formula iteration, what is the weighting of this, these 687 to 830 classes for the CRNA program?
I'd have to look them up, but I'm guessing it's 5.5.
Okay.
But we'd have to look it up. It's a doctoral level training, so I think it's a 5.
Okay.
It would be between 5 and 8.
Okay. I was wondering, I thought it was more like 8, but I'd be curious to know. Yeah. Thank you.
We can look it up in the table, yeah.
Are there any other questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve the differential program fees for UNLV, Nevada State University, and Western Nevada College?
So moved.
Yes. Oh, second.
Go ahead.
That was so moved by Regent Downs, seconded by, was that Regent Perkins? I'm not so sure that we have any more conversation or deliberation discussion on this, do we? All those in favor of the differential program fee increases for UNLV, Nevada State University, and Western Nevada College, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say no or nay. Those fees have passed. Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item number 22. And this is the annual salary scheduling update. And I believe our Director of Human Resources, Sherry Olson, will be providing us information.
Certainly. So Chair Brooks, just for the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor. So this is just a bringing back of the policy based on the first reading of the code revision in September, and then the second reading at the November meeting. On an annual basis, we will be bringing back the salary schedules for the board's consideration, and that is based on input that comes to us from the NSHE Human Resources Office in consultation with the Human Resources Advisory Council of the system. And so with that, I'd like to turn it to Sherry Olson, our Director of HR.
Good afternoon, Regents, Chancellor, and NSHE family. For the record, I'm Sherry Olson, Director of Human Resources at System Administration. Here with me today is Eric Gilliland, Associate Vice President of Human Resources at Nevada State University. And in Reno, we have Kim Beers, Associate Vice President of Human Resources for University of Nevada, Reno. We are here today to present to you the annual salary schedule adjustments. as you are aware, in November, the board voted to update Title II, Chapter 5, Section 5.5, which required the periodic four-year salary schedule updates as described in subsection B, and the annual salary schedule updates outlined in subsection C to include a presentation and an approval by the Board of Regents. Today, we are presenting the recommendation on the annual salary schedule updates. In your board materials, you will find a copy of Title II, Chapter 5, Section 5.5, and a recommendation from the Human Resources Advisory Council with a July 1, 2024 adjustment. The recommendation is to apply consistent across the board 10% increase to all published salary schedules that are outlined in Chapter 3, Sections 1 and 2. And as documented in the recommendation, these adjustments are based on market-driven data. And just for the record also, in subsection D of Title II, Chapter 5, Section 5.5, and individuals whose current salary falls below the minimums must be brought to the new minimums. And so based on the COLA decision that was made moments ago, we also recommend that you suspend the effective date to October 1st, 2024, because there are unintended consequences of the current effective date. So with that, the three of us are available for questions.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Regent McMichael. There was a motion to approve the annual salary schedule update. Is there a second?
Second by Susan Brager.
Thank you. And so legal has just indicated that there is some phrasing for this motion as well. And so it was Regent McMichael. I will actually, what I'll do is the same thing I did last time. We'll just accept the motion, right? And I will read this into the record as long as you're amenable to it. So in the record, in approving of the annual salary schedule update, it must say that it's the recommendation to adjust the NSHE salary schedule by 10% effective July 1st, 2024, provided any salary adjustments to the new minimums of the salary schedule shall not take effect until the implementation of any FY 2025 cost of living adjustments approved by the Board of Regents.
Yes.
Thank you. So again, this motion was presented to us by Regent McMichael, and it was seconded by, seconded by Regent Brager. Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion on this, Regent Carvalho?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does this increase include community college faculty members?
Yes, the salary schedules for the community college faculty members are included in Section 2, I believe.
Okay, so this
Yes.
is across
It's
the board
across the
for
board.
everybody?
Yes,
Okay.
administrative and academic.
Thank you.
Quick question, Chair.
Regent Borland?
Thank you, sir. Does this include, and I know you just said faculty, but does this include adjunct too? Everybody seems to forget them, but they're so important. And but
Yeah. Do you want to answer?
For the record, Eric Glenn, AVP on Nevada State University. It does not. Generally, those are brought before, I believe, to the chancellor. I believe before the board. Chancellor, you can correct me, independently. So each institution will look at their PTI rates and make adjustments accordingly. So these are just for the professional classifications, so academic faculty and administrative faculty.
but they are academic faculty.
PTIs are not considered academic
No,
faculty.
adjuncts are not considered academic faculty?
Correct. They're considered letters of appointment, temporary letters of appointment, or LOBs, if depending on how much they're teaching. Letters of appointment
Okay,
benefits.
great, help me. I've got a wee bit of education, and the more I learn, the less I know. But are you serious? We don't call adjunct faculty, we don't call them, they're not considered faculty? We just
No.
don't call them, we just call them what, adjuncts?
part-time instructors. So
Part-time
you may, I guess, think we have our lectures, which I don't know. Sometimes different systems might use the term adjunct for that. But as far as our part-time instructors go, they are not academic faculty. They're letters of appointment.
Okay, so forget the adjuncts. They don't get COLA. They don't get this raise, adjustment. Nothing. Why do we have them? Everybody is cried and worried about themselves getting enough pay, but no one worries about the adjuncts. Why is this too much? Or if I can ask counsel, am I allowed to ask that question?
Regent Boylan, for the record,
Yes,
this is
ma'am.
Patty Charlton,
thank you, ma'am.
interim chancellor. And so actually with the way that we are funded, even for cost of living awards, classified and professional, it is funded for full-time. However, each of the institutions do look at their compensation rates for their part-time faculty or adjuncts or lecturers or whatever the term that they have, and it does vary based on the different institutions. So they do look at them on a regular basis. The board does have targets that are set for a goal of where they would like to see, where the goal would be to pay a person based on a per credit hour rate. So for example, I think the community colleges, the goal is like $1,017 per class, but that is something that is not funded. So the colleges continually look at that, especially for the purposes of being competitive. It's a very highly competitive environment for part-time faculty, and I'm sure that the presidents might want to add. I know that some institutions have recently raised their rates, especially for high-demand fields.
Yeah, if I may, for the record, Michael Wixom, Special NSHE Counsel, Regent Boylan, you can certainly inquire as to the salaries for adjunct faculty. That would be within the scope of the agendized item. If you were to advocate for a salary increase for adjunct faculty, it would require a separately agended item at a future meeting.
Thank you, counsel. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, or? I think we can move right into the motion. Yep, Regent Brown, go ahead.
Sorry, it just came to me. It says effective July 1st, and then you did kind of just mention it should possibly be October 1st, since that's when the COLAs are taking place. Do we want to make that amendment?
I think he read that into the motion.
Oh, that's what you said. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's always good to double check. Is there any other conversation? Okay, so then everything has already been read in to the record regarding the annual salary schedule update. There was a motion to approve by Regent McMichael, seconded by Regent Breger. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay. The update report carries. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to move back a little bit to agenda item number 13. So the UNLV metrics presentation has already been provided to all of the regents. For the consideration of time, President Woodfield has been kind enough to offer, not necessarily presenting this to us, as much as he is ready and able to field any questions that a regent has regarding the matrix. So I will ask President Whitfield if there's anything that you want to kick off regarding the metrics, or if you would like us to go right into questions, if regents have questions for you.
Thank you, Chair. And for the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. I think you can see from the format that we present our metrics in that UNLV is making very good progress towards the goals that are set out by NSHE, as well as understanding that those same goals are the goals that we have as an institution, and one of them being student success, but lots of other things as well in terms of advancing our mission. I would be happy to entertain any questions that you have about the materials that we've shared.
Thank you, President Whitfield. Are there any questions? Regent Perkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was looking at the resume boosting practices, online badges, and micro-credentials. Could you answer or give a brief overview? Oh, I can't see the numbers. Oh, slide number 9 of 17.
You were, pardon me, that was,
About the online badges and the micro-credentials. It's a resume boosting practice.
so one of the things that we're seeing in the landscape of higher ed is that a degree is not enough by itself. And so one of the, I think, very effective mechanisms that people are using and we're using are to create micro-credentials. They end up being almost co-curricular in a way. We typically make them very, very short in length. They're not a semester long. They're really a component piece of it. And as well, many of the things that we're talking about, we try to make them as stackable as possible. I don't have, let me see if I can find. There's I think we mentioned 3 or 4 of them in here. Yeah, I can find the exact ones that we have, but in addition to lots of other things, but some of them are micro-credentials around emotional intelligence, the kinds of things that employers want to see in people. We're actually trying to take an academic perspective on being able to provide some additional support for students. And as well, one of the things that's around micro-credentialing that you're seeing is that I bet you all are on LinkedIn, and one of the mechanisms that people are using on LinkedIn is that, yeah, you can have your resume there, but actually having credentials that have little badges, that have little, icons to them, show the world, these are the other skills that I have in addition to having an incredible degree from UNLV. I've done these other sorts of things. And so they have purpose in a couple of different ways.
Thank you. It enhances the student possibilities for employment, and it widens the skills that they are exposed to in a very short period of time.
Yep.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for President Whitfield? Regent Goodman?
Thank you. I just want to let you know I went and spoke at the Student Affairs Conference, and it was just really wonderful to see. They were telling me how they bring students from the community every Saturday, and they have them come there and they walk the campus, and it's just this great opportunity. And then I went over to the med school, and I met a first-year medical student who did that at UNLV, who wasn't going to go to school, and who decided that she would go to UNLV because of the fact that you did that program, and now she's a first-year medical student. So I love the outreach, and I see you have a slide on here with that, with the student awareness and everything on campus. So I'm thrilled and I'm excited and I like it. So I just wanted to say thanks. It's a really neat piece of what you do.
Well, thank you for bringing that up as well, because that is a part of what we're taking on as our mission, which is that community-facing piece of it. We have talked, you all have talked as a board about critical things like dual enrollment and some other sorts of things, but one of the things that undergirds all of that is engagement, is making sure that you really get out to folks. We're in an information-rich world, and sometimes it's hard to figure out what's actually out there and even what you're going to do with your life. And so what we want to try to do is to provide as many opportunities to be able to do outreach to get to folks who sometimes don't even know where to start, but is to give them some ideas. And the other thing I'll say, it's more of a philosophy, not trying to be too preachy about it, is that particularly here in the South for Clark County, we need more college-ready students. And in part, I think that if we can demonstrate to them that some of the things that exist at the university are options for them, because I don't think that they're always told that there's an option for you. And whether it be to go get an associate's degree or a special credential or a 4-year degree, we need to be encouraging them, and actually all year long, not just during the academic year. We've taken on trying to increase the number of summer programs that we have. I think I was crazy and just said, hey, double the number. And I think we're already up 40%, but is offering more opportunities for students to see themselves in possible careers, as well as being able to say, I don't see myself in that career. And so rather than going down a path that's not for them, they'll kind of get this opportunity. Actually, we just talked about nursing. Nursing's a perfect example of one, of where there's a summer program, and in this summer program, the students are there working with this little squishy thing that looks just like an arm, and they have to stick it. And boy, if you don't like blood or if you don't like sticking needles, that's not the job for you, and you get to find out about that. So we're trying to do as many of those as possible. One additional thing about that's related to this about the micro-credentialing is also being able to help teachers in the school system. Economics is one thing in particular where they're being asked to get trained up on that, and we've got a ability to be able to use a micro-credential to do that.
Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. I always look forward to our president's one-time-a-year metrics, but I was really happy to see that you put together a Rebel Ready program. I think that's a huge win for the students. It's all about getting them here and then setting them up for success. And it's been proven all over the country, schools that have it. I know that former provost at UNR, Kevin Carmen, brought it from LSU and became a very successful program at UNR. I don't know if you copied, just did your own complete program, but I really think that's great you did that. And I'm hoping that you, of course, I'm sure you're going to track persistence, completion, and who goes on to graduate and all those kinds, because those metrics are really important. It's kind of like the co-requisite. I mean, you're helping these kids where they need it the most. So thank you for putting that program together.
Yeah, I will say that we were in part inspired by the work that Nevada Fit actually does. It's clear that makes a significant difference, particularly in persistence. And it's in part because in both of these kinds of programs, you get students to set up expectations and a pathway starting from day one, rather than kind of learning as you go. And so we were inspired by that. I know my folks, they may not like me saying that, but I know that we did get inspired by it. It is something that actually nationally Nevada Fit as being seen as one of those kinds of programs, and we think that Rebel Ready Week will be the same one. You did tie into a couple of things that are absolutely critical, which is that student success is not an exact science. And so what you have to do is to be able to collect the data and see what's working and not, and each year be able to actually adjust to what's happening to your students. I will tell you that it was a moment to see. We had over 5,000 students basically sitting out here on Pita Plaza, students and their families. And I've never seen that many people in that area, and it was just exciting to see. But you can already see they're getting college ready in their mind if they weren't before. And their families, hopefully, we have a lot of first-generation students. It helps their family to be able to understand as well what they're going to be experiencing, even maybe to help them think through some of the things, but even more so, maybe not think through it, but to know when to ask the question, to do this. It's the hardest thing if you don't want to be known as somebody who, that you don't belong or whatever, is to be able to raise your hand. And so I think these kinds of programs do a really good job at being able to increase the belongingness that students feel and to know where they can get answers to questions.
I totally agree, and I like that just Rebel Ready, that it just rolls off your tongue really nice. Yeah, that's a good one. So
Yeah,
thank
say
you.
it 6 times fast.
Oh, and let me just say too, we may be competitors in sports, but the other thing that I'm just so glad that UNR and UNLV have done is the two medical schools are working together phenomenally, and it's just going to benefit Nevada. We're still one Nevada. We had a former governor that's sitting next to you that came up with that, one Nevada. And those collaborations between your two medical schools, because we all know we need lots more residencies to keep our doctors in Nevada, so that's going to be all part of this action plan that we've discussed here today. So keep up the good work.
Well,
Thank
every
you.
time we're together, we try to make sure that we remember to be able to increase our hits or tweets or whatever, but is the idea of better together.
Better together,
And it
totally.
is that, yes, we'll compete, but on the times when we can collaborate, it doesn't make sense not to use the collective strength that's actually in this state. And I'm going on and on, but I want to give another shout out to my colleague. You should put your hands over yours, because, you know, we'll keep taking the cannon, but, you know, there's other things
No, you won't.
that he helps on mightily, and that is cooperative extension. It's another way that, as an urban research university that really cares about the community, we wanted to be a part of that. And previously, under other administrations, it just didn't happen. It didn't happen for a lot of reasons. My colleague made sure he got the right person, not to make, forgive me if you feel this way, but this crazy north-south distinction. And to say something's owned by the north versus owned by the south. And said, we'll work together, and got the right person to do it. And so in cooperative extension, which goes out in and does things in the community, we have faculty from UNLV and UNR working together on projects. Why not use the brain power that we have together? And that is in very much so large part to the gentleman to my left.
That's great to hear. So One Nevada is better together. Thank you.
I just like the better together. That's our tagline that we want to get more hits off of. So.
Thank you. Are there any more comments or questions for President Whitfield? I don't see any. Thank you, President Whitfield. Thank you again, and thank you for your generosity of allowing to field questions and saving us a little bit of time on our day. Thank you. We really appreciate it. We'll now move over to President Zaragoza, and we are looking forward to your presentation. Thank you for providing it to us.
Mr. Chairman, Regents, Chancellor, colleagues, and guests, thank you for this opportunity to present my final presentation to the board on the CSN metrics. If we can get the slides, that would be very helpful. Excellent. Thank you. So this is going to be my turbo version, so I'm not going to be operating from script. If I go too fast and convert to Spanish, please stop me if you're not bilingual. So let me just kind of remind the board that the presentations that we make align to the NSHE goals and objectives. So you'll hear about access, student success, closing achievement gaps, workforce development, and kind of research. But we always start our presentations with an overview of who we are, because we're very proud of who we are. We're a large, complex, urban community college, and I want to emphasize that. Complex and large. We have 3 campuses, as you all know, and we have over 47,000 students that we serve annually. So again, when I use the term large, I mean it. It's secondly, also, we're very diverse, and as you can see, we're both a Hispanic serving institution and a minority serving institution. I want to point out that 40% of our students are Latino students, and you'll see that as we move forward, because when we talk about diversity, I want this board to know that the trend line is that CN will continue to become more diverse as we move forward. 73% of our students are part-time, and again, the minority serving designation speaks to the 70% of our students that are minority. Also, I want to emphasize that CSN is a community college. I want to emphasize community. Our credibility is in the community, and that's where it has to stay. And during my tenure, that's where I focused. You see that in a lot of ways, the diversity of the community college is reflected of the community. And you see that already between 2018 and 2022, you've seen the growth of the Latino sector from 33% to now 40%. And if you look at the slide to the left that kind of shows CCSD, you see that 48% of their students are Latino, and that's our #1 pipeline. So CSN will continue to become more diverse. Latino issues will continue to be prominent, as will issues of our other diverse populations, our African American populations and our Asian populations. CSN is, in fact, again, following the trend line, and we can predict that continued diversity trend. So it's important to us. I also want to emphasize when we talk about enrollment across the country from that COVID date, community colleges across the country lost 20% of their enrollment, and this is true in the urban areas. CSN was more along the 16%, a little bit below the national average, but we haven't recovered. The good news, as you see the trend line, is we are coming back. I also want to emphasize, this is IPETS data. And so it's very important that you keep in mind the conversations we had yesterday. There is a lag, typically a 4-year lag that you want to keep in mind from any of the data sets that you see here. And so we always provide the most recent information, which for us is 2023. And that's because that information is official and it's been reported to IPEDS. But again, you begin to see that this fall, we're beginning to kind of see that uptick. But I want you to know why we're kind of in the place that we're in. And I think it is important to understand that, again, we picked up some enrollment, but we also lost some enrollment in the dual credit space, 1,000 students almost. And this data is very clear in terms of what's happening. And I want to emphasize that obviously our dual enrollment component, which is when students take classes at CSN with CSN instructors, we've continued to grow that part. We didn't see any decline. In fact, we saw some growth. It's in the jumpstart space that we've lost space, and that's concurrent enrollment. And the reason we see that is because we have more diversification of options in Nevada. I want to emphasize here that these students are continuing. We didn't lose them from the system. They just went from one institution to another. And so I think it's important we understand what's happening in this space. Otherwise, we would have picked up another 1,000 students in terms of growth. So we're definitely trending in the right direction. When you look at graduation rates, again, you see the trajectory moving in the right direction as always. And we're very proud of this because when I came to CSN, and again, IPETS data, but when I came to CSN, we were at a 9% kind of graduation rate. This reflects a lot of good work. You heard about the pathways, and our pathways built the discipline. And I won't get into the specifics of that, but the discipline to see this kind of growth within the institution. And we're very, very proud of that. Our graduation rates are also important in terms of what we've done with our peer comparisons. We've stated as our vision that CSN is going to be recognized as one of the best high-performing community colleges in the country for institutions of our size. And this means that we're going to have to start comparing ourselves to the high performers. So we changed our peer groups now, and we're being compared now to the high performers in the country and in the region. And as you can see to the right, you see Austin Community College. They're very much respected in this space, Portland and Sacramento. To the left, we have our aspirational, which are kind of the national best performers. And you see that CSN is trending towards being a high performer when it relates to comparisons to our peers, and also that we're, as you'll see a little bit later, that we're making significant strides to be competitive in all sectors of the high performance area. And two areas that we always look at, and we talked about, one of them is the graduation rate, and the other one is transfer. And transfer is very important because about 50% of our students actually come to CSN to transfer. And it's a very important part of our student success kind of metrics. This is a required slide. This basically gives you the IPETS data for graduation rates by ethnicity. And I would argue that because of the small sample, we have basically a more telling slide in terms of what's happening in this space. And I'll kind of revert back and make a comment on this. And I want to single the African American kind of cohort when I show you the next slide, because the IPETS data, again, doesn't tell the story in terms of what's happening to all our populations. Again, I talked about kind of the success rates for us being at about 33% now. So when they ask you about CSN student success rates, the answer is that 33% of our students either graduate or transfer, and because that is what they're coming to CSN for, that's the Aspen rate, and nationally that's an indicator that we're all using to talk about how to better understand the success rates for community colleges. And again, those trends would also continue to improve every year, and again, a reflection on the kind of work that's happening at CSN. This is our completers, and this is also a very important slide because completers is a better indication for you all to understand what's happening with community colleges. This is not the quote-unquote IPEDS cohort. This is all students. So it's always a good indication of what's happening overall in the institution. And I want to just point out that in 2021, we had a record year. But the reason that we did that is that because in 2021, we had COVID and we had a lot of students that actually could not graduate because they couldn't complete their lab requirements, et cetera. And so they all came back. We had a major jump in graduates because they came back the following semester to make up those labs and were able to show up in 21, 22. And then this fiscal year, we go back to more like trending on the same trajectory that we were before COVID. And the percentage rates on graduates will give you that indication. This is a slide that I think is important to understand because that is the number of students that are actually getting credentials, degrees from CSN. And I mentioned the African American group, and I want to note that 9% of African Americans, in fact, are attaining degrees. That also represents, by the way, they're 10% of the enrollment. So Latino students, and I always try to make this point, they constitute 35% of those students earning certificates, but they're 40% of the population. So again, the data is important to understand. We need to continue to get better in these spaces as we move forward. But it tells a story that students at CSN on the whole are succeeding. And again, that does not include the transfer information. And again, one other very important indicator, if you assume that the number of students that graduate is the information that you really need, then you want to see what CSN is doing in terms of our comparison groups. So even amongst our new peers, you see that we are the second highest performer in terms of number of awards or graduates within kind of our comparison groups. And that's pretty amazing. I also want to emphasize that when you look at these comparison groups, we're looking at data that's actually more than 6 years old. So we've made some progress beyond these numbers, and I think it's important to just kind of keep bringing that forward. IPEDS is a very incomplete data source for us to understand student performance. Our IPEDS data, again, for retention suggests that we're having kind of the same challenges, but 79 to 80% is above our peer norm group. So we're doing well. We could be doing a lot better, especially as it relates to our fall-to-fall retention. But again, it's been flat, and even during the COVID period, you're seeing that we're beginning to come out of that in a very positive light. And again, this is information, but for the part-time students. Again, FTIC, first-time in college students. So you go back to that smaller population sample. You probably have heard a lot about kind of the community colleges focusing in workforce, and I really want to commend the board for the presentation that we heard from all of the community colleges, because you heard the story. All of us are working with a local community, and CSN is actually trying to kind of continue to be a leader in this space, not only in the state, but nationally. And one of the key indicators that you all want to look at is what's in the pipeline in your high demand occupations. And I want you to see the distribution here, because this shows that CSN is producing graduates in the areas of high demand in this community. And we're also kind of bringing in and creating new programs when they're needed. That's why the advanced manufacturing program was so important. You didn't have the ability in Southern Nevada to produce a machine operator before we brought this program forward a couple of years ago. So workforce development is a strength of the College of Southern Nevada. And you're also going to see that because of that, we're getting tremendous support in terms of grants that we're receiving. And this does not, by the way, include any of the HERF funding. This is all grants that we've gotten basically in support of our programs and our students. And you see that this year, fiscal year 23, we have over $28 million that we've been able to bring into this institution. One of the reasons you didn't see CSN asking for a lot of new student fees was because we get a lot of this through grants, especially to upgrade our labs and to create new programs. And so I wanted to emphasize that because I think that that's consistent with the mission of the community college. But also, I think I heard the word Titanic. I want you to know CSN has a lot of respect nationally. You see it in the investment that institutions are making on us. You also see it in kind of the kind of respect I believe that we've gotten in this community in terms of the work that we're doing, both in terms of more graduates, but more graduates in the right spaces. And also when you had issues like COVID, et cetera, CSN was at the forefront in terms of retraining and reconnecting individuals to the workforce. You earlier heard the CSN presentation on the foundation, and I just want to emphasize there that the focus has moved towards awards for students. A student first priority for us across the board is that we support them in every way possible and in every unit and every seat in the institution. Mr. Chairman, that constitutes my report, and I'm here for questions.
Thank you very much, President Zaragoza. It was great to get that report from you, knowing it's bittersweet that this is your last metrics report that you'll deliver.
Correct.
So again, I want to thank you for that. Are there any questions or comments? Regent Perkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this, Dr. Zaragoza. I appreciate it, and we can see how CSN thrived under your leadership. I was wondering if you would care to mention Blackfire, because that was one of a major donor, and they opened up a lot of doors for career readiness.
Absolutely, and the Blackfire has also kind of brought a new dimension to the CSN, which is a kind of small business development. We've been able, because of that platform, to attract other grants, including a 1.5 Department of Commerce grant to support small business development. And because of the population that we impact, it's primarily minority small businesses. So again, we've got the whole trajectory, and obviously the Blackstone platform allows us to kind of create that opportunity for our students to engage in the experience of entrepreneurship within the system. So we're very proud of that. And again, we've got a significant investment by the community to grow these programs.
Thank you for mentioning that. And another kudo on your presentation about the academic faculty, how you've broken it down from male, female, white, minority, and unknown. That's one of the statistics that I was looking for from the other institutions also. So thank you for that.
Appreciate it.
Are there any other questions? Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. I was here when we hired you, and you came in as a national expert on workforce development, and you haven't disappointed. You really moved the needle down here, and your legacy is that Deborah Marsh Center. I was so pleased to go to that. And I remember early as being a regent coming over to that high school that's connected to the HVAC, because that's such a huge component of what Las Vegas needs with the heat down here. But we are going to miss you. You are the chief of workforce, and you've got some big shoes to fill over there for that. So we wish you all the best. I know we still got another 6 months, 7 months. It's just the 1st of December, but you've left a lasting legacy. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Regent Carlo. And I want to emphasize the partnership dimension of workforce development. We all have them in all our communities. But for me, if it weren't for the partners like the city of Henderson building that facility and the investment that we're getting from the city of Las Vegas and city of North Las Vegas, they've really carried a lot of the load in terms of making up some of these adjustments we've had to make because of budget cuts, but having strong partners is the key to success. And our business community, our community-based organizations, and our municipalities have been exceptional partners during my tenure, and I've been thanking them every opportunity that I can. But they're also going to continue to support CSN because CSN is, for them, their community college.
Regent Carvalho?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Presidency, I echo what others have said. We will definitely miss you, but we've got a little bit more time with you. So I'm glad that we get to spend some time here. Regarding the retention rates, I see that, and I think that this is system-wide, probably nationally, I'm sure, that fall to fall retention is the pain point among our institutions. So what do you do to keep students engaged over the summer to get them to come back each fall?
Yeah, so, and again, the data itself, this is one of the areas that nationally we kind of were struggling with, because we also have a lot of individuals that really, their programs are completed within the year. And now we also have a scenario where there's a lot of poaching going on during the year. And so what we're seeing is that we may lose them, but we'll get them back. So we need more longitudinal data. That's part of what community colleges just need desperately. We need to show that all these students aren't necessarily dropping out. They're adjusting their lives, and they're still part of our long-term kind of commitment to them, and vice versa. In terms of kind of the connectivity, especially for the FTIC group, which is the full-time first time in college group, we have a lot of efforts basically that include things like mentoring to make sure that kind of we keep them connected. We have our summer programs and our summer programming that again targets very specific parts. It's also when we're closing the gaps, but our summer programming is critical for them, especially when we're building in programs that allow them to take an accelerated kind of course in the gatekeeping courses. So we've got our gatekeeping summer programs that are very, very successful. We've also kind of emphasized more recently kind of the importance of moving students that are part-time to a full-time basis, and that helps with kind of that sustainability. You see for CSN that there's an increase in FTE, even when there might be some declining enrollment, and that's because students are taking more classes. So it's all of the above, and the framework for this is obviously the Complete College America framework. We're a Complete College America college, and so the best practices that we're using are in fact based on both retention and completion, and that's kind of the work that we're doing. The advising at 350 to 1 and getting to that level, staying at that level is also very important for students. And then you kind of create that welcoming environment for many of our students. And I can't tell you, I know that it's not a major kind of retention effort, but the mariachi program is a good example of kind of creating that welcoming community. And I can't tell you every time they present to their own students kind of what that means to them, because they feel connected. They know that this is an institution that respects and understands the culture of 40% of their students.
Thank you, President Zaragoza. Are there any other questions?
I just have, Mr. Chair, if I may, I just have a correction. Blackstone is CSN and Blackfire is UNLV.
Yes.
So I was speaking about Blackstone.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a great presentation. Thank you very much. And I know that things are done underneath your leadership. Hey, President Zaragoza, before you take off, who actually put that presentation together?
Magoons Lingam is the architect of the actual technical side of it. And then we had our IR team, Margaret Martin, Dr. Margot Martin, who heads kind of our IR component. And then we all kind of came together. We always do it as a leadership team. So it reflects a team approach, and that's what you get.
Well, listen, it was the graphics alone, I thought were absolutely fantastic.
Yes.
Great job. Thank you again. We're gonna take a 5-minute administrative break, and then we'll resume the agenda. Thank you. Well, if we want to grab seats, then we will conclude the last several items that we've got to get to on our meeting today. It's always as the day gets later on, the room begins to thin out. However, there's still a few things that we've got to do. And just for purposes of placing it on the record, we are going to push items number 23 and items number 24 to our special meeting on December 12th, which now takes us to agenda item number 27, which is our committee reports.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
I'm
I'd
sorry,
like
where
to-
did that come from?
Regent Perkins, I would
Yeah.
like to make a motion that we accept items number 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32.
And just so I'm keeping track, that was 27 through 32?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So we have an immediate motion on the floor by Regent Perkins to accept all of the committee reports, items number 27 through 32. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Regent Boylan. Is there any need for discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of accepting the reports, items number 27 through 32, these are the committee reports, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose signify by saying no or nay. Okay, so then all of the committee reports have been passed. We'll now move into, let's see. Agenda item number 33. This is the election of officers. And like most of the things that we've accomplished today, there's some legal notices and policy requirements in bringing this agenda item forward. So in accordance with the bylaws of the Board of Regents, the board will conduct an election of officers. This election will be for a 6-month term commencing January 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2024. The chair election will be done first, followed by the vice chair election. Nominations will be accepted from the floor and do not require a second. After all nominations are received, I will ask for a roll call vote where each regent will be asked to state the name of the person they are voting for. Unless there are any questions regarding the election process, I will now open the floor to nominees for chair.
Mr. Chair, I would like to nominate
Oh, I
Amy
thought we had to-
Carvalho
yeah, go ahead.
for chair of the Board of Regents.
What'd you say?
I'd like to second that, Regent Del
We
Carlo.
don't need a second.
Yeah,
What'd you
so we
say?
don't.
Oh, we don't need a second, that's right.
Yeah, we don't need a second, so
I put my name down first.
Regent Perkins nominated, Regent Perkins, did you nominate Amy Regent Carvalho? So Regent Carvalho, Regent Breger?
No, I had given my name to speak, but that's okay. I was doing the same thing.
Okay, got it. Are there any other nominations for chair? So just for the purposes of record keeping, Regent Perkins nominated Regent Carvalho. I'm not so sure, as there are no other nominees, that we need to commence with a vote. I'll double check with, actually, we do need to have a vote. So I will ask Chief of Staff Nick Lajewski to please take a roll call vote for the position of chair.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Vice Chair Ariscata.
Yep.
Regent Boylan.
Aye.
Regent Breger.
Yes.
Chair Brooks.
Yes.
Regent Brown. Regent Carvalho.
Yes.
Regent Cruz Crawford.
Yes.
Regent Del Carlo.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Congratulations, Chair-elect Carvalho. I'd like to give you an opportunity, Chair-elect, if you'd like to make a few words.
I just really appreciate the support, and I will continue to do the work of the board faithfully and hopefully bring us to the next level. Thank you.
Regent Breger?
I don't have anything to say about that. I would like to make a motion for vice chair if we're on to the next thing.
We are on to the next thing, so I'm now opening the floor to nominations for vice chair. And so the first nomination, clearly for the record, is that Regent Breger has nominated
Jeff Downs, Regent Downs.
Regent Downs for vice chair. Again, these nominations do not need a second. Are there other Nominations for vice chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to nominate Regent Del Carlo.
So Regent Perkins nominated Regent Del Carlo. Are there any other nominations for vice chair? We don't have any other nominations for vice chair, and so I will ask Chief of Staff Nick Lajewski to please provide us with a roll call, and just for purposes of, again, procedure of the election process, as your name is called, you will simply identify a regent that you would like to see in the vice chair position.
Regent Goodman,
Del Carlo.
Regent McMichael,
Del Carlo.
Regent Perkins,
Del Carlo.
Regent Tarkanian,
Del Carlo.
Vice Chair Ariscata,
Downs.
Regent Boylan,
Del Carlo.
Regent Brager, Chair Brooks,
Regent Downs.
Regent Brown,
Abstain.
I believe you need to state a reason for the abstention. I'm looking at council.
Yeah, I'm looking at council also.
Technically, you don't need to give a reason for an abstention. Just for purposes of the record, under the Nevada Ethics Commission, under the Nevada Rules of Ethics, there's a preference. The state policy is that public officials vote, but you can't require that a public official vote, and they don't technically need to give a reason for their abstention. You have to give a reason if you're voting and you have a conflict and an apparent conflict, but other than that, it's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Wixom, and thank you, Regent Brown. Regent Carvalho,
Downs.
Regent Cruz Crawford,
I actually raised my hand for opening a discussion. I know you two saw it, but then you started doing roll call vote. Is that allowed or?
Well, we were taking nominations for vice chair. I'm not sure, frankly, if there is. I would have to defer to council to see if there's room for a discussion regarding maybe a procedural question that you might have. I'm not sure what it would be.
Yeah, so specifically, I wanted both of them to share the reason why they want to be vice chair, and then I wanted to ask questions about a couple of things that I would want from a vice chair and hear their responses.
I'm going to defer to council on that one, Regent Cruz Crawford.
I think certainly you can ask questions and you can have that discussion, but we've already started the vote. And because we've already started the vote, I don't think it's proper at this point in time.
That's why I was trying to signal prior to the vote, and then our chief of staff didn't see me, so it started and I saw your face. You were like, oh, sorry.
It did start, and I found it unfortunate that you weren't able to ask the questions that you wanted to. If again, I think we've got the advice from council in terms of, because it's already started, we have to continue to move forward. I do find it unfortunate, though, that you didn't get the opportunity to ask questions of the candidates.
Okay. Yeah. I think these questions were valuable. I will abstain for this round.
Regent Del Carlo,
Del Carlo.
Regent Downs.
Downs.
Mr. Chair, no candidate received 7 affirmative votes.
Go ahead, Council Wixom, it looks like.
If I may, since no candidate has achieved a majority, then you can open it back up to discussion at this point in time.
And that's exactly what I'd like to do. And I would like to begin that discussion with Regent Cruz Crawford. And I just want to clarify that we still have the 2 nominees, or do we have to re-nominate?
Technically, you'd have to renominate both individuals. to start over again, because after the vote, you'd have to start that process over again.
Perfect.
But you can open it up for discussion now. But first, you would take the nominations and then open it up for discussion and then have the vote.
Sure. And so that's exactly what we will do. We will begin this process again, and I will begin again with Regent Breger.
I would still make a motion for Regent Downs.
Are there any other regents who are making a nomination for vice chair?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to nominate Regent Del Carlo.
Okay. So just for the record, Regent Breger has nominated Regent Downs, and Regent Perkins has nominated Regent Del Carlo. These are for the vice chair positions. And I will now go to Regent Cruz Crawford to begin any type of questions that you have for these candidates.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. I appreciate that. I know everybody wants to go home, but I think this vote is very, very important. We see that the vice chair and the chair is in charge of a lot of things, including picking chancellors and interviewing for presidents and putting agenda items on. So I do have a question for the two nominees. My first request is that one of the first orders of business is to look at the new business log and make sure that there's a strategic plan for getting to new business in a timely manner. And then also looking at our strategic goals and making sure that we have action items that are going to be addressed that have a great impact on our students and staff. And so I'd like to hear both your responses to those questions if available. If I'm allowed to do that?
Regent Downs, as you are closest to Regent Cruz Crawford, who has asked the question, you will go first.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. So the two questions were about agenda items, requested items, new business items. I like the suggestions that Regent Breger has had about having a monthly pre-scheduled Thursday meeting, and so we could get through all the new business items that keep coming up, and not have an inflated regular board meeting agenda. And we can address things in a more timely manner. I'd like to see that happen. And the second part of the question is regarding linking it to a strategic plan.
Regent Cruz Crawford, for the record, sorry, having a work session where we can create strategic plans based on our goals.
If elected, I will, thank you, sorry. I will work with Chair Carvalho Chair-elect Carvalho to have a retreat of some type, so we can get together and really formulate what is the priority of the board. I see us, I don't want to say in danger, but we certainly have a vote coming up in November to decide if we're going to, if the population wants to keep us as an elected body, a direct representative of the people, or if it's going to be an appointed board or some hybrid thereof. So it'd be nice if we could come up with goals that we can show to the public that this is what we're doing, this is how we are effective, and it's worth keeping us as an elected body. So I see very much that finding, getting a voice out there that we can share with the population that of Nevada, that this is a value. What we have here is a value. And yes, I would definitely work with the chair-elect to get us there.
Does that conclude your response, Regent Downs?
I guess if I can add three things. If I were to have some priorities of my own, it's just been going on in my mind, and I've talked to a few people about this. I would like to see the three phases, or three of the four phases of students' experience to be affected as best we can, and making a better application system, a better enrollment system, and then better initiation system, meaning when students begin their time at an institution, ways to help them become more successful. We hear about all kinds of student success approaches, and I think we can take a lot of these and try to expand on them and share them with other institutions. So these are some of the priorities I have. And as an officer of the board, I'd work to try to get these in place and to improve students, help them to be more successful and help them to just have a better experience.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo?
I don't remember the question, but I'm going to pull my name out of contention. So congratulations to Jeff Downs.
Well, we still have to, and I appreciate that, Regent Del Carlo. As formality, though, we still have to go through the process of our Chief of Staff, Nick Lajewski, doing a roll call for this.
Regent McMichael.
Downs?
Just to clarify, you can just say aye or yes because we only have one candidate at this point, and that would be
Aye.
Regent Downs. Thank you. Regent Perkins?
Aye.
Regent Tarkanian? Regent Tarkanian? Vice Chair Arascata?
Yes.
Regent Boylan?
Aye.
Regent Breaker? Chair Brooks?
Yes.
Regent Brown?
Abstain.
Regent Carvalho? Aye. Regent Cruz Crawford?
Yes.
Regent Del Carlo?
Aye.
Regent Downs?
Aye.
Regent Goodman?
Aye.
Regent Cruz Crawford, aye. And
Oh, did I miss you?
Tarkanian said aye for me. I appreciate it. Sometimes we get the doctors confused.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Congratulations, Vice Chair-elect Downs. And if you would like a few moments to say anything, the floor is yours.
Very honored and humbled here. So thank you so much for this opportunity. And the fact that I haven't gotten a text to my wife means she's not watching right now. So anyway, she'll be surprised. But anyway, I appreciate it, and I will do my best to serve the system in this role. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair-elect. We will now move on to agenda item number 34, which is new business. Are there any suggested items of new business for consideration at a future meeting? What's that?
I have some.
Oh, okay. So you guys could flip a Regent Perkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have about a page and a half, but, okay. I would like on the reports going forward, the percentage of budget to administrative costs on the foundation reports. Maybe we can have staff look, item number 2, have staff look at undocumented students being represented in the student associations, and maybe adding a number 3 is adding a high school representative, because I understand that there is a statewide high school student body person that might be a good representative for us on our board also. And for the governance committee, I think earlier today, a place to go, I know, a place to go after, because we get those phone calls, the anonymous phone calls through the internal audit. Maybe that would be, the governance committee, maybe that would be a great place to handle something that comes above, or outside the realm, or that'd be some of we could direct some of those concerns to the governance board. And that's just a suggestion. And, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair
Regent Del
Brooks.
Carlo? Yeah.
Yep, thank you. I'd like to see presentations from our institutions on what they're doing with the minority black male students, especially. We had a public comment one time from the late Tyrone Thompson asking us not to forget them. I attended the ACCT seminar, and we had a Dr. Keith Curry, who is the president of Compton College. He's got a initiative called Level Up that's going nationwide. I would love to see us bring him in here, because I think we are neglecting our black male students especially. I'd also like to see a presentation to all the regents. In the ARSA meeting today, there was a lot of different organizations mentioned, like Lumina, Achieving the Dream, Complete College America. We've got 5 new regents on the board. That's not something we learn unless we kind of ask questions, but it would be really great to have the whole board hear about all these different groups and how they're helping us achieve our goals, because they really are helping us. And I also like to eliminate NSHE Code Title II, Chapter 5, Section 5.4.2, that related to item agendas today, number 14 and 15. I don't think the full board needs to be involved in either School of Medicine's hiring of visa, whatever they call those employees. So I got one more. I can't read my own writing. So for that, I can always get with the chair going forward. Thank you.
Regent Borland.
Thank you, Chair. My new business is a request to have all the regents be informed of what's happening now concerning students who were here today, Israeli as well as Palestinian or whatever. We need to have that information so we can make proper decisions. And if there'd been any reports of any damage or fear, because today I was really blown away by the fear that some students have. So all the regents need to have that, and I'm asking for it to be in our next meeting on the 12th. And if that's not possible, then as soon as possible, we all need to know what's happening. It's too important, so thank you.
Regent Brown.
Thank you. Ooh. Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. For my new business, I would like to create a standard list of data points that we want from each foundation. I think this is something that we should do for all of these reports that we get, standardize it. Some of the things that I saw that they covered maybe in the speeches or questions that we had were understand net return and growth year after year, asking for a 10-year view, scholarship amounts, breakdown of potential, or breakdown of personnel costs and overhead costs. And then kind of like a subsection of that, I think we need to differentiate between the institutions that NSHE invests, that makes their investments, versus contracting with an investment firm, because it's unfair for me to ask our institution if NSHE's the one that's actually doing the investment. We should get that from our CFO, just so we can better understand the ROI on their endowments.
Regent McMichael.
Yes, I would like to see if we could look into the possibility of requiring our institutions to pay working students on those institutions a minimum living wage.
Thank you. Is there any other new business? Seeing none, prior to getting into our last agenda item, which is number 35, public comment, there's certainly a list of folks that we want to demonstrate our appreciation to and thank for setting up the meetings over the last couple of days. We certainly want to thank our security, University Police Services, and Southern Command. I've never seen these guys unprofessional. I mean, this is a very professional group of individuals, and I'm always thankful when they're around and they're providing security for us. I have personally seen these folks go above and beyond. I really can't say enough great things about University Police Services. Also, our catering, Mary Tennis and her team with RMAC, everyone from CSS, Brian Anzalone, James Unfred, Bentley Holmes Goll, Paul Gilbert, Deoka, Ed Bogg, Kark Usal, and Tim Shupp. Also, the audio-visual team, Rick Romero, Claudio Osinga, Ben Labrador, and Tim Anderson. Also, the campus partners that we have, Rosita Chapman, Ryder Hankins, Carissa Dees, Christian Dimmick, the UNLV TV team, and certainly, last but not least, our host, President Whitfield. Thank you very much for the extension of hospitality in various ways throughout the last 2 days. We greatly appreciate being here, and we appreciate everything that you've done to make sure that this meeting could move forward. So thank you very much. Yeah. We'll now move on to our last agenda item, which is agenda item number 35. Public comment. Is there any public comment at GBC? Almost. I don't see any public comment at GBC, so I'm going to move to ask if there's any public comment at the system office in Reno. Visually, that
None in Reno.
office looks a little dark. Thank you. Appreciate that. And now I'll move to public comment here at UNLV.
Welcome and thank you so much. My name is Dr. Roberta Sabbath. I'm an instructor in the English department, and I've been on this campus for over 20 years, raised family in the Las Vegas Valley, and got 2 master's degrees here at UNLV before going on to UC Riverside. I want to take a moment to very much thank from our president, Dr. Whitfield, to our provost, Chris Heavey, and to our new interim diversity vice president, Jose Melendres, for managing with compassion potentially what could have been an inflammatory situation given what's happening in the Middle East. And unlike many other campuses around the country, because folks in upper administration are listening, and we, whether students, and I've spoken with Hillel, with Muslim Student Association, students and advisors and other diverse groups, we are being heard, and we appreciate that very much. I think you'll see the results in the coming months. One point that I would like to make is a recommendation that we have certainly campus-wide, if not statewide, days of religious holiday observances, the most important holidays, whether it's Muslim students or Jewish students, others of faith, so that those faculty members will be aware and be able to manage that. For this, I thank you very much for the honor of speaking.
Dr. Bill Robinson, Chair of the UNLV Faculty Senate. On behalf of my 2,700 faculty, thank you again. It's been a big fight, and we got it. The NSHE is never a smooth sea. We sail from storm into a new storm, into a new storm, into a new storm, and somehow we always come out better. So there's going to be issues, but I am sure that all of us will come out in a better place. And just quick, let me thank outgoing chair he's not quite outgoing yet, but soon, chair for his service, and my personal regent from my district, incoming Chair Carvalho. We'll all be happy to work with you too. Thank you.
Patrick Villa, VILLA, Faculty Senate Chair, CSN. First off, I would just also praise the SCS people. I love it if you guys, I feel bad for you. I'd love it if you can find a way to have this wireless to turn on and off so you don't have to keep jumping over the fence every time someone forgets, but just look into it. The real reason I'm up here though, I wanna give a lot of praise to these students, these student body presidents. And it is a huge sacrifice. It is a big thing for them to sacrifice that. And I'll admit, when I was your age, I would not be as astute and understand the big reasoning for doing this. I would probably be like, no way. There's no way I'd do it. So I commend you all, though. You're much better than I was. So thank you, and you'll have a good weekend.
Hi, my name's Mark Van Hoos. One of my children went here, and they were born and raised here. Love the school system. I worked the weekends, so I always had an opportunity to volunteer in class. And UNLV especially, or Las Vegas, especially the magnet schools. I think it's been fantastic. I would like for UNLV to pursue the same 3-year degree that BYU is doing now. I think it's going to really matter. I don't think there's any person in the room that if somebody's going to a trade school would want that trade school to cost $1,000 more for that plumber to learn poetry. It doesn't make any sense. In a lot of schools, you can go to dental school in 3 years. You can go on to med school in some places in 3 years, but why can't you get a marketing degree? And since BYU is going to do it, it's been done in England for a long time, I think it's coming. And the quicker we get on board to do it, like I would love to recruit for you. If I went to California, I could bring kids in and say, look, we have an honors college and we have a common sense approach. And we're going to get those higher achieving students that want that. And we're going to keep the higher achieving students here. But we have to be on board. It's coming, and we should do it sooner rather than later. The electives are great, and they're nice it's a nice luxury for the richer kids, but it should not be a requirement for the poorer kids. And UNLV, in Las Vegas, the richer kids a lot of times leave. They go to Utah, they go to California. The upper middle class go to Reno, where they can afford room and board. The lower middle class come here, and we shouldn't be penalizing them. But I really think, the honors college is fantastic here. And if we could have that 3-year option with the honors college, we would entice so many kids here and we could charge them more because out-of-state tuition's a little higher, so we'd make up some of the room. So I just hope that you guys pursue it, because if it came down to the next election, that was one thing that if I was running against you or if anybody else was, that's the one thing I would hit. Where did you go to help? And if you lowered the cost for these kids, anytime you're in a store anywhere, somebody there is related to somebody that you helped. And you had no downside. I didn't want to embarrass myself, so I talked to Jacob when I came in because I worked today. And I said, hey, did anybody bring this up? And he said, no, he works for Northwest, the people that actually accredit them. And he said, they're going to do a trial program. I was hoping that would move forward a little quicker. But with your help, if you guys would try to push it, I think we should be in front of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'm not sure why, but it seems pretty consistent as we are giving our closing remarks and thanking partnerships and folks who have really helped us put this meeting together. The board staff is always absent on this sheet. And so I'm just going to quickly say thank you very much to our board staff for supporting these meetings. There's an awful lot of work that gets done. There's a lot of running around. There's a lot of coordination that takes place even while we are having the meeting. I don't think any of that ever stops. So thank you again. And with that, this meeting is, I'm sorry, I forgot. SCS, is there any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do have one caller.
Of course.
Caller with the number ending in 8901.
Yes.
Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Perfect. Thanks so much. I'll be quick. My name is Karen Tidgewell, and I'm currently enrolled in the Doctorate of Public Policy program at UNLV. And I want to thank the Regents for the opportunity to comment on the changes involving the differential fees that you addressed today. Today's approval, I'm concerned, might come with potential consequences in that I'm a student who's experienced firsthand financial harm caused by differential fees. The justification for these fees is often that other institutions also use them and that they pay for unique student experience for universities. And by the time I graduate, I will not have received any of the student benefits that are advertised for my program. Differential fees here in Las Vegas based on our community and our student body are actually a type of unintentional institutional discrimination. And I heard the argument today that these fees are less consequential because of anticipated future earning potential, but really that's only for students who confront the money or take the risk. And more often they make degrees out of reach for many of our students. I had saved to cover my entire doctoral tuition based upon the advertised graduated student rate. But because of the unforeseen differential fees I later learned about, my savings was gone within the first 3 semesters. Over the course of my degree, I will pay over $15,000 in these fees. And had I not received additional scholarships, I wouldn't have been able to stay enrolled. UNLV's Top Tier 2.0 says that as an academic community, we value access and equity. And even more specifically, it says, quote, we break down barriers so that all may participate and have their voices heard. There's been a lot of dialogue today about all kinds of fees, and when they serve a higher purpose, they certainly make sense. But when the benefits don't exceed the drawbacks, the practices need to end, and I hope you'll reconsider these kinds of differential fees.
Does that conclude our public comment, SCS?
Yes, it does, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Just to recap, thank you very much, board staff, for all of the work that you do. This meeting is now adjourned.